looking at getting during the process first. So I said, one part we might have to discuss over there, which is interesting for the 5 year old professionals. How old are they? Like we come back to the players that have. We go through the okay, so like I said, remember, and many of these questions, so to speak, as we're addressing, there's a million other ones, right? There's like trying to ask like a person who was married more than once, right? Who did they come back with, right? Like, how does that work? So there's like a lot of stuff. Like you only had the first time around. Like again, like the second chance, I'm thinking a little bit differently. So there's a lot of discussions, So as I said, the Gemara is not attempting to give us insights and give us a window, but at the end of it, remember, it's always going to be the picture's always going to be the
Shout out to Damon.
So Hashem says, I caused death for you that way. Sorry, but making means Hashem causes some people to die, other people to live. It's actual noise. You see today, come over. Now, that's the back end. It says, Hashem says, little bit, I live and I heal. So, for that, but just like it starts saying, we said, but I need that. So, again, life and death is also in a safe person. God should all the things that I don't say this too. Yes, because I'm already there. Another person is to let you know about resurrection of the dead from the fellowship. And I don't say this is fascinating because Peter, the Mara is now calling the house from Tonga. Right, up until the two, etc. I cannot get the actual game from time for my own. So, yes, is that most of the students you can see are from Rabbi. How do you know they're from Rabbi? I don't know. Because we have no idea what they're talking about, right? So that's in the first Shiraya. The first Shiraya is from Rabbi. Right? So the Gemara says as follows. So now I have a pasuk from the Torah. Az Yosher Moshe Yitzhak Shira Azos. So then it says, then Moshe and Klal Yisrael will sit. Shalom. It doesn't say this. It doesn't say as Shar Moshe and Yitzhak. Moshe and Yitzhak son, so rather Yosher, future tense. What's the future tense? We could replace anything in the Torah. There's an approved Tchias. Right? Future tense that note, it will be coming future that Moshe and Klal Yisrael will say. He looks at the Rabbi saying that they're not all right. As Yeshua Mizbeach Hashem, Yeshua will build a Mizbeach for Hashem. It doesn't say you don't do that every week. You can't because everything that does not say what these representatives will be somebody that is three people will do these things. They'll be coming to church with Moshe and Yeshua. Moshe is that. Target when we're going to say, Adonai, Tchias. Yeshua will build. Yeshua is dead. Taki Yeshua build, Tchias. Alagata has even Shlomo Bama part of the commotion. Shakot Small. So as I say, interesting, the pasuk says that Shlomo is actually close to pasuk. Shama built a Mizbeach for commotion. For one of the deities, right? The idolatries of Moab. How can I be here? Is that because Shlomo builds the natural Mizbeach for a home Zara? Hello. Allah Kassim the Rabbi says it in Hassan. Show me out there like show you comes back by desire. As to why does it say that? Hashem Melech did not curb that desire appetites of his wives. And as a result, his wives worship idolatry in his home. And he did not stop it. Because he did not stop his errors in his home, his health, no problems he could give himself to play with. Only surely, the life lessons in the Torah. So where do you know about Chesed? So you have to know. So the Shemar Asher Yishua Yisrael all the Arab Jasava. So people tell him. So literally, frequently are those who dwell in their home, all the Arab Jasava, right? And they will go ahead and praise you. So the Lord says, right? It doesn't say they face you present, right? What does it say? And then the Hallelujah, future tense, they will praise you. They will praise you. You can't trust me in the Torah. So what's I say? What is this future praising? Future praising is that it's Tchias. Something my brother showed me this for our college. When we say, since we're going to be will be privileged all of the other. This is Shiva, and the Lord becomes Shiva, and I strictly know that the Sabbath, all the other vessels. So what's I so much to say about this? the organized that you create for yourself. Just remember these things as well. Also, what's all about? Remember, all about is everything emotionally, saying every day, especially. So, again, righteous things, like this, like the struggle, like it's up there, the crown of the good deeds on their head, and then to write the life situation that's all about. The Lord says that sometimes the person is saying, is it like a TV? Is it like he's there like a shocking coming, like, like he's a phone, like, is that good? Like, is that good? A lot of times you see, like, that sounds really good. Right? All the Rabbi is very beautiful, but at the end of the day, he's valued in a relationship with Hashem and the present. If a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not backed by love, right, then all the Rabbi doesn't put all that because all of Rabbi is connection to Hashem. So that is something that I value in this world, and I strive for in this world. Rabbi is something amazing. But Oman Hazard really is much more about all about the material, and all about the enjoyment, and all about the stuff, and all about the acquisitions, which are beautiful and important. But that's pretty much what life is all about. All of them is big like that. It's tremendous like that. So what's the sense of interesting? If you want to enjoy Oman Hazard, but Oman Hazard has to look a certain way, and that's the Gemara saying over here as well. If you see Shiva in this world, that it's life is about connecting to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But at the end of it, all will come all the goodness. But if not, just about the material, just about the mundane, and it doesn't sound all that exciting to you. I'm going to give out all of it. I have kids that used to get a share. I'm going to put a share. Talks about the Nazi call. That's going to be a go down my area. It's that's a share. So once again, the voices of so far of those of your subject, like those who see you, like they go home and call out, like they replace your future text. Once again, future text stuff that is like, I'm going to I see the call you go to that. Open Sheila Bakala. This is so beautiful. For all of them here, I see Sheila with young voice. It's the Sheila and I called so far that I also called him Yak Love. What's happening? All these things speaking in one voice, right? Where all millions of clouds go speaking in one voice. How incredible is that? How all the world is that happening? That's most of it. And now, again, guys, we saw, remember, every word is different. We saw this right before. Because you have to learn to speak in one unified voice. I'm going to call what I'm going to be told. You go through the net for us, also. So it's like, this is what hell. I'm going to present this teaching while we're teaching Torah. Both they're Torah from the Talmud. So what's that? This could be a nephew, this could be a parent, this could be anyone. Or I see these movies with parts of Torah on Sunday. I go to it, I withhold it, it's as if you're stealing that person's inheritance. So what's that? So again, I want you to convey Torah to someone, I don't convey it. It's as if I'm stealing their inheritance. Shina and I go and say, Moshe, to give us Moshe, the Chol Yisrael Sheish generations. So once you hear how the Pasuk refers to Torah, it's a Moshe. Moshe's inheritance. It's our inheritance from the beginning of time. Moshe's in the generations. Rashi comes out there with Moshe's generations. So you Rashi finds out the same. Bereshis bara is Torah Shnei generations. So Rashi puts Rashi Torah. Bereshis bara, or in the years of David, Bereshis is a contraction. The Shvil Bereshis. Because of that which was created first, HaKadosh Baruch Hu created the world. Torah was created for Torah. Torah was given to Klal Yisrael, and therefore I was only told for someone who I can give it to, so that could be their inheritance. I'm not worried about this business. I'm not sure if I see that. So we're not going to be covered. Because Rabbi, we hold how that was part of the account. Not only that, we have a part of the future account. And it doesn't be so. Even for so that we don't cover ourselves. Such a revenue is cursed even by fetuses in Europe. That's Shinamar, Morea by Pakistan parents, Morea by, because the April on the fetus in Shinamar is all the Obi Hamas. The couple of a cover of the express Shinamar, not home, not cover of by the they buy our Torah, so I found the Shinamar, yes, you buy, and someone said, what does this mean? What does this mean? Someone does it. Doesn't say that like someone being hell shot this cursed even by his fetus or whatever that is in the So the Rebbe didn't teach. The Rebbe didn't teach the Talmud Torah, and therefore what? And therefore it's supposed to be eaten by the biggest. What's the shot with that? Was that so close to the worst thing the person can do is with every great opportunity from someone else. We make a mistake that sometimes the greatest things we accomplish are the things we do for ourselves. And that's not true. Sometimes the greatest things we do are because the great picture we live with when we do something so what if you were talking about that? Already has an opportunity to teach a problem. Already has an opportunity to give up a problem. Which means you have the ability to be the amigo of someone else's growth. And I don't do that. I don't do that. That's an application of the highest level of personalistic responsibility. That's why my power of holding money is not only to enable our own growth, but it's to enable the growth of others. And if it's not good to do so, the other person's for that. Incredible. So everyone was like, and that's what also the kappa. If you don't make it more for the student, then you will be again. It's going to be again. So you keep student like a seed. Okay. I was saying that what the Rashi was out, it's going to be accused like a seed. Just like that, if you put something into a seed, like that's filtering through. But then he doesn't share his Torah with other people because if he doesn't share it, then what's that show? It shows that he thinks that his Torah is his. Sorry for that, it's not he said, nothing, it's not. Like it's all stars, right? There's something as well. So everything that shows, whether it's my money that he keeps his ultimately to do good for others, or again, it's my Torah that he's meant to be paid to others. That's the whole of it. But therefore, I don't share my Torah with others. Ultimately, and uno vai só on that because se algo e da boca se also like go for that job. But I value people first to see. All right. So the punishment to report Torah. What happens if they get people? Like once his application teaches us how to do Torah, what's his reward? I love our Hashem says, so such a Rabbi, I was a very Rabbi, they trying to point out, a Rabbi doesn't have to be a rabbi, doesn't have to be a rabbi, right? A Rabbi is capable has the ability to be someone, seems to be Torah, and you check what's that campaign for you, so much. What is incredible things as long as we don't realize that we're being posted to do, it's not a habit of someone. And especially sometimes they don't have the nice episodes. So there's something that we say, don't ignore the same level. And you have to with someone and you have the ability to really help someone grow your learning. It's a record research, it's a record partnership. And I'm not saying that is the most profound thing. So when you choose to start, you like automatically shit out, touch it out, a Rabbi, a rabbi, a rabbi. No, this is every single one of us. All of us have Torah. All of us can see Vegas. And if you can make that Torah, what happens? So can look at us connected. You have pretty much that rock always like Yosef, Shene and I. And rock complication much beer. Very much beer. And when Yosef, much beer, Shene and I, Yosef was showing other arts. Whoever is going to call other arts. So let's say, so what's the shot? What's the shot if someone sings it, shares their Torah? And you rock like Yosef. One have rock like Abraham, one have rock like Yosef. It was always the entire one of Yosef. Yosef took his brothers. What did Yosef do with his brothers? What did he do with them? Share it everywhere else. That was the entire essence of Yosef. But Yosef, after everything that he had been through, everywhere he says, forget about the rest of it. I'm not having revenge. I'm not having revenge. But instead, at least move up on that purpose, no sense to it. One does complete sense and uses it out the other. That was Yosef. That was Yosef outside. Congratulations. Coming is beautiful. Coming job on myself. So comfortable about it doesn't hold on hard work. Wow. Because if ever teaches Torah in this world, it's so good to teach it from the world to come. Now, by the way, what's that? We're here, what's there? We always come back to our question of what's all on hard work, what do you want to do? It's all on hard work when you die. It's all on hard work the best thing ever. Either way, it's really good. Either way, it's really good. Like you always say, that if you teach Torah in this world, it's not going to teach Torah all in Haba as well. So let's say, hopefully, it's also that if you go to the world there, should be something clear in this world. For lots of you, imagine, we have our couple, we have our shares that are all Haba. That's a little too fast. Yeah, a little too fast. But just to show us how incredible is that? You know, that Shemay about it. For success, that's So it's a long way like there's no kind of all about it. I mean, we have to like okay, I got it down together. Mas se chama o marca down Google da. Allora, questa cosa sono sempre sensation what Cassidy is, right? I look at any other tomorrow. It tries to make so many writers for us. But this is right on. Just instead of love, that's over 1.5 months. Right, so 1.5 months, right? That's like 4 out of 9. So first of all, because again, the notion of pessimism is such an incredibly important soul. Tomorrow was defined as a sport as well. Because it's going to go a share out. If you live in style notice, you might not live in not that much as like you. Whereas like if you live all was as you know that much like starts. Das ist auch ja, Alchemist, if you look at all of us, moving over to this world, the Alchemist is all about the left guy in the world. You know, I'm also doing this here. The Rabbi Moshe had us up on the kitchen. They were trying over, they were the careful son of you. So it's incredibly young. Some of the business administering the young are actually quite explicit, right? So many of those who sleep in the earth will wake back up. Some to the world to come and some to the revolution. The Rothschild, the other Rothschild, the act of medicates the Terror, the Talmud, and kids in them. And now ultimately again, you go to your place and rest, but stand like a little bit again, return the door to return to your destiny at the end of the exhaust is actually interesting. Because remember these people, we actually say Kula. This is actually the concept that we say after the Kula is completed. Before we have even made the camera and walk back to the show or back to the line, we actually use the other than tell about the material. Then at the end of that, we recite this concept, addressing it to the show. A lot of us are comparing this Shabbat is a symbol of the house. So why do you learn about indeed his flock? This is symbol. And that was the order of us. That was the gentle kite. The gentle kite, not yelling, it's not speeding, it's not firing brimstone, they're not. And that was such a fascinating. It's so that to read that symbol of Papa as well. I must say, these people are doing something that only Papa because in reference to Messiah. I post yes, at least in era. Shenema, Kimatin, Agin, Kahana, Fighting. Don't look at us. Don't look at Shemit, the bench there, zero. Wisdom never even define what wisdom is. Wisdom is great. Why? Because he's given between, it not only between two letters, but it actually is between two names of Hashem. Shemeta, he can't Theos Hashem. So once I see that, Theos is mentioned in the middle of Kel and Hashem. So you might say that's incredible if something is given over between two names of the Hashem. No, they Mikdash. It's a Mikdash. It's because it is given over between two names of Hashem. How that Hashem and Mikdash Hashem. So it's the Mikdash sandwich between two names of Hashem. Must be clear about that. Must be clear about that. I feel like after you don't know the color. Oh, you use that model. When you come of vengeance, vengeance is also vengeance. Because vengeance is given between humans and Hashem. Kill the Kamos Hashem. Like the Pasuk says, like, kill the Kamos Hashem, kill the Kamos Hashem. On the way, we're not saying, vengeance has its place. Absolutely. Vengeance says, much as we don't feel like vengeance as a negative thing, vengeance is not a negative thing. Sometimes vengeance is very powerful. It's very appropriate. You do a Rabbi, stay on fast, how long Rabbi. So why do I need two revelations? How far back from revelation? So one for revelation. That doesn't say revelation twice. That's just as what words. And it says Nekama twice. So it's like two revelatory Nekama moments. So what does that mean? So the word is Afas, but you can tell about the Afas getting the colors. So one ultimately is going to be the vengeance for better, the vengeance for bad. So vengeance for people, but not for people is good. Like to take vengeance for sometimes, as I said before, sometimes vengeance is good. Sometimes vengeance is in our favor, especially when it's taken out of those who have oppressed us. And sometimes vengeance has a shot in the future. So I'm going to call them change from there, but it's beautiful in life. Call any person right there who has less understanding, she was living at this any fish beautiful. It's as if it was in fresh water, she's spoken his bitch. She said, it's much why. She said, hey, Mitch, I said, because ultimately, December 4th. They are to Russia, but they need to shoot to Russia. Now, what that means, what does that mean? Any person who has day out, as we know, this English was revoked back to that Kimar. So you underline it as an acronym after we get a working definition of what day means. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah, give it a few more minutes. I'll go out actually that. I don't know so I can choose from there the self is action. Any person who has there will become wealthy, share and mark, or the guys that we love to call home, the car for the rubber buzzer, come out of shame from there, also not doing that. Any person who doesn't have there, any person who doesn't have there, all through this thing you can't have that voice on share and mark. You know, I'm doing this, I can't go to that camera, I'll see a video to it. Rubber buzzer. I don't say people in shame about there. You soon find out where gives correct. Someone that doesn't have it. Hopefully, again, bad things will happen. So, what's that? It's very interesting. So, you see this tomorrow, the fact that the Palestinian doesn't have it. Jake, go ahead and give the bread to someone that doesn't have it. Then I say, what's the shot of this? What's the shot of this? So, what's that? He's entering this down. What's the thing up? What is translated as wisdom? But I say, well, what is the thing about this? Just from a different perspective. What is the core component of wisdom? Right? What is the most basic aspect of wisdom? What's wisdom? So it's interesting. Remember again, Hazal, right? Rothschild has brought this. It speaks about how those were answered. Hazal said, where did Hazal go? Where does Hazal go? At the corner of Hazal class. The most basic concept of balance is the ability to distinguish between conditions. Thousands mixed with before we get into all the deeper layers of what wisdom actually means, what wisdom means on its most core level is I can distinguish between right and wrong. I can distinguish between cultish and chol. I can distinguish between tummy and pie. I will say that is something that every single person has the ability to do. You know, to be a chacham, right, is the limit. There's chachma, there's bina, there's so chachma. Those might be higher levels that they can have access to. But to have the gas, to be the kind of person who knows what's right and what's wrong, and to make the right decisions in life, every single person has the ability to meet that threshold. And failure to do so, is his fault. And that's mine. And that's like Chazal said, if somebody doesn't have bail, don't have a mass on them. Don't have a mass on them. Why? Because they're hurting themselves. They're not a victim of anything. They're hurting themselves. Someone doesn't have bail, don't give them bail. Right? Why? Because you are a movement in the family lifestyle. The person has to have a basic moral compass. You reach the know what to and what to do. And if you don't have that, if you have them, you're leaving them to continue on that broken path. And that's what the verse says, as I always say, any person that's there, he will not have a salute question right? Ultimately, again, possibly at the end of the day, there's only one thing I need in this world to be successful. I have to know what's kosher, what's trade, what's done, what's halal, what's kodesh, what's kol, what's nidr, what's eser, what's kol, what's yad. And as long as I have that, I'm good. Less I will acquire or I won't. As long as I have the I will be successful. Conversely, if I don't have Dale, number one, if I don't have Dale, it's my fault. Don't blame anyone else. If I don't have Dale, it's my fault. The failure to acquire it is the highest level of person is the culprit. To the point, you can't even help out a person like that. Such an ignorant and incredible desire. And that's like the society. Right. I don't know. How else if you can shape up there? You should run a lot. That's why I did. You get back to someone that doesn't have data. You, the giver, will suffer. Why? Because you are enabling someone. You are enabling someone to continue down the path of life. not from the fund of school, so I got that box. The name was as a man. I had a bunch of stuff. You guys was all about no matter. How long does it go down? So we go back. Once it doesn't have down, both with the exile. How it says why? Because it was like, if I don't have it down, if I don't have down, chances are I'll be able to build a son. I'll be able to build a relationship. Because if you don't know what's right and what's wrong, you can't build relationships. It's as simple as that. Also, like there are people who don't refuse, not that they can't, they refuse to see right from the wrong. They make every single excuse why what Gola, right? That's when was Sof Gola. Sof Gola, everyone who should have had looking Gola, that's when the mother, Kavai Shane, looking for the Shwan Gola, I love. Each of us must say that there will be a set together. I'll say this is a ridiculous tomorrow. Anyhow, which words of Torah are not heard in Edmond. So it's anyone which is not tolerated at 8. Each across of 5 of the consumer, Shenar, Kochom, Shechtam, and Spinaf, the Fire Age, Noah, Sud, all of them. Sud, I'm conscious, Sweden, Shem, correct, but fine, because it's only that. Any home in which Torah is not making at night, 5 of the consumer, that's a pretty, especially once it tells us very importantly, in addition to the short breaks, beautiful expedition, which again, everybody has opportunity that's even for 15 minutes. Everybody has an opportunity to it's not shy and stuff like that. I like that one. It's a good issue. So I think they said, always like, that's not regular. Even if it's just for a couple of minutes. In addition to that, was that factor in their house. And it's so important for so many different reasons. A wife should see her husband learning Torah. Children should see their father learning Torah. Also, my home should see me learning Torah. So what's the shot in the United States of the year? And any home in which Torah is not learning, it's absolutely effective. Net is also a metaphor like that. That's like the language home support. It's difficult. It's not like this. All bias, shame, different Torah, Nishma, and Papa-bias, right? So any home in which Torah is not learning, whether it's any home where things become difficult, the Torah stops, right? Then as soon as it becomes white law, as soon as life becomes difficult, the first thing that kind of goes away is Torah. Just understand. Fire. Fire is also destructive. Destructive forces making secrets. During difficult periods of life, the first thing that gets stopped is spirituality. Just understand that fire of certain circumstances will consume that hope. This power of a hope. This power of anything in your life is really its connection to the force. So even during the riper periods of life, there is Torah in my home. There is Torah in my life, and I will be safe from the ravaging effects of even those difficult of my circumstances. Conversely, if in the moment that difficulty sets in, the first thing that goes is Torah. The first thing that stops is Torah, then Isha Chosa. Find every single difficult circumstance will ultimately consume my whole resource. Also, I have to stop over incredible tomorrow, but I have to stop over here. Shkoya. By the way, so we did more than a block today. Fantastic. And wrong block, but the block, all right. That's a detail. So let's say we're 3 minutes to die. Tomorrow's going to be a catch up day. Because much shorter tomorrow. We have time to Shkoya, everyone. It's just let's check on the things like that. So it's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. All right, everyone, so good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share. To thank our annual comment of our sponsor. Tell us about our existing opportunity for Polish and Rothschild Church as a close to the source of Australia. So, our Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, carrying it in loving memory of his father, Dr. Harry Khan, on the roof of Steve Hirsch and Yosef Hakoin, and the city of Levin and Berkeley families in memory of William Steve Shmuel Ben Israel, and the Maritime Torah, all within the Shalom Samuel, the family singers which month will bring all of our hostages home, and our police soldiers will be successful. The whole Maaseh. But with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today. Today's daf is Tzadik Base 92. We're picking up on Tzadik Aleph, 3 lines up from the bottom. All the way until today. have an incredible, still more incredible, beautiful Gemara ahead of us. We should have got to this like 8 years. But if you like an extra 6 months, when we're working through Gemara's like this, but all right. Okay. Good. So it's the 3 lines up on the bottom. Tzaddik Aleph and Dalet main to be one. Amalei is going to be Lante. Amalei Antoninus for that. So let's say so we're going to have a number of different conversations like this between Rabbi and Antoninus. When we get Antoninus was a Roman official. There's a little bit of historical debate exactly who Antoninus was. Was he a Caesar or was he somebody else? So we'll just go with the idea that it was one of the Caesars. So fascinating.
Yo, can you hear me? Red Glover. You look like it's got a living out there. How you living? Can you hear me? Red Glover. Can you hear me? You speak English? How'd you find out about me?
He developed a relationship with Rabbi. And so the Gemara records multiple conversations between the two men who had tremendous respect for one another. And Antoninus actually helped out Rabbi on a number of different occasions. So the Antoninus says the following: Shama, this is incredible. The body and the soul have the ability to kind of each other from judgment. Meaning, essentially, another way of saying, body and soul have the ability to blame each other for failure. How so? Ketzad, Guf Omer, the body can say it's clearly the Shama's fault that I've sinned. How so? Listen to this question. Because the body can say, look, I'll show you what I am. From the time that the Neshama left me, I have not gotten myself into any trouble. Right? The moment that the Neshama left, what am I doing? I'm just laying here in the grave. So clearly, again, who is the instigator of all of my life's problems? It clearly was the Neshama. The Neshama can say, Guf chata. No, it's the body that's sick. Because the Neshama can say, look at me. From the day that I left, that's Fashkoki of body. What happened? I'm flying to heaven like a bird. Like a bird. Right? So the body says it's clearly the Neshama's fault. The Neshama says it's clearly the body's fault. So let's do this. So Antoninus was asking, what's the question here? Antoninus was questioning. So what is the mechanism of divine judgment? So how does it control hold the person accountable? But essentially, a person is composed of these two opposing forces. And it's not clear who has responsibility. Who has responsibility? Ultimately, that's how you're a man. So this is beautiful. I'm sure the Chavash Lemad have done. So he's really giving a mashal. He's a mashal. I'll give you a little mashal. To this is great. The Melech Basar Tam Shayel of Haidis God. The king had a beautiful orchard. V'hayavo on the base. Valuable Apollo's nose, and in the orchard or in the field, he had very nice dates. Apollo's nose, very nice dates, right? Or very nice dates. Now the king put there two watchmen to watch over the field. One of them was crippled, and one of them was blind. So one of them was okay. So this guy is kind of nice. These were the watchmen over the field. So he goes, I don't know if he knows. So the crippled one said to the smoker, to the blind one, the fellow knows anyway. I see that there's some really nice things in this place. But in the offer. So the crippled watchman says to the blind watchman, put me on your back. Use your legs and my eyes together, but we don't partake of the fakes. So sure enough, I got this from my baby Rob. Oh, sure enough again. Then you clip up on the back of the block.
How you living, big dog? I'm kicking ass, taking names. Every day is a holiday, every day is a feast. First and foremost, I love you half the time. Absolutely. 100%. Michael Gary Scott. Amanda Clubber, have you found out about me? Oh, on Kick? That's amazing. All right, my friend. So you are a streamer yourself, I take it? Sure, y'all. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. If I may ask, the radical lover, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Excellent. Well, that's essentially what my life is. I'm live right now on more than 20 different YouTube streams. 60 degrees. If you weren't aware, the Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was its number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than that person ever. It may make me an influential person someday, and if when that happens, erratic lover, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy. If you're not already, I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. I want to make sure that you are able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? Absolutely. 100%. I talk about things that I think will help the world. Things like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, building greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wealth in developing nations like Nigeria from the conflict of your life fortunate. In addition, I do the lifestyle program, but most importantly, I'm an advocate for desalination technology. Convert seawater underwater. I do those besides the granite level. Excellent. I talk about other things, specifically futuristic topics, topics on futurism. I'm a futurist myself. It's an anti-gravity, anti-matter field, like travel faster than light communication. Artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. I talk about things like the visibility from space tourism, space elevators, terraforming other planets. I talk about things like interstellar travel. I talk about things like the extinction. People don't know that the stuff from the extinction that comes to the 2003 with the Hydrogen Ibex, which was a belt located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is finding those crossbars scientific. They did their goal that within the next 3 years, we introduce them to the Arctic Circle, which is the development circuits. I just think it's a mind-blowing goal. Additionally, they want to reintroduce the Caspian tiger, not give them any knowledge, followed by the dodo bird. Really excited about getting to it. Additionally, they have that Frank's the first person to not read what's in and out. It's just yeah, I mean, as a futurist, I think that as long as we're able to manipulate our environments, better opportunity to be able to live down there and perhaps be able to evolve into a new kind of species. So I'm about that. I like that. For those people who don't want that, they don't have to have a conscience. They can decide if they want to just live a finite amount of years and then die like the normal Homo sapiens has for the last 300,000 years. But for those of us who want to perhaps escape a type of maybe transhumanism, we allow that option as well. So long as it doesn't hurt anybody else. Okay, how is it going to hurt them? I'm in agreement with you on that one, Charles. It's certainly a potential. You're 100% right on that. I don't disagree. Go ahead. do my best to be 100%.
Um,
I will work peace. I don't agree with everything going on anywhere in the world, to be honest with you. I want global peace. I don't want anyone to die on any side of any part, whether it's in the Middle East or uh, Russia. So I'm the heart of my life. I'm a pacifist. And I don't feel that I have any right to put my hands on you. And you have any right to put your hands on me without our consent. And if we can live like that, then we should be able to have a happy life. There's kind of easy, we know how to find each other and live. Yeah. And that's kind of like
so,
100%, 100%.
or
That's about making some divisions or not. Yeah, I don't know what specifically you referencing, or we're not looking at a passage at this time, but in general, I think that the borders of Israel have never been defined, or well, not biblically, or modern age. But if you really want to know, I look forward to a day one day perhaps Israel will have right. But that doesn't mean that other people can enjoy it. So just like part of me has a desire for the United States to be the whole world. Any person in any country can live in their own way wants everyone to experience the same type of benefits and enjoyment that they're able to. The idea of a homogenous society eventually something. Yeah, so basically I think we should give people the opportunity to be Jewish if they want to be Jewish. And it hasn't been something that's really been publicized. We don't proselytize as Jews, but I look forward to again Mashiach coming Savior, Messiah, essentially. In a question of a world where people want to be Jewish. If they don't want to be Jewish, well, they don't have to force them that. But I think that necessarily that is but they're not even try because right, that's the like because agreement for 2000. That's a big disagreement for the last 2,000 years. Yeah, I could get on board with some of that, but I just have an issue with the idea that God never dies. I just, that doesn't make sense to me. on the five, the spirit sacrifice, of which traditional Catholics and I don't know. I guess Jesus of the Nazarene was crucified, died, buried, and as I understand, on the third day after burial, was dead. But that means he died, which means what? There was God in the universe for 3 days. Crucified, man, it doesn't make sense. It's a nice story. Okay, okay, okay. Well, that's really Christian, as I understand, it's Catholic, it's more private, I would say. I mean, that's very good. Okay, yeah, I mean, that's interesting. How someone can be pregnant like that, how that works. I don't know that question either. But sure. But you know, with that, I'm sure there's a lot of you have agreements. One of which is one of the authors. What's your favorite character? Who's your favorite character? What's your favorite book? Who's your favorite book? Let me do it. Okay, that's excellent. That's a great choice. Okay, do you have a favorite season, or like I can tell you this? I love the seasons 1 through 7. I can't stand season 8 with Rabbi Oh, it's awful. And then season 9 is okay, but I don't really enjoy that. And season 1 through 7 are amazing. 2 and 3 are some of the best television that has even 4 and 5. It gets, they say they jump the shark a little bit in the later seasons, which I don't really like. But when they're in that show, when they're sticking to things that are office related, I think it's absolutely hilarious. Okay, good. All right. Who's the hottest chick in the show? And who's that character? Pam? You're good. And Penny's big fan. Okay. If that's what you okay. Uh, I'm a big fan of Jan Robinson. She's kind of fun. That's more on the medical team. She's a beautiful woman. And it's really cool. She's like, she gets up this shade system. Yeah, okay. Do you have a favorite episode? I get you. A lot of people do that. Yeah. Um, there's some people who just watch it constantly and that's amazing. And I totally get that. I don't do that. Okay. Um, any character you don't like? Take care, my man. Come back anytime, my friend.
went together in the suit. None of them about sometime later, none of the field comes along. And he says, oh, I have the photos. I was saying, apparently they did a pretty good job consuming things and eat a lot of things in a relatively small amount of time or whatever, for a long amount of time. So the owner comes back to say, where are my things? So I don't know when you should name the also sorry, I don't know here. When you should name the other one, I don't know smoke when you should name euros. So again, what happened? So the watchman denied liability. How do I liability? So the blind guy said, what do you want from me? I don't have sight. Crippled guy says, what do you want from me? I don't have lights. Clearly, so what does the Allah so do? Here, I got this field that done also gap. But the owner of the field literally again on the back of the blind one and judge them as one entity. So you're right, as individuals, there's no liability. But as a joint unit, you actually have culpability. Maybe Shema is Zark of a book, it's done also gap. So every essentially says that this is right. The body by itself and the soul by itself. So what does Hashem do? He brings in a Shema and literally throws it into the gopher. It's done also, it's done also gap. And ultimately, again, he goes ahead and he judges them as well. Shemar, Yikra al Shemayim Me'al, the Allah Aris of Quality of Allah. Yikra al Shemayim Me'al, the call to the heaven. Masa Suna Shema, the Allah Aris Quality of Allah. And he causes the cost of the earth to judge them together. But they did. Sehakov. So it's really fascinating. So I'll tell you some of the things that do know this. The lady think of it. So he doesn't know. It never says. But still, it's not fair. Why should the Neshama be held liable for the sins of the body? And at the end of the day, let's be honest, it's not the Neshama that sins. It's the good that sins. So why would the Neshama be held accountable for the sins of the body? This is what the Rebbe says. This is classic. The Rebbe says, because the Neshama didn't try hard enough to stop. Because sometimes what happens is when the body gets all revved up to commit the sin, the neshama's like, I'm out. That's not a diagnosis. You understand, right? In other words, like, I'm out. I'm not doing this. I just think, I don't want to be a part of this. I want to be involved in this. And the neshama upsets itself. The lady says to the neshama, how dare you? How dare you? You upset yourself when the body is struggling. Dafka, when the body is struggling, that's when you need to be there even more. Dafka, when the fires of desire are burning, that's when you have to be there more. On chutzpah, that should decide to walk away because now it's a little bit difficult. That's something that is why the neshama is held accountable to the sins of the body as well. You should have tried as hard as to stop it. When the struggle is most acute, that's not when you don't want to. It's such a profound soul. Such a profound soul. Human nature is, I'm willing to eat myself. Whatever the person is in a relationship with other people, I'm ready to work on myself, whatever it might be. Until when? As long as it's manageable. But how often like they walk away from things because they get too difficult. Now again, obviously I depend on life. You have to walk away from difficult circumstances. Of course. But to that sense, stop go when it gets hardest is not going to be most present, and you have to try hardest. The neshama is held culpable because when the body was struggling most, that's when the neshama really needed to be there. But instead, the neshama was struggling itself. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. I'm going to do this. I think it's success. It may not come in your like, yeah. It's impossible. Seriously, for me, this is like with me. It's like, we're switching to Abu at the end of Sanhedrin. Then I'm here at Sachem. We'll pick up the questions on this. So, Nir says, I'm going to Anthony, this is Rabbi. If they not come, you'll see in the Jeff Shukasonado. Anthony is asked Rabbi. And also, by the way, you see from the questions, these are not, sometimes, of course, questions between Jews and non-Jews and Jews. The questions are often baiting questions meant to somehow, theology. If you notice that that's not the questions, Antoninos has actually like a real theological curiosity, and just like a real world curiosity, which is why, by the way, Rabbi, makes the time to answer so many of these questions. Because he recognizes this is not that it's difficult to try to give us. This is not that he has legitimate curious. See, I think that's what this is. If the last time we don't sit in the trust, why does the sun rise in the east and set in the west? Set in the west. I say that to have an appreciation. That last couple of days I was having fun. So if you're having here, sure that the light because the sun is glaring through those windows, as windows will have. I know it's the most beautiful thing in the world. So we don't appreciate. We're busy the whole day, often indoors the whole day. And now she can sit on a very a little while to see the sun coming up. Very much, I mean, it might fly. The see it's very nice. Anthony asked, why is it that the sun comes up in the east and sets in the west? Oh, right. So this is the two things. So Rabbi says, what's your question? And if it was the reverse, I'm like, you have a hit problem. Then you have your problem. So in other words, and if the reverse, well, if it was reverse, you ask the reverse. Why does the sun rise in the west and set in the east? Well, in other words, then he was asking, what's your question? What's your question? I'm not healthy coming up. I'm not going to get my question. If they mash up, no, I'm just asking, why not just have the sun rise in the east and set in the east? Why does it have to rise in the east and set in the west? That's my question. Why does the sun go that direction? It's so beautiful. In order that the sun should be shalom aleichem, should be shalom to the people. What is that? So look at Rashi. Listen, Rashi's on both sides. I also feel a lot of the cover finishing with that because even Rashi couldn't get it together on both sides of the page, right? Rashi took over both sides. So Rashi's sides are the same thing. It's as well. So look at Rashi. Rashi on the right hand side. You can show the corner. Back on Sparkle. Shashir Balar. So Kiva Shemagas. I don't know. That's from Shakal of Bethel. Because the always Shema is in the west. Remember again, using this English model. So remember. Kodesh HaKadosh will be situated in the westernmost part of the Beis Hamikdash. So that's when it says that Shema is in the west. So therefore, the sun comes and down before the Shema is in the west, and it sets because when it says it goes down from down. So the sun itself bounds to HaKadosh at the end of everything. So Shemar, which is partial from Shakal. Sisi Al this is the other here, the show of the tail. So I understand this. So ask, continue. So once again, why not allow the sun to come like mid sky, so rise in the east, come to mid sky, bow there, by sort of not bow there. In other words, bow there and then just set. In other words, I'm just asking why does the sun take its way over to east and west? I understand it needs to make its way from east towards west. Why does it have to go down all the way to west? Let it just come to mid sky, so to speak, back down to Akos Cross, but set right there. The question which the Gemara says, they should call them the overage truckers because of workers and travelers. I don't say what is that actually. They should call them. You can't call your match at home. Sheki Shefama the Ensar Akia Mikira Yoser. So Shadain Gishalt, by Poland Shonora, I check a shake of overage trucker, that no Yogi, Mosai Yasha, lucky. Here's the problem. If the sun was set in the sky, so most of us go backwards. The way the sun currently works is the sun goes down gradually. People know, right? The workers know that the work is there is coming to an end. Travelers know that they only have a certain amount of daylight left. If the sun were to set while it's in the sky, this would curtail the work day. This would create a problem for the work day. This would create a problem for travelers. Therefore, control in order to allow people to work, in order to allow people to travel, allows the sun to continue across the sky and set more gradually in the west. So the sun set in the west with a certain twofold purpose. Number one, that's chocolate powerful, and number two, it allows the next amount of time for travelers to work. So they'll say, what a tremendous place for us today. What does that powerful want to maximize time for? What is that maximizing time for? Working and traveling. There's a powerful want to more than anything for us is to work hard. And to work for as long as possible. And to maximize our hours of productivity. Otherwise, the sun just set in the sky. The whole reason why the sun travels from east to west and sets gradually, the whole reason is to give us more hours in the day to work. To give us more hours in the day to travel. What does it mean to travel? I'm at location A, I want to get to location B. Life is all about the travel. Life is all about the journey. Life is all about moving myself forward. And because Trump maximizes time what he wants more than anything from us is to work. Because he wants us operating on both cylinders. He wants us maximizing the work. Think about your career, right? It could be your material career and your spiritual career. He wants us to choose the best school place. He likes us the way that the cycle is. Incredible. I'm going to have to listen to you. The show, unless I get them on them. It's a profound questions. So Daniel says, by the way, when does the Shama come into the body? Which, by the way, interestingly enough, indicates to us that the nearest means the Shama, even in the soul. So he asks, when does a person receive their Shama? Mishas Tikida or Mishas Sisira? So we'll say, Tikida means literally again at the beginning of the pregnancy. Now, Rashi points out also again, the beautiful Gemara said this. The Gemara says that when a woman becomes pregnant, so the Malach takes the tipa. So the tipa sounds like literally again, I don't know what do you call it? The pregnancy, what is it? Fetus, embryo, a blast. Okay, good, fantastic. So the Malach takes the blast and he goes ahead and he brings it before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And he says, what is this? That's called Kida. Kida means, remember, there's the Malach Hashem Hashem, what is this baby going to be? So Antonius asks Rabbi, when does the baby get from Shalom? Isn't that moment like when it's the blast? Or maybe no, when it takes on Sira means literally again, is more of like a form of a human being. Like the baby looks, or the fetus looks like a baby. So the Gemara says, oh, right, so Rabbi says it's from the time that the baby is more well formed. Okay, so Amalei, it's not there, it says pretty good science. So again, he says it can't be. This is, for example, a piece of meat, right? You can't leave a piece of meat out for 3 days and it won't go bad. It needs salt, it needs a preservative in order to keep it. So Antoninus was saying was, everything that exists needs a preservative. So just like meat needs salt, so how does the blast, right? How does the fetus exist at any point in time without a neshama? It must be instead. It must be Ela Mishas Kesuda. So Antoninus says to Rabbi, it must be that the neshama comes into the fetus already from the time that it's a basra, from the moment of conception. So Rabbi said, never said Lamdani Antoninus. What is this? So this is Rabbi said, that it is right. Saying good. Right? And furthermore, there's a pasuk that backs up Antoninus. What's the pasuk? So the Gemara says, Shnei Amar, Uketzuda Secha, Shamra. So literally again, so the guy from Shas Kida, the moment of the Malach brings the people, the drop of our Baruch Shamra Uchi. My Ruach preserves me. My Ruach keeps me. Which I will say seems to indicate that the Neshama is given to the entity in its initial blast for incredible. It was like a social about it, but it's called the Shama. I thought of the Shama. So when does a person get to the Sahara? So Mishas Yitzira or Mishas Yitzira. So interestingly enough, so here the question is it from the time maybe that the embryo, that the fetus is formed, the baby is formed, or is that there's sinews, there's flesh, or the time that the baby comes out of its mother, exits its mother. Amari, Allah, I'm saying where it says, I'm sorry, Mishas Yitzira. So he says, I responded from the time that the fetus is formed in your own, ultimately, and that's when it's Yitzhara. So I think that doesn't make sense. But you can if that's the case, the fetus will kick its way out of its mother. Which also says, we hear this, so the baby has Yitzhara, fetus had Yitzhara, it will kick its way out of its mother. Which tells you something about it. What does the Yitzhara do? What does the Yitzhara do? The Yitzhara causes us to kick. The entire essence of the Yitzhara is to break down boundaries. Right? In other words, the Yitzhara says, okay, I know that this is us, so I don't care. I know that I'm not allowed to do this. I don't care. That's all happy Yitzhara. But here's the interesting idea. The Yitzhara has a very profound use as well. Because if I somehow am able to take that energy of the Yitzhara and channel it into that area, then suddenly now I have a clock inside of me that breaks down boundaries, which, by the way, can be the most incredible engine of growth. Right? Everything is about how you harness that power. So again, Antoninus says it can't be that baby has the Yitzhara because the little ego will kick its way out of the world. It must be there to receive the Yitzhara when it comes into this world. Ela já assiste. Rabbi says, covers on Daniel Taylor's. Rabbi wants to get a piece of this. Right. Absolutely right. Right, it must be that the name of season when entering the Mikra Messiah, and ultimately again there is a custom that supports this as well. Shneimar, the Pesach Chatos Rohitz. The Pasuk says that literally again, sin awaits at the entrance. Of course, again, this is talking about kindness. It's by kind, but it's a metaphor. The Pesach Chatos is that at the opening, at the entry to the world, Chatos sin crouches. The Yitzhar is there. And also, this is really that very interesting. The Sahara talks about ultimately again when we enter into this world. The most of it is the soul that we just want. It's interesting to see and notice because of our own lives. And what does the Sahara do? The Sahara gets to keep down the boundaries. But again, if I can harness that, if I can channel that, then what we found energy for personalized. Allah says, Rishlaki is strong extinct. Rishlaki is contrasted from simple. And when it says it was like, so bomb, keep out with the sound, I love your red ass, as you tell it, I don't sound, this from Rothschild, even, Kinefko by mind, and I heard it. So once I say that, interestingly enough, two different people that are friends and that's it. So the Gemara together, they say. One pasuk seems to indicate that people come back with all of their physical blemishes. The other pasuk seems to indicate that people come back healed. Which I want to say is one of the questions that we had. We saw it right from yesterday's class. Right? How do people come back to discussing it's clothes, unclothed? Do they come back with their injuries, with their blemishes, with their disabilities? How do people come back? Which the Gemara says, you're right, lucky. That's only the moment of this structure. In reality, we come back again without moment, but then we are healed by our incredible. They will say now, why not just come back healed? Because again, there's a greater appreciation when you come back with all of your injuries. Right? I come back with all of my broken kites. I come back with all of it. And then in Tchias and Mitzvah 12, he goes in and heals me. That's tremendous. Let's go back here. Ulo Avram Yitzchak. Ulo brings down to so what's a second white line. And Tzadik Allah from the police. Ulo Avram Yitzchak. So literally again, death will be swallowed up forever. And Hashem will erase every tear and every face. See it? There's another question. In Messianic era, is there death or is there not death? One pasuk indicates there's no more death. Other passages indicate that no, there will be death. But when a person dies at 100, it'll be like the death of a young person, which sounds like they'll live much longer, but there will still be death. So which one is it? So Kashio, kind of start on all things. One is about Jews, not non-Jews. Apparently, again, by Jews, there won't be death. By non-Jews, there will be death. I have all day go up and map out awesome. What are non-Jews doing? Like what? Oh, it's interesting. Like he said to us, he's simply non-Jews. Like what is that? So the Gemara says, my power awesome. One of the people undo sorry. Also, because again, apparently there will be non-Jews. First of all, this whole discussion of the like righteous Gentiles, what did they have? Both in all the Rabbi and Yimos Mashiach. And interestingly enough, it's concepts reflecting the idea that Yimos Mashiach is much more of like a spiritual experience in which we will have others to tend to our material needs. So there'll be a Gentile population to attend to the material needs of Israel. We'll be fully focused on the spiritual building. It wasn't interestingly enough. This is embedded in the whole sub-machlokes, which is what is the Messianic era? Like, what is it? Is it like this supernatural world, or is it pretty much all up to like a regular world? So again, that's the backdrop to these discussions. That's the backdrop to like what happens with death, right? Clothes, unclothed, all of this is going to be better than that backdrop. Exactly. That's the Messianic era, right? Because everything has these machlokes. We're always close to the same passage, which is I am the Rothschild and I never saw it except through Russia. In other words, we had these machlokes, these questions are fascinating, but at the end of the day, what's the answer? What's the answer? We'll know when we know. Okay. Rav Chisda Mitzvah. Rav Chisda brought up also contrasts of Sukkot. The Chafra Havana Ubo Sha'afaba Kimat Hashem Tzivakos. Siv V'Hayar Havana Korach Havana. Someone who Shiva Sagat or Shiva Sagat. So it's interestingly enough, there's two different super. First one says that the luminaries, the sun and the moon, will actually be darkened in Messianic era. And second one seems to indicate that will shine even brighter. Like shine as bright as the sun. So which one is it? Which one is it? The Gemara says this one. Look, Hashem, Kalimas Mashiach, Kal Olam Haba. I suppose this is interesting. One is talking about the Messianic era, and one is talking about ultimately again, Yemos Mashiach. So what does this mean? So apparently, Yemos Mashiach, Olam Haba, and Olam Haba is the light of Hashem. Where there is only the light of Hashem, the light of the luminaries is true. Yemos Mashiach, that's when all the luminaries will shine. In the Shmuel, the Amar Eivin, all Hazel, Yemos Mashiach, all the Shibud Gonos, but according to Shmuel, says that there is no distinction between this world and the Messianic era, except Shibud Gonos. It was a Shibud Gonos means we're not enslaved by any other nation. But more than that, it means everyone gives us the head of the world. Everyone gives us a little. Which, by the way, right? We don't need your help, we don't need your love, we don't need this, just leave us alone. That's Shibud Malchus. Plus, of course, there's a recognition ultimately again of the one is that. So how you understand this? There's a fashion, which is beautiful. So to speak, in the world to come, in the camp of Shira, so you don't need the light, like the version of the star that shines bright. In the camp of Tzadikim, that's where the luminaries shine even bright. Incredible. Rabbi said, so Rabbi contrast to Psukim. Ani Anisra'ach, you said, Machatzti Ta'ani Erba. So those things interesting. Pasuk says, literally Hashem says, I brought death and I will bring back to life. Nachasti, I broke and I will heal. So the verse, Nashi names and other Nashi Nachasti, I Shmuel says, that which I took life from, I will give life to. And that which I broke, I will heal. So that's what the verse said before. But how does Tchias HaMesim work? Where way Tchias HaMesim works first, the dead are brought back to life. But they're brought back to life with all of their health issues, handicaps, problems, challenges, and then what happens? Then HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes ahead and heals them. Almost like to amplify the miracle of Tchias HaMesim. That again, they come back how we were, and then ultimately again in the process. Of course, it was the one part of the life process, which is that's so good, which is interesting. By the way, how old are we? Like when we come back, like what age is that? I don't know. Try to come back a little younger. Like it'll be nice. It'll be nice. So that again, so as like I said, remember, and many of these questions there's a million of them, right? You know, say like there are questions that ask like a person who was married more than once, right? Who do they come back with, right? It's a little awkward, like how does that work? So there's like a lot of stuff. Or what if you weren't happy the first time around? Like again, like the second chance. They did these a little bit differently. There's a lot of discussions. So like I said, the Gemara is not attempting to give us insight into a lingo, but at the end of the day, remember, it's always going to be the picture. It's always going to be the picture. So the was like, it's not about it. I'm the Shach yet. So ultimately, Hashem says, I was definitely back to life. Sorry, maybe it means Hashem causes some people to die, other people to live. Hashem says, literally, I broke and I will heal. Sort of just like breaking and healing is talking about the same person. So too again, life and death is also in the same person. And I will say it serves as a proof to Tchias HaMesim. I'm already there. How do we know about resurrection of the dead? So this is fascinating because here the Gemara is now quoting with us from the Torah. Right? Up until now, most of the except for National Kings of Chaim Koch, and I don't like some stuff. Most of the things you can see are from nothing. How do we know it's different? How do we know? Because we have no idea what you're talking about, right? So that's the first Shariah. The first Shariah that is struck up. Right? It's the Gemara says it's follows. So now I have a pasuk from the Torah. So then, right? That says, then Moshe Klal Yisrael will sin. Shar it doesn't say the son, right? It doesn't say as Shar Moshe and Yisrael sung this song, rather Yosher, future tense. What's the future tense? This is a proof to Tchias HaMesim. Right? The future tense that they will get nerves, they will be a time in the future, emotion probably strong will stay. Yosef so again after that, as Yoshua Mizbeach Hashem, Yoshua will build a Mizbeach for Hashem. Not alone, it doesn't say you don't rather every gift. I would think that's something that also what this represents is to be something in the future when these three people will do these things. There'll be a time in the future where Moshe Rabbeinu was sick. Moshe Rabbeinu was dead. So how Moshe Rabbeinu was sick? As a man, Keshemis. Yoshua will build. Yoshua is dead. So how can Yoshua build? Keshemis. Alamiata. As if the Shlomo one of the promotion chakras for up. So it's interesting enough that the Pasuk says that Shlomo actually came to Pasuk. Shlomo built a Mizbeach for promotion. Who was one of the deities, one of the idolatries of Moab. Does that mean that Shlomo will build an actual Mizbeach for Avodah Zarah? Ella, Ma'ala, Allah, because of Judah, that's a different concept. Shlomo never thought Shlomo built a Mizbeach for Avodah Zarah. I said, why does he say that? Shlomo that's curved the Avodah Zarah appetites of his wives. And as a result, his wives worship idolatry in his home. And he did nothing to stop it. Because he nothing to stop this errant behavior in his home. His health told us himself incredible. I'll never show you. And I guess it's going to tell them from where do you know about Kesem? So that's all up. So for the Shemar, Ashrei, Yoshe, Yosefa, Odi, Alamo, Fasela. It's beautiful. Tell them. So literally, praiseworthy are those who dwell in their home. Odi, Alamo, Fasela, right? You will go ahead and praise you. Or it says, it doesn't say they praise you. Present, and the one doesn't say, future tense. They will praise you. They will praise you. What is this future praising? Future praising is remember this guess that is so beautiful. Says the Rabbi showed you beautiful Maracol, which has over my bones. Whoever says Shira first, these are in this world will be privileged ultimately again to see Shira in the world to come. Shne'emar Ashrei Yoshe Sechon Odial. So there's so much to say about this people. What does it mean to see Shira? You see praise start to charge with this world. Ultimately, again, we will see one of those pieces of Olam Haba. And I was just when we say the Olam Haba you have is a direct reflection of the Olam Haba you create for yourself. There's another piece to this as well. We'll say, what is Olam Haba? What is Olam Haba? The Rambam writes, what is it? So ultimately, the righteous sit, right? They sit around like the right, the deeds of the crown of the deeds on their head, and they derive benefit from the Shira. That's all now. I will say, that's the kind of person who said, like, is there like a team move? Is there like a Shrek coming? Like, is there a phone? Like, is that it? Like, is that it? And also, a lot of times you see, like, yeah, that sounds really good, right? All of the problem is what we need for at the end of the day, you value your relationship with Hashem and all the present. If our relationship with that Kadosh Baruch Hu isn't that priority, right? Then all of the problem doesn't appeal. Because all the Olam Haba is connection to Hashem. So if that is something that I value in this world, and I strive for in this world, then Olam Haba is something amazing. But if Olam Haba really is much more all about the material, and all about the enjoyment, and all about the stuff, and all about the acquisitions, which are beautiful and important, but if that's pretty much what life is all about, Olam Haba is a complete letdown, a tremendous letdown. So what's this? It's interesting. If you want to enjoy Olam Haba, but Olam Haba has to look a certain way. And perhaps that's the thing we're saying over here as well. If you see Shira in this world, like in other words, if your world, if this life is about connection to God, then at the end of it, will become all the great. But if not, it's just about the material, it's just about the mundane. All the other doesn't sell all that exciting things. We're looking at this we're looking at this Shneimar. Also, Pepper also called Yachtel Yirani. Renewable Ne'emar El Yirani. Behind the Chesed. Once again, the voices of Tzofach are those of your Sakhanavim, of those who see. Right? They will go at it without your name, they will praise you future tense. Once again, future tense not present. A season called Mefim, Omen, Shira Makolach. Something in the future, all those in the will say Shira with one voice. cold so fast that Nasu called gaps up night. Was so happy to say. All the Nevi'im speaking in one voice, right? All the leaders of thoughts speaking in one voice. How incredible is that? How overwhelming is that? That's the most Mashiach. As we start, remember, every Nevi'im was different. We saw this already before. But nevertheless, speaking in one unified voice. He who goes home and not for us, if a person is capable of teaching Torah, but withholds their Torah from their tongue, withholds Torah from the tongue, they will say, this could be a Rebbe, this could be a parent, this could be anyone. This could be the ability to impart Torah upon somebody. But I told you, it's as if you're stealing that person's inheritance. It's not incredible. So we'll say, so again, I have the ability to convey Torah to someone, I don't convey it, it's as if I'm stealing their inheritance. Our Torah Tzivalan Moshe, Morosha, Kibilas Yaakov. Morosha, he floating some nations. So let's figure out it's a Morosha. Morosha is an inheritance. It's our inheritance from it. Rashi points out there was initiation. So Rashi points out the skin, Bereshis Baral, the Shir HaTorah Shnei Bereshis. So Rashi puts Rashi in Torah. Bereshis Baral, what is it? He actually created. Bereshis is a contraction. Because of that which was created first, Torah was created for Torah. Torah was given to Israel, and therefore, again, if I withhold the Torah from someone who I can give it to, it's not taking their inheritance. I'm not familiar about
how did you find out about me? How did you find out about me? How did you find out about me, Pistol? How did you find out about me? All right, would you please tell me how you found out about me? I sincerely appreciate it. Okay, great. Did I click on your screen? Oh, it does. Absolutely. Okay, so did you see that I posted in someone's chat, or did I make it a picture of it? Excellent. Very well. How's your day going? Excellent. Anything been on your agenda? Very well. Do you mind if I play for myself? Thank you for the I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream out 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. Years of country go back to the pandemic. We've seen the best between everything and everything. Just so that they used to look at you to show you how it's just all right, essentially the story is that every time I come here, it's fun. If you weren't aware, in 2018, the Congress maximum stated that data reserves number of resources overtaking petroleum, which means data is more valuable than food, water, medical, everything. Guys, one day, our which will make me as much person survey as the habits. I want to make sure that you have the ability to share some conversations as well. How does that sound? Excellent. I talk about other things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technologies such as agricultural drones, water greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency that's worth $500 million. One of the things that we do is we put wealth behind creations that we create to the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, space out therefore, the other planets, space travel, I like to talk about things like teleportation and things like sacrifice machines, replicators. I like to talk about things like the extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful extinction took place in 2003. The Pioneer Network, which is a boat located in northeast of the Southern States. As for the year 2021 company has lost by Alaska lost about 20%. And with remote in the next 3 years, that year 2023, Lord Rabbi, into the artificial of the world is one of the circuits. I just think it's a mind-blowing thought, and that would be really exciting.
Talmudei halacha for Rebbe withholds halacha from a Talmud. In other words, a Rebbe has an ability to teach a Talmud, and he doesn't do so. Afilu forward, so he might be on Talmud also. Such a Rebbe is cursed even by fetuses in the Quran. That's Shinei Mar, Monei Abar, Tabel Tzadik Beis, Monei Abar, Ikavol Om, Ve'im Om Ela, Brin Om, fetuses Shinei Mar, Ul Yamas, Ve'im Kabo Ela, Kala Talmud is cursed Shinei Mar, Ma'akov, Kabo Kel, by Talmud. Ve'im Bar Ela Torah, right? Bar means Shinei Mar, Lush Bar, and so what's that? What is this? What is this? Someone who does it first doesn't say that like someone who's Michal Shabbos is cursed even by fetuses. So the Rebbe didn't teach the Talmud Torah, and therefore what? And therefore he's cursed even by the fetuses. And what's the pshat with that? It was the same thing in this thing that a person can do is withhold the growth opportunity from someone else. Because we make a mistake that sometimes the greatest things we accomplish are the things we do for ourselves. That's not true. Sometimes the greatest things you do in life is the growth that you enable other. When you do something for someone else, what is the word talking about here? A Rebbe has an opportunity to teach Talmud. A Rebbe has an opportunity to give over halacha to a Talmud, which means you have the ability to be the enabler of someone else's growth. And if I don't do that, that's an application of the highest level of personalistic responsibility. That's my avoda. Our avoda in life. It's not only to enable our own growth, but it's to enable the growth of others. And failure to do so, the world curses you for that. Incredible. So Martin was like, and that's the also Kitabra. If you demonstrate this with full Torah from a student, literally again, so it means they pierce you like a sieve. Okay, I don't say now, what the Rashi puts on this, but they pierce like a sieve means you forget your learning. Just like if you put something into a sieve, the contents filter through. A Rebbe who doesn't share his Torah with other people loses his learning. Because if he doesn't share it, what does that show? That he thinks that his Torah is his. Torah is not yours, nothing. People say, life, nothing is mine. Right? Nothing belongs to us. Always in responsible. Everything that Hashem gives me, whether it's my money that he gives me ultimately to do good for others, or again, it's my Torah that he gives me to convey to others. That's the whole level of life. And therefore, if I don't share my Torah with others, ultimately, losing. One of our short arm and after those, but Kabul on Sifasa before Vidalto. Amar Abaye, keep all the they're really perforated like the long doors, all right? In Mundo, what happens if you teach someone Torah? So what's this? This is all the punishment with whole Torah. What happens if a Rebbe fulfills his obligation, teaches his study in Torah? What's his reward? Amar Shinshes. Socha Incredible. So such a Rebbe, when you say a Rebbe, I just want to point out, a Rebbe doesn't have to be a rabbi, doesn't have to be a Rebbe, right? A Rebbe is anyone who has the ability to open Torah to someone. So you take your Torah and you shake it outside. Can't they have important pieces? So one of the most incredible things that sometimes we don't realize that we have the ability to do is to have a chavrusa with someone. And especially sometimes, there are different types of chavrusas. Sometimes there were some a couple that are on the same level. There's a chavrusa somewhere, and you have to really help someone grow in their learning. You become a Rebbe. It's a Rebbe chavrusa. It's a Rebbe chavrusa partnership. And I will say that is the most profound thing. Whenever we see these Gemaras, we automatically think, oh, he's talking about a Rebbe, a rabbi, a Rebbe. No, this is every single one of us. If you take all of us have Torah, all of us have conveyed it. And if you convey that Torah, what happens? Like Yosef, Shene and I, will bracha on the rosh mashpia. Ve'im mashpia elo Yosef. Mashpia shene'emar Yosef hashalosh al haaretz. Who mashpia l'chol am haaretz. So what's the pshat? What's the pshat? If someone shares their Torah, they can bracha like Yosef. Why not bracha like Avram? Why bracha like Yosef? It was always the entire about Yosef. Yosef took his brachas. What did Yosef do with his brachas? What did he do with it? He shared it with everyone else. That was the entire essence of Yosef. But Yosef, after everything that he had been through, every right to say, forget about the rest. I'm not going to take revenge. I'm not helping you. I'm not doing anything for you. But instead, every single bracha that is from Yosef's way, what does he do? He takes it and he uses it to help the other. That was Yosef. That was Yosef and Saudi. Rabbi Sheshes. Kalamalamin is beautiful. Kalamalamin is Rabbi Olam Zocha Umolam Davi Olam Haba. Wow. Because they ever teach us Torah in this world, it's so hard to teach it in the world to come. Now, by the way, what does that mean? What's it? I always come back to our question, what's Olam Haba? What does it mean? Is Olam Haba where you go when you die? Is Olam Haba Mesken Era? Either way, it's really good. Either way, it's really good. Right? I always say that as you teach Torah in this world, you still going to teach Torah Olam Haba as well. I will say, hopefully, means also that people you learn Torah with, people you learn Torah with, they're going to should be so good for this for the next one. Also, can you imagine if you have our because they have our share with Olam Haba? I feel like we're going to move faster, right? I thought we were able to move faster, but we have to show us how incredible would that be? So, the word was like the Shnei Nine. Most says, so it's a lot of at least we have to like look at that. That would be better. Once you see this fixation kind of way with guesstimates, right? I don't know if this can happen to go on. It tries to make so many rights for it because this network by our because it doesn't sound like the country. 1.5. Right? So 1.5, right? And again, nine. So first of all, because again, the notion of guesstimates is such an incredibly important so the Gemara wants to find as many proofs for it as possible. This is not Torah. Shnei Mechad. Yechi Ruvain Ba'al Gamos. Ruvain will not die. Parshas Vayikra. Yechi Ruvain Ba'al Lazar. No, not Parshas Vayikra. Sorry. So it's not Bracha. It's not the Bracha. It's Yaakov. It's the Bracha. It's the Rosh Hashanah. Yechi Ruvain Ba'al Gamos. Yechi Ruvain Ba'al Lazar. Ruvain will live in this world. Ba'al Gamos will not die in the world. After the year. The Rabbi Mishneh Admas Avar Yakis. So it's incredibly enough. A number of these statements from Daniel are actually quite explicit, right? So many of those who sleep in the earth will wake back up. Some to come and some for degradation. With Asher and Avarash says from here, the act of Lech, the case, the Tanuch, the Tamud, the Garlat, and Keats. Now, ultimately, again, you go to your place and rest. But stand right literally again and return the door left, return for your destiny at the end of the day. So it's actually interesting. Remember these people, we actually say it through. This is actually the process that we say after before you have able to leave the camera and walk back to the shore, walk back to the line, we actually use whether it's not a halacha, but it's minhag. Then you have to have this process of dressing in the shore. However, those are Comparing Shemani Visas for Benachos, so when you know about any leader who beats his flock, who beats his seaboard, Nachas, what is Nachas? Nachas means with a gentle kite. Gentle kite, he's not telling, he's not screaming, he's not firing brimstone, not going in there, Benachos, such a person like this, is so that to leave that seaboard Olam Haba as well. I will say, these images indicate the reference to Messianic God. It's always has a mixing error. Shnei Amar, Kim Rachim, Hagim, Ba'amaguim, Ba'imina. However, Lazar, we don't look there, this is incredible. We don't look there, Shnei Tabin, Shnei Ostos. They are wisdom. Now we're going to define what wisdom is a little bit. Wisdom is great. Why? Because it's even between, it literally means between two letters. What it actually means is between two names of Hashem. Shnei Amar, Kel, Deos, Hashem. Deos is mentioned in the middle of Kel and Hashem. So Gemara says that's incredible. If something is given over between two names of the Ribono Shel Olam, Rabbi says Gadol Mikdash. This Mikdash is Shemitah and Shnei Osir because it was given over between two names of Hashem. Shnei Amar, Alta Hashem Mikdash Hashem. So it's going to be a sandwich between two names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Maski Keravado, Maski Keravado, Kachino Element, after you go in the color, Shemit Kavicheo Seos, oh, you're going to use that model, and become a vengeance. Vengeance is also great, because vengeance is given between two names of Hashem. Instead, kill Nikalos Hashem. Right? The Pasuk says, like, kill Nikalos Hashem, kill Nikalos Sophia. Amalei, the Milse Hakinam is right. By the way, vengeance has its place. Absolutely. Vengeance, as much as we always think about vengeance as a negative thing, vengeance is not a negative thing. Sometimes vengeance is very powerful, very appropriate. So why do I need two revelations? So far, I use like a revelation. So why two revelations? That doesn't say revelation twice. That's just as you feel once. And it says the comma twice. So it's like two revelatory in the common moments. So what is that? So the Gemara says achas b'mitatoba va'achas b'mitaparanos. So one ultimately again will take to be like a vengeance for good and a vengeance for bad. So vengeance for good, that's not what we place good. Like to take revenge means really, like of course it doesn't mean that sometimes vengeance is good. Sometimes vengeance is in our favor, especially when it's taken out on those who have oppressed us. Sometimes vengeance has to show be punitive in nature. So I'm Rabbi call Adam Shish any person who has data, who has understanding, to limit the base of English. It's as if the base of English was not for his base. She says, why? She said, he came actually also, because ultimately, again, as we said before, data is between two names of Hashem and English. Now, what that means, what does that mean? Any person who knows this English was we go back to that clause, underline it, go back to it, after we get a working definition of what data means. Fine. Okay. Yeah. Let's give you a few. I don't know what's back to data. I don't know what's called Adam Shish for data. The self Hashem. Any person who has data will become wealthy. Shenemar. Or Ketas Charedim Yimon we call him the carving of Rabbi Lazar. Adam Shein Bo data. Any person who doesn't have data. Any person who doesn't have data. Ultimately, again, you can't have Rahmanas. Shenemar. Kilo Am Ginasu. Hakim Bo Yirachamenu Osir Yotzoi Rabbi Lazar. Calls Hanosim Kita Yishin Bo data. You swim by a lot. Where it gives bread to someone who doesn't have data. Ultimately, again, bad things will happen. So we'll say it's very interesting. This Gemara, you can't have compassion upon someone who doesn't have data. You can't go ahead and give your breath to someone who doesn't have data. They will say, now, what's the shot? What's the shot? So we'll say, let me say this now. What's the data? What's this? Which means that they will say, well, what if you think about this just from a basic perspective, what is the core component of wisdom? Right? What is like the most basic aspect of wisdom? What's wisdom? So it's interesting that Chazal, right, learns its prophecy. It speaks about Havdalah Shmona Esrei. Chazal said, where did Chazal quote Havdalah? Where does Havdalah go? Atachonim Ba'adam Das. The most basic concept of Das. Ability to distinguish between Kodesh and Chol. Das is most before you get to all the deeper layers of what wisdom actually means, what wisdom means on its most core level is I can distinguish between right and wrong. I can distinguish between Kodesh and Chol. I can distinguish between Tamei and Tar. I don't say that is something that every single person has the ability to do. To be a Chacham, right? Because remember again, there's Chachma, there's Bina, there's so Chachma, Bina, those might be higher levels, and maybe not every person has to go to access. Like to have doubts, to be the kind of person who knows what's right and what's wrong, and to make the right decisions in life. Every single person has the ability to meet that threshold. And failure to do so is only one person's fault, and that's life. And that's why Chazal says, if somebody doesn't have bail, don't have Rahmanas on them. Don't have Rahmanas on them. Why? Because they're hurting themselves. They're not a victim of anything. They're hurting themselves. If someone doesn't have bail, don't give them bread. Right? Why? Because you are enabling in every lifestyle. It was a person has to have basic moral codes through which they know what's right and what's wrong. And if they don't have that, if you help them, you're enabling them to continue on that broken path. And that's it. The Gemara says over here. As I always says, any person who has day up, right? Always was at the end of the day. There's only really one thing I need in this world to be successful. Day up. I have to know what's kosher, what's trade, what's tamei, what's tahar, what's kodesh, what's mutter, what's asr, what's tov, what's ra. As long as I have that, I'm good. I'm good. The rest, I'll acquire or I won't. And as long as I have day up, I will be successful. Firstly, if I don't have day up, number one, if I don't have day, it's my fault. Don't blame it on anyone else. If I don't have day up, it's my fault. If I failure to acquire it, it's not my fault. To the point, you can't even help out a person like that. It's such an overwhelming and incredible deal. And that's why the Gemara says, all right, this is like, all right, I'm going to realize that. I want to say people who shouldn't have day up, you still learn a lot. That's why, again, if you give your bread to someone that doesn't have day up, you, the giver, will suffer. Why? Because you are enabling someone. You are enabling someone to continue down the road of time for life. Last time I find out simple was right after they thought of being Muslim and the switch to Mar. I have to help you. That's what's wrong. I'm not Muslim. Call them Shimon Down. Self-Agola. Person who doesn't have Dale will ultimately be exiled. It's a lot of sense why. Because I will say, if I don't have Dale, chances are I won't be able to build a son of life. I won't be able to build a relationship. You don't know what's right and what's wrong. You can't build relationships. It's as simple as that. It's like there are people who don't want to refuse. Not that they can't. They refuse to see right from wrong. Make every single excuse why what they are doing is okay, even though it's clearly not. Clearly not. You can't build relationships. You can't build a home. You can't build a life. As soon as the self-Agola, will be one of the Shnei Mar, Agola, I mean, someone loves it. Provide Shein, but they told us, Shema Baba, Bishop, was a little bit of that's there. Was it this is anyhow, in which words of Torah are not heard at night. So there's any moment which is not Torah learning at night. Of course, a fire will be Shnei Mar, called Foshech Tamil, it's love to Hoyo Eish, Monofea, Street Baal Main Street out on Chacham, there's a Foshech Mar, Shem Torah, but fine. What is that? Any home which Torah is not burning at night, fire will consume it. It's a pretty strong text. First of all, it tells us very hard. In addition to coming to shul for night seder, read from this relationship. Again, everybody has an obligation with night seder, even if it's for 15 minutes. Everybody has an obligation for night seder. It's not a shame. It's not that they'll have a problem. It's a heat. Guys, so you have to have night seder. What was it? Really, it's a joke. Even if it's just for a couple of minutes. And when we're telling this message, in addition to that, first of all, has their home. First has their house. Right? And there's so many different reasons. A wife should see her husband learning Torah. Children should see their father learning Torah. The walls of my home should see me learning Torah. So what's the pshat that the Gemara says over here? And any home in which Torah is not heard at night, fire consumes it. Absolutely like this. Night is always a metaphor of this. Right? That's light is always a metaphor of difficulties. That's never always like this. Cold nights, shame, different Torah nishmor and Torah. Right? So any home in which Torah is not heard at night, any home where things become cold, the Torah stops. Right? And in other words, as soon as it becomes light, as soon as light becomes difficult, the first thing that kind of goes away is Torah. Just understand. Fire, not literal fire. Fire is also destructive forces will be used. If during difficult periods of life, the first thing that gets stopped is spirituality, just understand the fire of the negative circumstances will consume that. The same power of a whole, the same power of anything in life, is really its connection to the force. So even during the lightless periods of life, there is Torah in my hands. There is Torah in my life. I will escape from the radical effects of the most difficult of life circumstances. Conversely, if in the moment that difficulties set in, the first thing that goes is Torah. The first thing that stops is Torah, then Isha also. Then the fire of every single difficult circumstance will ultimately be consuming. Will consume all the circumstances. So also I have to stop over this incredible tomorrow. I have to stop over here. Shkoyach. There's a good one about it. Fantastic. wrong line, but that's a detail. Also, we'll take us. I think tomorrow's going to be a catch-up thing. The beer session much shorter. Tomorrow, the beer session. Oh yes, everyone. It's just message back, everyone. It's not a bad idea. Not a bad Oh, what's the audience? All right. All right. It's like, what else? Take a photo of my for this picture. Get the down a couple of my sister. Touch the photo. Because he's not going to something. I'm sure Josh is here. As it's constantly so for the restaurant, it's hard. The first one is for the project. I've already been looking at the sleep, same level of sometimes problems. Exactly. I had a seizure. Successful. Control last evening. Because we let our speaker think that type it out of the 81. We have a steep climb. To show you what we're going to get off on something from cities, the ADD, they got it down to the top. So if they're on 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 12 lines down from the top. Really strong color. So then she's a junior love color. The swimmer again with a super ultra fun, some type of spiritual illusion. Yes, it is. But from when you look at these color, so last yesterday, it's a concept that says, inside that in the yes, Shumas Hashem Aaron Akol. Which I think Shuma to Aaron. That was very interesting. Aaron received the like the one thing we ever received was Shuma. Why? Because Shuma goes to affect the time itself, and Aaron would never leave into others as well. So at the end of the day, they want to receive, but also they can Shuma to Aaron. So they must have the possibility that it's so the one says, she's really like very short term, but Aaron, that true for someone like Aaron. It's not Aaron, although after other just like Aaron is a problem. Just like Aaron is a problem. And therefore, it knows how to go ahead and the appropriate way. So it's going to generally have to be done ahead of this. I'm not sure if my idea is mentioned this is really fun. I think it's working too much to accomplish the year. So then we ask the next one, shall I ask it? Malas will probably do it like that. I speak flexibly with our session because we know that the possibilities is keep that behind the work, essentially strong for our law. As you call that session, whether it's open in the work and over slow, each one of us has a portion of what we should have access to our session, and whether it's not open to going in, it's all about what's wrong. Just not listen, this as we're going to see, this is not as much as you can do. It's just very important. There's a lot of details, there's a lot of applications, and it's true. Because that knows the one that gets I'll never have a hard on the reader. But also to the better artists, it's true. To these artists, we know something they have. It's as if he gives it to a mind. Not having something going for or something that goes so for you to speak in front of a lion. It's just something you wouldn't care the part to be or that. After going on the elements of Suffolk or Club Carol, someone or Club Tour. So to again, someone is true to employ on the elements of Suffolk. Even if it's the virtual good, which is the virtual good. But look at what it says, I'm going to do stuff. One is true to a club on the elements, it's because of the depth of that code. How is that associated with that? It's both of you coming to the work, especially before, that this use of true is exactly keep true to a code, doesn't even have to true to the appropriate safety. It's the whole one is supposed to get to that particular code. as we see it, so our national culture, so it's like that's our business. Just enjoy it, just do it. How, again, this is you that given a chance to kind of punches and objective facet, so give it truth to the comments on that facet, then so get rid of the money as well. He doesn't know how to get what he gives. And now, this is the other facet, but back to why he really commit. Tremendous is so life as well about how you sort of character, about giving children to this. It's a beautiful drama for them to give children something as well as once. The child knows how to handle it. To give a child something, to give the sort of technology. Because of many areas, to give a child something like the structure and rights that you don't know what to do with it. It's not the bird you understand situations, but then it's liability. More of like a kind of. But you said someone says, then this has to be like that. Again, a bit of sugar, so they say. She knows that. The guy like you know, see as species very interesting. Each time will say Scott had as the concept says, establish I will uphold my personal covenant with them, to give it to them. Lahem. Lahem to them, right? Does Lahem on them, I will Lahem. Interesting. The concept doesn't say, the Prophet doesn't say, no, I'm upholding my covenant to give you Lahem. Rather, it says Lahem. So again, who is again, the ration is rational on the right side. About halfway down, I mean, if you would never go, I don't know how, the rest which is there, I can start with I see. How there it's called Yaakov, Shemiti Rohan Eretz Yisrael. If you had you know, how would you know that? So the person is inside was such a story to the person that again, if I can try to find the Adam's wrong, was that I heard it when a read flush of what of Lachem to you, Lachem means to dead. Who's the dead? You do not understand the very if I'm not going to dead, you know what I'm saying? Like I can't try to institution. Can't do this events as well. I would rather what do you see? You're ultimately going to get happening gets from playing that goal. You don't receive evidence as well. What does that show you? That's it. That's what I'm saying. So we do ourselves. Yeah, fine. We can't fix this in like a beautiful show you this what we go. This is really I mean, if I go out and say that doesn't mean that to just I see you terms colors I mean but for one of these things about you really refer to different levels of characters like say people that has don't go to these sort of stations. Show me this what they'll go. So when you have a shot of trust in the fact that you say when you look at that you know some youth back again. How do I have when I told her they are even the next there's no sense of but sorry super looking at all the groups just let's see that I told them. So number one, what's the guy that told you say they also Rothschild in college should be in the stuff like the count. I says the Rothschild, you're going to live over here and die. Hang back to our eyes. Wow, but it's so how does it speak? Instead of so the cover of the place, I mean, the demon, the cover has said, Sarah, that's not as much in order to die. And after you die, the cover of Sarah, people don't know. Are you dying? The people will show out you. The cover is not going on Moshe by trying to live a summit on the people. Incredible. So you guys, you gotta look and say, check it out first. Yes. What's the proof of God? Let's say that you set up with us. I keep you volume short with our keep out of us. However, the five people. So let's just say it's because of what you see this phrase. You see, I keep you with the one short with our those who sleep in the dust. So what's the day to wake up? I keep you. The running is the sleep is too short. That's a pretty clear statement. The go on. Makes you check the Tesla. Maybe it's a way to get the Tesla go back to life. You can be Tesla bring back to life. That's a motivation, right? That's the drive, the value of drive always. So that's a specific exercise for it. Next, you're not super focused on mixing it. If you can't put EIN, only quick or even shorter. Don't believe 16 issues. right, Sushi actually. Again, that phrase, Doberday Sifsei Shogun. The lips are going to sleep when you sleep are rankings to death. Lips that they need to be that you have once again will speak. There's an incident. The Dimmer of Uchi reactions will say the album. There's a US middle, so we have said, so the other way, we have said, so we that that's after the real. We have said, that sometimes the lips dead move from the grave. The lips of the dead move from the grave. So the rest of the God is so beautiful. You should have shown us that. How much ever have I got this mobile? And I said, this is so glorious. That's so beautiful. Whenever it's when a person dies, if someone says over at halacha, your heart doesn't just have to be halacha. What that means is when a person dies, when someone says over a piece of their Torah in this book, the deceased lips move from the grave. So the Lord says, I'm sorry, global civilization. Those are certainly really beautiful. First of all, that when it comes to the Torah, first things Torah has is very bad. It's a person who's these circles that are said over either half of the unbelievable or alive by definition. Is the
Yo, how are you?
Someone says, well, someone says, what you say, someone says,
You hear me?
Actually, because that's something new, you have to do everybody that's said. I took over the mirror, the fire, the phone, the fire, the Hashem Mishpach, Hashem Allah Sehem, Masins Yohem. So it's okay. Hashem has wanted it over to you. Now Josh is in today. But hello, it doesn't say Hashem is giving it over to you. By the way, it doesn't say Ella, Yohem, to them. You can't present this in the Torah. But when you see all kinds of paragraphs,
You don't talk to me. You hear me?
Some things it's called so the mood seems this is the vision of the idea that Hashem can get that will come back, right? And show that the guys that I'm going to say, but I don't know when you does it, it's so beautiful. You can't think I think my show, okay? Fighting food from I know, but you say that's what we talk about. Nobody tries to anybody from you. And we cling to Hashem and to God, like how do you come from Him? So it seems that I'm saying this. You will wait for the day or you are fully alive. It's saying you might shoot that. If I can't click it, that's how it's fucking today. So far as they're alive today, Ella, I feel the ocean call Hapon and Kuman Lucy. I can have. Even at a time where everyone else is dead, you will be alive. So the idea that you might do this possibly, I think I would also look at them. Also look at them, you can the therapies, kind of hydro. And you're going to come back to life. But even on a day where everyone else is dead, you will come back to life. Such a beautiful, incredible you say. So you look at the shuttle on it, you watch this and that's that possible result, and if you come I'll come back to it later. Shuttle, one has, but you're shuttle, so often the movie, such a shuttle, the accident. The ice is not from the family, such a years. So the ice will be two-part question. Number one, how do we know the resurrection of the dead? And number two, how do we know that Hashem knows what's going to happen? Two-part question. So I'm going to recognize that. So hopefully I get a revelation of time in a sense I can answer both of those questions from one pasuk. In order to show Moshe, in Chashov in I'm not Osecha. In Khan Ha'amazah Bizarre. So again, then Shem Chaim paid the pasuk. Once you're going to die, become. And you're going to come back to life. So from here you see a remnant to Trias Hanasim. So you know, if we say back to him, the Tilma, the Kama Amazah Sarah of the Moshe, there consequence that ultimately Moshe will die, that become doesn't call Moshe's resurrection, that when it does become God, ultimately again the Christ are going to rebel. So you should have say fine. Even if you say that, at least in the Kukim in the Palga, the again Ashas. So again, even if you're not going to finish this concept as a nose as a reason, you can at least use it for what? As a saying, emotionally going to die. Why are you doing that? While these troubles going through your belt. Okay, incredible. So it says, if we're not going to show you the time, the nature is well home, the time is sick, the shots of Leos, so it's for the past, we show our rich, I don't know. Struggling things have been back today. And I don't know that I should know who's going to happen. She never, maybe I show him, they know, they come. Ultimately, again, as it says in Rothschild, you are going to die, but you will come back. Incredible. So we want to go back from time now. I'm going to go see the government there. Slightly suffering. So as you said, like this the books of the heretics have really forgeries. Also, how you only 8% in the Torah. Remember again, because of these books of heretics, he said there is no resurrection. There's no resurrection. I said to them, Siyat Chen Torah, but don't have Siyat Chen Torah. So everyone who forged the Torah, and it will work. So let's go out of here. Shot over the presence in the Torah, for you claim there is no presence, and there is no encourage, and then Shahid, and Bonaba. So what's it? Is it double washing of courage? Why the double washing? Because it says, sorry. It's like contract actually the Abonaba. The courage for all the rest, right? Abonaba, there you go. So also, the courage means that the silver cut off from this part. Abonaba, it's a single root. But you must raise that. Not the other level. That's not the first thing to come. So the name C of the Raya for testing. So the ones the currency, I have correct. So I'll be a bike. A little bit of bike. The time I make currency. So I say white picture because the currency, and all the ones that the currency all about. So we're sticking much of the color. Only very deep rhetorical, I'm not sure very well because I would have said that the meaning would have said now. That's just a colloquial expression. Okay, keep it on. So what's it's like what this the currency, format, the currency all about the Rabbi Kiva. So the Kiva says in the motion, the currency, the cut off in this world, the currency in what's done. The Rabbi Kiva, all of the small, all of the as Hashem, we got anything for some, as the Pasuk says, last thing the Hashem will be cut off. But each Shlosha, all long and each on the three worlds, or to get back to the three expressions of being cut off. So it's very wonderful. So it's a manipulative driver, and the manipulative all about that. But we cut off in this world. He carries the all of my breath. So it's very person, right? He cut off in the world to come. And he carries the people tell the color somebody on them. This refers to the Torah speaks. Okay? They don't be sure they're the extra. Havana, Bar, by Happy. But also, keep it small. What do you do with the phrase of Havana, Bar? Let's say this is beautiful. The Yakor, people ask a Chuba. You might have thought that this will be cut off even if you did Chuba. So the Imam says, Havana, Bar. When is the sinner cut off? Have you read? When it's Havana, Bar. When the sin remains within him. However, the says, Lo Amarti, Elo, Bisman, Shahanaba. Don't have the sinner is cut off because when the sinner remains with him. And if the sinner does Shubha, then ultimately eventually is not cut off. Because what we'll say, so really fast, it's okay. But the point which we begin to see is, like I mentioned yesterday, there's no one pasuk that says, yes, it's another one we have is a series of biblical, I should say, Tanakh, biblical allusions, part of it is different allusions, different things, different explanations. Beautiful. Let's go. I can't finish that. Shalom needs to know. Shalom, Cleopatra, Marcus, there. Wow. Queen Cleopatra. And it's the following question of the later. I'm not going to say that. That show points this out. Cleopatra is the queen's or to follow is the king's. So this is not like a starts with the Cleopatra as a particular person, but this was brought up in her very much as a chess. This is one monarchical title, and everything else. But everybody is pretty cool. So Cleopatra asks her Pablo, the father of the Hayi shifted. This is it. She said, I know that we will come back to life. I know that we're leaving God. Next year, the teaching American, he said, I know that company will come back to us. Cleopatra just like, it's interesting, right? So that, I really can't see I know that there was about like Chelsea Bus we had 16 a year to Easter products because again the bus says that literally they were sprouts forth from the city, which doesn't keep Chennai, but the grass comes out of the earth. So once again, it's interesting. This bus is actually not coded in our previous conversations. The manufacturer calls this bus from the and so I know that the general for that time. So what's the Shaila? Ella, Kishin, only Hafi, over the Shake. Fascinating. So they can't come back to life. They come back unclothed, or they come back in their clothing. We've got to sell them all. So here's the couple of the people, you can tell the couple of the thing that you house sells. So this is what it says. Not the short for that. So the people that is very unclothed. When you plant wheat kernels, when you plant the seeds, it's just the seed. So they don't sprout the seed. And yet, one side become an illusion. When it comes out, it's only later, it's really the most important. Now, what is that? It's proven, but this is again, the kernel itself is because it's a husk, and then people see on top of it. So you see them literally just like the seed, those things that the earth unclothed, ultimately again, it comes up with the layers. So he knows that I think you should probably make a point to show them. But I think in the ultimately again, who are very efficient their clothing, Allah has kind of covered. They're outside the ultimately again to go like that clothing. But that is the challenge. So it's not because they clothing all the more so he will come out clothed as well. So it's such a question. First of all, you can just say standard as a fascination question. I said here, who knows actually today? How exactly does this work? They get come out of the grid. What is it? So also the translation can also is quicker or the clothing we use since before it's all for things that are false for countries. For instance, it doesn't like the super that get on the bottom, which are not size image them. And all time that your clothing be right. That your clothing be right. Supposing that there's a country. So I think that the country has to be what do you think is translates? And if you come back, the one as Pablo Rothschild, like making it uncommon, like you like unpacking knowledge that you usually be like to cover actually know that that or is your resurrected life somehow a continuity of your previous life? Are you born with the clothing? Or did you come back? I guess I have memorized. I have learned it. So it's fascinating question. This resurrection of the continuity. I don't say that means like back with my clothing, or again, and I point that hope is that it's not new life. Each of the new response, resurrected life is a continuity of previous life. You should always say it's so fascinating because what that does is it really urges us to learn to like the history of this world. Because the way I live here, not only impacts me in this world, not only impacts me with home in Haba, which is a place where I go after I die, but it impacts me with life as well. Everything I do in this world follows me in multiple stages and dimensions of my life. Such a profound love. I want to consider the video. So we see it, such a video, such a video. Have you seen this shot entitled? I heard Marshall Penn say that the dead came back to life. He said he's interesting. And the both of the past people use it progressively see, but just had some detailed questions about it. Caesar doesn't believe it. Caesar doesn't believe it. I don't say you guys say it. I'm used to you guys say the shot entitled, they will come back to life. I'll say how they want. I'll go up front, but I'll come back to life. Then ultimately say to us. That's they're going to come back to life. Just then come back to life. So he was a tax back many more days. I'll be with me with Dietary. Chef gave out the life of trophies. Again, he's doing the fascinating. So the Caesar, of the Caesar, sets up themselves. But really, I got this. Like, she wanted to answer this particular question. Okay? So she says, so my mom, she knows her second one, second time doctor, then breaking the second one. She gets to meet me, to vegetables, leaders of stuff. Each beginning, like Rashi says, if you want to make it, I'm not going to put in the life. Two places. The people here, places. Every looks in their life, every looks in their people, you see that it's one thing that's a strength of her. Only speaks to Texas, front of Floyd. So I didn't say that I should have keep that out. See if I can just want to say that. It's just what I like. Once again, it's a much clearer feat.
Maybe that's fine. But why?
So I said, crashes people from order. Now, what does that even matter? It's a reference to that, to the proper seats, which creates a baby. So, for human life, from building life and water, and a lot has come out 63 years. But there was like, it's a greater piece of potential from water than in the same play. Whatever it is, it's from the same play. After the struggle, one to have a view of life, all the from water, through the head,
First,
from the process. Really short term, this is beautiful. And you do the cover for the creation of rights. Creation of earth, yes, I think so. My case, Shab, my love, the new bus of the gun, how is glass made? With low glass. The low glass is made with a breath up there. And usually, pepper or leaves glass break, you can go with them in the fashion. Let's have a question for try to install about this flavor cover. Now, it's yet about shape. By you have to also be right because a lot has come in the cover. All the more so, that if it breaks, so to speak, the gums, and be pushed back together, such as the sun tomorrow. How many of you need all the end? So it's like, also just that flip there. There's so much to this word because each of these statements are tremendous metaphors for these different aspects of our lives that can go I don't know, so we'll come back to that for attention. For instance, I don't know, so there's a particular guy on the road, who's a friend of mine, so you say, shut you type, you guys say that the next from that color was the whole other offer about the highway, and the next dust, and healthy dust, because if you go back to life. Only a short of Russia, I got many people of Russia, even Russia. The mother parts of it, some of us, I didn't know. What's it do? And if you need an exception service, the whole really powerful problem, then what can you share in mind of the go through it. There's no water, there's no dirt, there's things many people. Alice, I need you to figure it out. All things follow also. The Baruch Hashem, the subjects for the figure out, they don't end up with flowers. You know, sometime later, the flowers fall down. On the other hand, so he thinks that's their subjects. Talking to also the Muslims offer. I want you to know the flowers, you go to the place where there is water and there's dirt. On the low, that's the wonderful. And the subjects are you can't do it all with the words. So it's not a song of it. You can get past there and you get in. The other way, the Muslims in my offer, they listen. Actually, teach my offer, Allah has come and come in. And he said, you're able to do this when there was no water and dirt. You made it float off. Now they're giving you water and dirt to chase float off. So he said, what's to themselves? Which meant the rock from nothing. So if you try to look from nothing, and you go down to exactly dirt, still something. So if you can create from nothing, you're something to create from something. That would be about this is of something turning into something else. So that they go out of their value, and if they ask or see this particular type of clothing, shall know that that's the process of the other. So let's say there's not necessarily about what they're talking about, because I was talking about the explains that earth is as flesh and as earth. The longer of the shoots, the massive field of the exhale comes to flesh. So see we both the things to transform from earth into flesh. Shema Kama is not a regular just like time. What is more, we have this transformation. All of the hard work is connected, first white line, and the East Shino able to also. I was nothing that much. It's a particular thing that on this thing is only one of the most stress is created. So you know, for learning to go through
Yes,
not the idea to show that the next day and it's smelling all controllers, controllers, over here and over and filled with muscles. So again, the idea of the kidney, the idea of the kidney. Number one is that earth return to flesh, like something returns to nothing. And from the earth, again, things could sprout as evidenced by the muscles. Incredible. And also, I think that there is a tremendous profundity in the emotional part, like you say. And then the muscle that you have, you have like the surface of the palace. It's a large there's nothing. There's no earth, there's no water. There's no earth, there's no water. And the subject to it, palace falls down, so I never, and then the king says, we're going to make you the palace. And the palace is literally just taking water. And the subject simply can't be impossible. The king said, what are you talking about? Palace is not real, it's going to go to the palace road. Taking water. The point as follows. Listen, all of us have trends in life when we are pushed to accomplish things we do not think we can accomplish. Like our back is up against the wall, we need to do circumstances, difficult circumstances, and literally again, we can't get the proverbial rabbit out of the hat. We did it. Really difficult circumstances, you need to catch these difficult circumstances, and I can see I did it. And yet today, when I'm trying to really begin, when my circumstances are not impossible, and I look at first, and I tell myself, I can't do it. I can't do it. It's not that one can do it. But then, like, do you remember that time that you can throw in possible circumstances? Do you remember that incredible stressful circumstance where it wasn't where you would succeed or not, but you do and you can do? If you could succeed in difficult, virtually impossible circumstances, if you could build the naturalistic palace with no water and no dirt, there are a lot of time of atomic daily day, when circumstances are not difficult, you certainly keep everything safe. There was a lot of situations like this. When you difficult situations, there are situations like you saw. I think almost all of us have situations like this. Really difficult circumstances. I said to myself, I don't even know what to do this. And I got through it. And I got through it. I got it. I succeeded. And I grew. And if I could do that in these difficult circumstances, like, so you could perform and do the thing right. If I could make things happen, and there was no church, there was no water, the most I could build the first holistic house, there was this thing, and there was no water, it's kind of a system. You are just like that. How do you know that we have a secret series of stories? There's a thing that we said to be a fantasy, so that's it. The real fantasy, so that's goes after her. Not sure, but it's several movies that are interesting to his energy business himself. So was the ship of one father, and he was a hunchback. We're going to see that part of the story in school. The flashing was that, but he was a hunchback. Okay, so what happened? So there's a million came over him. And this million said that we find the phone, the private, that means so Missy fired. The finding Missy fired. So there was this happy place, just to be the procedure. It says, what's the matter with you guys? Speaking of that truth, that causes you to shut. You're shut, why you were shut? Because misspells false ideology. You see that the dead come back to life. It's not possible. It's not possible. That which is alive does. You possibly see that which is dead comes back to life. Otherwise, so the vehicle can see switch cars. If I can tell you exactly, they're not shutting. Yeah, I'm used to see what kind of. They're all hobby kaya. Before she came. So I said, the vehicle can see that because I knew this is like Rothschild. I'll tell you why. That which is not alive does come back to life. That was birth. Birth that we first start. Birth of life. And then life of first. So you see, by definition, the super propagation of the species requires no life to life. So in paradigm, what are you talking about? You love the Russia. There's no for every single life starts with no life and goes to life. So what's crazy to think that you get to go back to life? So we call this apicolis from Russia. Other way, radicalism, you call me a Russia, you tell me all the time, you know that, and you want someone's talking that, yes, it has one to do, but not the power clash, you don't want to suffer. I would kick you so hard that I would kick out your hunchback. That's I was from this is what this is better way. People not to each other, that's right. You're lucky my friends told me that. I would kick you so that I would kick you straight, track that, if you kick that hunchback, it's just good. So you see, so I'm going to, and I told you, how they think of do it, man. Let's do it. Absolutely. If you do that, I would give you a staff. I don't want to give you a staff, but I would give you some of them. It's okay. It's okay. But that is incredible. That's incredible. So I cannot bother. Now, that's our introduction to some. The next time we'll start with that we see as well. And also the case is something that's just a very close now. That's what I got this. On the 24th of December, it's the kid who is surrounding the so our professors, let the Shala. That's one of the professors when we talk about. So watch this. So Zimbabwe, Africa, multiple stuff. But the people of Africa, it's a people claim against the Jewish people all the time. Otherwise, I would say outside the smoke, so I can actually look for people come to Africa, that's ability. Right, so I can not go. But like I came before, Alexander, that's ability. For the common so I'm all, and that's the Jewish white, Alexander. I know Jews like Alexander. They also, Jews like Alexander, which is the strangest thing in the world. I don't mean English name, I mean like Hebrew Alexander, which is very strange. His name is Alexander, you read it's not Frankie. But it was Alexander, but Jews had that, goes Alexander the Great, the name stuff. So people of Africa come with a big number against the Jews. Although, Eretz Canaan Shaman, what's the prayer? The valleys of Canaan wants us to say, it's not going down. Nothing that we under this. Then the Father Shabbos HaShemesh. Right? So before there was a hate, right? I'm not sure the system, right? Before there was any of these other mechanisms, the issues in the world were bringing their legal against the Jewish people to say they don't own the land. By the way, Africa is a pretty big place. Africa is a pretty big place. And it's Israel, not so big. But remember again, what does Africa leave with Israel? What would we love each other? Like, what can I say? This is the death of humanity. The death of humanity is you cannot leave from Israel alone. You cannot bear that Jews also it puts us to sleep because we like people the world is changed and we love each other and we go and send it together and let us include the language we have been born to the we see that that's the whole thing. And again, it's actually very important. This is the world can't, for some reason, can't be so far that Jews have something. All the more so Jews can defend themselves, Jews can stand up for themselves. That's this is double for example. The Canaan is ours. What's the plan? You see, I think they've been right in the middle of look from Africans. You see, Arabs currently do what's that? Says that the realm of Canaan included all of the boundaries, so other boundaries. The Canaan significantly looked that Canaan as part of essentially Africa, or Africa. Canaan is included in this as well. Canaan, who is the Hanal, was our father. Right? Remember that Canaan is the father of Ariahush, of Haran. So the Africans say it's not father. So because it was our father, we was this land. Okay, so this is the idea. This was a clean and what before Alexander the Great. The Jews have to now defend that they claim to skin out Alexander Israel. I want to read up Caesar. So the reader is going to say, I'm going to say for Muhammad, two things should say with anyone. Let me argue this case on behalf of the Jewish people. Now watch this. Right? If that's me, I'm going to have to show them this exactly. So if I lose, you could think this really no harm because if you say, now part of the say, if you're seeking these sturges, to hear that the seesaw was not recognized as one of the medicine stitches. It's not that happens like open. Therefore, it says, if I lose the case, let it go. Because whatever, you can say, I wasn't even representing us, right? Just say, yeah, look, you're right. The applicant, if you just don't know that, you might be able to say, I hope so, if I do the case. I'm going to go ahead and say, Torah's emotional example. If you will not be attributed to the other language, it will be attributed to Torah. Joseph, by the way, just you can see the beauty and the power of the personality of the universe itself. That they'll look at Shalom, incredibly selfless. Okay, so that's all the truth for Allah for the okay, so you can't finish from the morning. You represent Kaiser Marcus Alexander the Great. So the Africans, where are you bringing the proof from? I'm going to get on. Just say, I'm going to, I find you often up in my element. I was speaking of what the position about, but no matter. All were Kinan, and then I want to hear that talk. Kinan is cursed, and Kinan should be a slave to his brothers. If that's the case, Evan should so again. Several was here.
How are you?
The children of Kinan. Kinan was cursed. Kinan and I bought him. Evan should come out. Evan can need a person. Evan acquired property.
I'm saying hello.
Because the Evan himself belonged to him. Below, not only that, I started coming I thought a tunnel. So furthermore, man, you guys owe us back wages, back service. Why? You guys get this thing from God Israel, and what? You're not going to for years. So not only you not owe rent, right? But we owe you, and you owe us back things for all of your delivery service. Okay? So what happened? I mean, Alexander Melka, Zero. So how are you? Well, let's say, you know what's your response? I'm going to go through the English Rothschild. So let's take that.
Greedy, how'd you find out about me?
Yes, no, so it's not. You get a little time, you're going to work for sure. So I'll work very research. Okay.
How'd you find out about me?
We have problems. We have to get friends. And what happened to you? Such a thing to shade to us.
Where?
Shade to us. Yeah, I know what's interesting. So, again,
Oh, you found out about me? Yeah.
And even years, it was as
Very well. Excellent, man.
It was a street deal.
Yeah, I know we did it.
So not only did products go succeed, but ultimately again, Coffee Cell went ahead and accomplished them, had the way succeeded themselves, even during the street deal. So I'll say, so again, what's the so this? Why it is fantastic story. What's the essentially closest to messages? Number one, that Jews should not be bashful or apologetic about what's ours. What is ours? We have very little of this world. And the little bit that we have is ours. And we should not be ashamed to defend it, and we should not be ashamed to assert our ownership over it. Nor should we be apologetic about the fact that it's partly due to us and physically not give it to others. When Jews are apologetic, so ultimately again, that weakness is exploited and parents the hurt. When Jews are proud, when Jews are direct, and when Jews are sovereignty over that which is ours. That is when things come together. Number two, when you
Yes.
not for self-serving, egotistic, or egocentric purposes, but you do it for a that's what it is.
You are what?
You see, so I want to put something out, by the way. Did you think about it? It's interesting to note.
All right, well, that's cool.
This came with like a whole chef. Right? Well, welcome to my welcome to my
Yeah.
It says that.
Dollar, dog.
So it was a puzzle. Because a puzzle, like it's not a complicated Russia. It's really complicated Russia. Why couldn't other people come up with this? I don't know what the answer is. But on a very simple level, if you could see something very simple like this, it's not about me. This is not about me. This is about what we call Shalom. When you do things for the right purposes, specifically for the common purpose, things come together. Be unapologetic about what is ours.
How'd you fancy football team?
Things for the right purposes, and things come together. Yes.
How's your fancy football team doing?
Alexander Rothschild. So once again, now the Egyptians brought the carcass. Let's say this is it's new things that like nations of the world bring illegal proceedings against the Jewish people. It's not true. It's not true. The Africans did. And so again, like
Yo, dog, I'm still here. Don't worry.
This passage still see how the world is so certain, right? Who was at the forefront of the claims of genocide against the state of Israel? Just put it up to see. Certain things, they just are.
Do you know who Joey Diaz is?
And once the rest to think that the world changes, the leader does.
Do you know who Joey Diaz is?
The world can really much
That's okay.
especially in the future club. So we
Shouldn't
have the
happen.
next case. Who else knows on the Alexander? Egypt. Allah, Orin Omer, sorry, Omer, but Shaka Sanskin Amadele Tradition. To move on the cancer is our
All right, well, you're always welcome here.
It's actually very good, right? So the Pasuk said, when you let this down, the Pasuk says, in the earth, about coming up to Pesach, the Pasuk says, Hashem gave the favor of God Israel in the eyes of the Egyptians by actually with. Now, by actually in the means, they borrow.
Right?
They borrow. Then it's always to interpret that word. Some say they asked, right? Others say
What do you mean?
borrow. Now, the Egyptians are clearly coming with that word, that means borrow, which means God Israel borrow a whole lot of silver and gold from the Egyptians, which the Egyptians say,
It's on YouTube.
to you, right? We'd like our stuff back. We'd like our stuff back. Okay?
Yeah.
So the Gemara says, I'm going to see so the Gemara says, look up on two leaderships, maybe like the other one. But the Alexander says, so the Gemara says, I'll deal with this. Give me your shows, I'll deal with it.
Yeah, I'm on YouTube.
And I had no chance to say successful. That's why if they do that victorious.
Correct. Yeah. Go in the stream, in the upper left hand corner, you see a red circle.
He's just a regular guy.
It says 24/7 YouTube stream. Click that, it'll take you to my stream.
Told us in Moshe Rabbeinu Yitzchak. And ultimately, the only way to give it out to him, and the only way to give it ultimately again to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's how it shows. All of the other items. This is shows that anything in the Jew.
I'm on all of them, but I'm on all of them on YouTube.
Egyptians, what's your right? What's your proof? I'm looking at Torah. I said, because we told you by Hashem, you borrowed stuff from us. So, okay, you want stuff back? So you're going to see, says, I'm right.
I'm like, they're fucking long.
The Jews were in Egypt for 430 years. The 430 years were in that.
Oh, you've been doing it a month? That's tight.
So 130 years. To go by what? So she shouldn't go. I'm telling you, Shloshim Ba'arbon always shut up. So here we see says having a problem. If you want to go, you say you go with someone else. Okay, you also back with the Jews for 600,000 years.
Yeah.
Let's just do some friends to calculate here. Right, let's go like that. Let's settle up. Back with the Jews for 400 years. For half a million people. And how did you go ahead and sell up? So what happens? Some of the Alexander Bethel, that's your mature. So I tell them, yes, it's Egyptian. Okay, so what do you have to say? Well, the real about is what Rothschild. So give us 3 days, we'll come back. So that's on Shloshah. So last time Allah had Islam, God Kula Matzah Shuvah. So ultimately, again, they searched for 3 days and couldn't find an answer. Miyad, the Niku Sado say, Kishen Zuros, Mekabin Kishen Zuros, Ubarfu. They left behind the fields, right? That maybe fields, maybe vineyards, but also Shorish inside some. And it was actually the parallels. The Jews had meant to this. Let's say, I just want to point out something very interesting. One of these, that both the Africans and the Egyptians were there. Like, why always come back? Be there, right? And say, you know what, we know the answer. But I was like, here's the difference. At the end of the day, when you're on us, if you don't have an answer, you come up and you can say, you're right, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer. When you recognize that what you're doing is smoking mirrors, and only attempt to rob people of what is rightfully theirs, you don't even have the backbone to show back up in court. And that's the message that's over here. Is what we're looking at. Right? Because if you really time again, one second. Like in every court case, someone wins, someone loses. That's the way it works. Again, all you want is just a fair shake, recognizing that you might win, you might lose. When you can't even show back up, when you can't even show your face again, when you can't even follow back up, that shows the emptiness of your claims to begin with. It's so profound.
Yo, my God.
So who comes? Sons of Israel, the Torah. Not in Israel, so what's the Shlo's claim? What's the Eretz Kinyan Shalom. Okay, yeah, let's do this, right? Let's do this. Right? So the English will say, Eretz Canaan is ours. So what happened? It was interesting. Yishmael goes a different way. They say Eretz Yisrael Shalanu, V'Shalachem. Right? So it's interesting. Yishmael in this context says, we're not saying it's solely ours, we're saying it's also ours. That this is very different, right? It's saying all ours. Right? Right? This is what we're trying to want it back, which is why they want it. Right? At the end of the day, so it's between Yishmael, it's much in this one. Yishmael says, we're not claiming it's all ours. We're just claiming the partners in it. The partners in it for one. So the Lord says, the Eretz is Yishmael ben Avraham. You see the Eretz is Yishmael ben Avraham. So again, what's Yishmael's play? By the way, Yishmael's play is not a bad player. Right? What's Yishmael's play? We're also children of Avraham. We're also children of Avraham. The land was given to Avraham. We need to have children of Avraham. So why should we not have a share in Eretz Canaan? So once again, I want to do this. Just going to look at everyone, but outside the book, so once again, do see some. Kind of look at this. How would you do it? Maybe that's good. I'm going to make sure I'm exactly. Let's make sure I'm exactly. It's husband. So ultimately, I guess what really says that if I do this, I can see the camera. If I do it's Torah, then it's one. So what happens? I'm going to come out there, right? So it says to me, Shmuel, what's your eye? What's your proof? I'm going to tell him. I'm going to say, hey, we just called it. I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to go to what's your name? Punch them, so. But you can have a response on the Yitzchak. I will make everything on the Yitzchak. The Rabbi Shira Shari Abraham Matanos. In Abraham, like the children of the concubines, when they get to God, he gave them Matanos. And then it says, by Shabbatim, they are Yitzchak below. He sent them away. He sent them away. Obviously, the Gemara says, Nothing Abbas and Mercy, nothing like I got him, the bottom of the fire. She gives him the Alzeh, Krum Gish, Mazeh Alzeh, Krum. If a father gives to a son, and then sends that son away, that's the sent away son.
All right, my friend, I'm going to get some sleep.
I'm going
to go to bed, dude. Go to sleep. Take care, man.
So he goes to skip point there. And the interesting thing was I want to point out was that stories, if you notice, the conversation ends there. So it's not like the Egyptians say, Yishmael says, we need 3 years in order to come back. Because you feel like the sisters Raya was so compelling, it's like a mic drop. You know, that was it. That was the end of the story. Yes, your father is the son of child of it. And Abba loved your father as well. But Abba gave your father gifts. He gave him stuff, and then he sent them away. When a father sends a son away, that means he doesn't want the second son that he with the first son. Hashem did not want Yitzchak, and I did not want Yitzchak and Israel actually forever. Adam did want Yitzchak and Israel to go together. 7 days, 12 years, Hashem said to Abraham, listen to Sarah. And for again, the said, you have no man there, Yishmael. You have Yishmael. You have no Caleb in the Eretz Yisrael. That's the end of the story. If you notice that, but this particular story, Yishmael accepts it. There's no let's get back to you, and it's story is over. Absolutely incredible. All right, so now we'll have to just wait on you. Just wait on you. Okay, we're fine. We're starting for today. Okay, what's it? Can we possibly go any faster? Can't go any faster. There's too much we can start over here. All right, so I'll start over here for today. Straight up, we'll pick up again from the bottom of time tomorrow. More incredible, dramatic, and tomorrow. Straight up, we won't right, so good morning. Let us begin. You might take all of our responses for this morning to thank God. Come to our responses for. Hey, it's also strong to dedicate all the short instructions here. As it's close up, so it's almost right. And the first month is for the month of Hagar, the Torah Tari, and Tzvi, the same loving memory of Tari's father, Dr. Harry Khan, at sea, Hirsch, Evangelist, Napoleon, and Levin, and Berman families. All of the initial Islam families from all those who Jewish from Hashem Shemir, Hashem Big Bone, allow all these folks to be successful. The whole mass of the let us begin. Today's practice inside the out of 91. We have our coin. And so, what we're going to make on Sunday main I got to count out from the top. So we are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 12 lines down from the top. And then we spell a ton of. So again, you should is what follow. Let's just remember again, we're trying to find some type of scriptural allusion to the SMS. Right? So when we that's a business in the Torah. So when we get off yesterday, there is a passage that says, Satan Miloyo as Shumas Hashem Aaron Akon. You shall give Shuma to Aaron. Remember, was very interesting. Aaron received many things in life. One thing he never ever received was Shuma. Why? Because he was able to get back on side of stuff, and Aaron never made into Eretz Yisrael. So at the end of the day, then they welcome this news. That ultimately again you give Shuma to Aaron. So remember again, it must be that the passage means that Tchesanis. So the Gemara says today Shuma goes by very short term of Aaron. So what does it mean? You have to give Shuma to someone like Aaron. You what? Not Aaron, Chaver, Achbar, not Chaver. Just like Aaron is a Chaver, and just like Aaron again is from Chaver. And therefore, don't go ahead and feel the Shuma in the appropriate way. So to again, generally have to be taught Chaver. I would be sure at my own. Very shameless that you will play in our artists. I knew we trying to keep Shuma to a coin who is ignorant. America, the arm, the ocean, the line, most things. Miles for coming with being in my chef. That's the cool with our assessment. Because again, the way the person phrases it is, you give the Baal that they should be strong in the Torah of the Torah. As Torah session, whoever is holding the Rabbi in the Torah of the Torah, give portion of the Shekhet Maksik Torah session, whoever is not holding strong in the Torah of the Torah, in a moment, does not have the portion. And then also, this is not as much punitive as it is just very important because Truma has a lot of details. Truma has a lot about the details and the use of Truma to bring the church. That's how I feel on with this. Correlation to the products, this Truma, to a coin version of products, to the most of the Me'ari. It's as if it gives it to a life. Ma'ari, something very small, or something in a very small lion. There's a suffix, women tear it apart to eat or not. After point, I'm already suffix of Tara, suffix of Shukura. So it's like if you give something, you give too much of a coin, I'm already a suffix. Will we eat it in the state of ritual purity? Will we eat it in the state of ritual purity? And Yochanan says, I'm going over these subjects. The point is, too much of a coin, I'm already causing the death of that coin. How is that first? Yeah, and basically, both as mentioned before, that misuse of Truma results in death penalty. You give Truma to a coin, doesn't even have to do with the focus of you. You are born and death to that particular coin. So you are very otherwise in this coin. After much still of a hashta. Using constant point of value to have an understanding, I can see also of a hashta of the structure. So it's actually fascinating about all of these things. And just generally, which is we will teach how. Again, in these cases, you would think that giving Truma to the coin of the coin is going to protect the chesed. So giving Truma to the coin is only a chesed. It's only something but if the coin knows what to do with it. If it doesn't know how to handle it, then that only is a chesed, but in fact, it's a liability for him. Tremendously so in life as well about if we could really start parenting, about giving children things. It's a beautiful drop of our time to give children something as long as what. The child knows how to handle it. To give a child something that so technology. So in many areas, child shelter just don't know what to do with it. It's not the it's like like kind of but it's not so I said, Christmas in the country, we find again a biblical revolution together. The Ghana Osi as basics like you said. The Eton was 6 for NSLs because it says, and I will establish I will uphold my personal covenant with them to give to them Lahem. Lahem to them, but does Lahem on them, right? I will Lahem. Strange. Because it doesn't say, well, it doesn't say, no, I'll uphold my covenant to give you Lahem, rather it's Lahem to them. Who is the Rashi? Rashi on the right side about Trevor, Elohim, not sure if you have a talk about the same. Abram is talking about so you feel a home go ahead. No, I'm going to be in it though. So the person who decided was the person that again, if it is from starting to unstruggle goes away at the time, the re-flushing of what? Of Lachem. Lachem, that you could even every example they were dead. They were long dead by the time I was in the I read what do you see? But ultimately they have them what you see that which is what does that show you? There's something. So the says, you're fine. You can't catch this beautiful showing us of Linda. The meaning of it. I mean, if I can't be better, so it's you're going to see using terms in colors and but we're going to do that review burn at different levels of how it's trying to say people who don't believe in certain things, so see these distinctions. Some most of them go. So the meaning of them go. My shadow from the high music, the way we love you also good back again. Overhead. The Torah, the Mill says, I'm going to bring for truth. So the Torah being in the don't give away on that. All of them, those proofs, they reject it. We'll see what that. That's all. So number one, what's the value in that? It said, they are showing Moshe. In the call, show faith to the couple of Shachar, they come. It's pretty explicit. As Hashem says to Moshe, you're going to live and die. You're going to leave with your forefathers to come. And you are going to arise. Wow, pretty explicit. So how do you disprove it? No. Instead of the else. You're putting the comma in the wrong place. No, the Dilma become Ha'am Hazeh Zana. What do you read the Pasuk is as follows? Moshe, you're going to die. And after you die, become Ha'am Hazeh Zana. The people are going to rebel. When you die, the people will show idolatry. Become, it's not going on Moshe, they're trying to become is going on who? On the people. Incredible. So you're not a people. Yes, you're not a people. What's the proof of God? Let's say that you step out the Rasi for me. I keep you running a show for the outside. You tell all those Talafa, the areas of the 5 people. So, what's the famous person when you see this phrase? You see, Kakitu Barananu show for the outside. Those who sleep in the dust will once again wake up. Kakitu, the running, and you see things to Hashem. That's a pretty clear statement. The Doma is a Sheffield Festival. Maybe that's referring to that the festival brought back to life. We can be festival bring back to life. That's the actual motivation, right? That's the drive, the value of dry bones. I mean, that's a specific advertising for it. Next, something the same. If you check out GI and Dove, holy for the Dove and show them. Dove, they 16. Never say the person. The person makes her situation. Little bit in the phrase. Dove, they 16. The lips of those who sleep will move. People of refuge to death. Lips they will move, once again will sleep. There's a reason. The Gemara Russian Russians will say the album. Verse in the room. The meaning said, Yochanan. The meaning said, truly, the meaning is a phrase in the fact that sometimes the lips of dead move the graves. Now, when the lips of the dead move the graves, it's good Yochanan. We come on Yochanan. So beautiful. You should be showing us already. I have one Bishmo, all of that. She's so self-conscious to catch up. Whenever when a person dies, someone says over by the way, Rafa doesn't just have to be the halacha. What that means is when a person dies, if someone says over a piece of their Torah in this world, the deceased lips move in the graves. The word says those are really, really beautiful. First of all, this idea that when a person is over Torah, the person is over message for their guidance, the person is looking sotos that are said over here after they are no longer alive by definition. It gives them a continued key, continued life, continued functionality in this world. So a person dies, someone says over the Torah, someone says over the thing, someone says over the source, the lips moving incredible. I show on because that. So the meaning, you're not going to anything other than what I say, but Torah, the real thing, Parliament, always the power of the Hashem Mishpah, Hashem Lavoseihem, Maseis Mahem. So I'm going to reference that again. That Hashem has sworn to give over to you. That I should say to them. It doesn't say Hashem is giving over to you. Otherwise, I should say Ella Lahem to them. You come at Chesanis Torah. So from there you see a reference to Chesanis Min HaTorah. Incredible, because once again, you give them, please give them. The assumption is this is Avram Yitzchak and Yaakov. So from there you see an explicit allusion to this idea that Hashem did that again the dead will come back to life. Then what Yishon ben Amikra said, I'm going to say that one of the different concepts because it's so beautiful. The Atem Ha'Teiken Lashon Hashem Chayim Kulchem Hayom. Others say, and it's from this concept that's what does it mean? And you cling to Hashem, you're like Chayim Kulchem Hayom. So it seems in the translation, you will live fully today, or you are fully alive today. It says the Gemara Pshita, the Chayim Kulchem Hayom. That's how these types of Moshe is talking today. So of course they're alive today. Ela Afilu B'Yom Shekol Ha'ol Afilu B'Yom Atem Chayim. Even at a time when everyone else is dead, you will be alive. So you must be responsible. Ultimately, again, the people cling to Atem Chayim Kulchem Hayom. Hayom means you will come back to life. That even on a day where everyone else is dead, you will come back to life. Such a beautiful, incredible Yisrael. So you want to like, Shalom, I mean, there's much to say about that hospital, but if you have time, I'll come back to it later. Shalom, Rabbi asked Rabbi Yeshua ben Chananya. So ultimately, the Romans asked Rabbi Yeshua ben Chananya, what did they ask him? The United States from the Kabbalah, so they asked Rabbi Yeshua ben Chananya a two-pronged question. Number one, how do we know there's resurrection of the dead? And number two, how do we know that Hashem knows what's going to happen? Two-pronged question. So ultimately, again, Hashem says, I can answer both of those questions from one pasuk. And Yorishal Moshe, so again, Moshe, you're going to die. Become. You're going to come back to life. So from there you see, a remnant to Tchias Nemesis. So if you say back to him, the Kama Amazet Sarah, okay, it's not a big pasuk. What we read the pasuk is that ultimately Moshe is going to die. The Become doesn't point Moshe's resurrection. Rather, what does Become do? Become goes on ultimately, the Christ are going to rebel. So Yishmael said, fine, even if you say that, at least the group in the power of the so again, even if you're not going to use this concept as another translation, you can at least use it for us as the learners as a spiritual book that Hashem knows what's going to happen. Right? Because we make clear Hashem says, Moshe, you're going to die, and when you die, Cloud Yisrael is going to rebel. Okay, incredible. You know, it says, it's not like you should be okay. The guy, the national problem, the guy needs to, the national CEOs, was his ask Moshe, how do I know? Struggling to bring back the dead. How do I know that I should know this was going to happen? Ultimately, again, as it says to Moshe, you are going to die, but you will come back. Incredible. So you are going to die. I'm not really as a Rabbi Yossi. It covers that. Siyati Sifri. So the answer says like this: in this matter, the books of the heretics have really been they're forgeries. They're forgeries. How so? How you open? Ain't is going to say in the Torah. Remember again, because these books of heresy said there is no resurrection. There's no resurrection. Christ said to them, Siyastem Torastem, the Lord had at least them together. So the one who forged the Torah, and it didn't work. So what's going on here? Shatem Omen, because it is in the Torah, for you claim there is no Tchesanism. And yet it is for you, Omer, Karis, the Nefesh Shahim, Avonabah. It is a double washing of Karis. Why is it double washing? Because it says, I'm sorry. Christ doesn't have shame Avonabah. Christ for all of us. Avonabah le'imah. So what's it? Christ means that the sin will be cut off from this world. Avonabah, it's a sin will be le'imah. When is that? Not the Olam Haba. That's not referred to the what's to come. So when you see ultimate again, Rayo for Testament. So the word says, Christ, and then good. And so now, I'm going to talk about Rabbi. So they move to Rabbi, make Rabbi Christ. So understand why can't you talk that from Christ, in all the Masad, Christ, Olam Haba, which represents unrelayed, Hebrew Torah, and Rothschild. So it said that the Jews would have said, no, that's just a colloquial expression. Okay, ignorant. So much as my contest Karis, one was it, Karis, one of the Rabbi Kiva. So the Kiva, he says in the Washington, Karis, he cut off in its smoke, Karis, the one to come. The Rabbi Kiva, one of the small, a lot of time, man, as Hashem, in the first song, the Prophet says, in blasphemy, Hashem will be cut off. But he shows Sha'ol, and Dish. Are there three worlds? In other words, that means that there's three expressions that can be cut off. So it's not only that. So versus the Nifla, rather, Elo, the Nifla, all of us said, I'll be cut off from this world. He can't see all of my Bob. So he cursed the right, cursed because of the book to come. And he can't see, did Rosh Hashanah Kavashal Me'ayah. This refers to the Torah speaks. Okay? Taylor Bishma Ben Yakiva, Avonah Ba My Akiva. The both Christian Kiva Bishma. What do you do with the phrase of Avonah Ba? The Chit saying this is beautiful. Yachol, I think also Tshuva, you might have thought that this will be cut off even if you do Tshuva. So the Gemara says, Talmudoma Avonah Ba. When is the sin cut off? And when it's Avonah Ba, where the sin remains in him. However, the Gemara says, Lo Amarti, Elo Bishman Shavonah Ba. So as the sin is cut off is when the sin is but if the sin does Tshuva, then ultimately again is not cut off. So really fascinating. So again, but the point that you begin to see is that there's no one pasuk that says there's Tchesanis. Rather, what we have is a series of biblical, I should say, biblical allusions, part of being different allusions, different ideas. Beautiful. Let's go back. We're not finished yet. Shabbos is this word. Shabbos, Cleopatra, Malchus starts every day. Wow. Queen Cleopatra. Queen Cleopatra asked the following question of the mayor. I'm not going to back in it so she know. Marshall points this out. Cleopatra is the queen's, but Paro is the king. So this is not starting here, but Cleopatra is a particular more of a non-snow. Rabbi Marshall says, shots. More than not to a title. But anyway, so Cleopatra says, I'm not. It's done as the high shift. She said, I know that the dead will come back to life. Sorry, I know that the living died. That's it. I'm sorry. I know that the living will come back to life. So Cleopatra said, I see these deals, right? Cleopatra, I believe in Tchesanis. Incredible. I know that the dead will come back to life. Most of us said, we have king here. Because again, the Prophet says that literally they were surrounded from the city, and that was the Yerushalayim, like the grants comes out of the earth. Once again, this Prophet was actually not for these positions, but Cleopatra, go to this Prophet. I know that they don't come back to life. So what's the title? Ella, only argument, or the rubbish. Fascinating. But the dead come back to life. Do they come back unclothed? Or do they come back in their clothing? Incredible. So I'm about 30 years is back to the Patrick. Kavachoma Mishika, we can Kavachoma from a grain of wheat. How so? So the Gemara says, Umas Fishnik Pura Azuma. So the Kita, right? The grain is buried unclothed. What does that mean? In the plant of each kernel, so you plant the seed, just the seed, nothing else but the seed. And yet, Yotza become a Lavusha. Yet it comes out with many layers of clothing. Now, what does that mean, that layers of clothing? What it means is, again, the kernel itself it has many layers. It has a husk, it has different things on top of it. So you see from here again, just like it goes into the earth unclothed, ultimately, again, it comes out with many layers. So the Gemara says, Tzadikim shen karim v'gatzon v'shem, but Tzadikim ultimately again is their clothing. Allah has covered the Kaaba. Now Tzadik ultimately again is very down, not just clothing, but Tzadikim the trouns. So the Tzadik is very with clothing. All the more so, he will come out as clothed as well. So they say, it's such a fancy. First of all, you could say establish it's like a fascination question. But then again, I believe the resurrection of the dead, and how exactly does this work? What is unclothed, clothed? So what's interesting also is very well because clothing is important also to be better for accomplishments. Like your cousin, like the holy student I get from the holy, the Shomar says English, like at all times let your clothing be light. Let your clothing be light. So clothing represents an accomplishment. So very well the question is asking us to find when is Tchesa how do you report? Are you report like Talarasa, like naked, unclothed, like understand you think what the connection of resurrected life somehow accountability of your previous life? Are you born with your clothing? In other words, you can come back, and again, I have my nice clothing. I have my nice. So again, that's an question. Is resurrection a continuation of my previous life? So I come back clothing, or again, am I born with clothing is in a brand new life? Each of you here responds, resurrected life is a continuity of previous life. So I was saying it's so fascinating because what that does is it really pushes us to maximize the life we have here in this world. Because the way I live here, not only impacts me in this world, not only impacts me all the Haba, which is the place where I go after I die, but it even impacts me in resurrected life as well. Everything I do in this world follows me in the multiple stages and iterations of my life. It's such a profound Gemara. I'm going to make case for Rabbi. Caesar says Rabbi. Caesar is going to go. I heard that you guys say that the dead come back to life. Okay, so it's interesting. So as opposed to the Patra, who believe it, yes, but just has some detailed questions about it. So Caesar doesn't believe it. Caesar doesn't believe it. I don't understand. You guys say, you guys say, the Shach Michael, then we'll come back to life. I don't understand how that works. The dead ultimately again become dust. Right? And dust can't come back to life. Dust can't come back to life. So the verse is top of Tzaddik Alf 94a. Other than Darte, Shafti of Anima Hashim. Again, things are fascinating. So the Torah of the Caesar said something on I got this, right? She wanted to answer this particular question. Okay, so she says, second line, Tzaddik Alf base 91a, second line. There are two people, two fashioners, creators of stuff. How do we people? Yesh be'ir, like that says that yesh. To me, that's what you're feeling in their mind. They create utensils. Two people create utensils. Every Yosef in their mind, that's it. One creates utensils from water, and one creates utensils from clay. So I use them in initiative. Who's better? Which is of course, Rabbi, Mishnah for the right. Once again, it's a much greater feat to create utensils from water than it is to create from clay. I'm going to mind this. We must say, I'm going to in a mind side, not typical. So Hashem people from water. It's a very developed with the proper food, which creates the literally mind of the water, and allows us to have a most beautiful depths. In other words, the greater heat presence from water than it is from clay, then everyone heat presence from clay. After the person goes ahead and creates life, ultimately again from water, so we go ahead and create life from clay from dirt as well. Really short time, only increases is beautiful. And we create a color from the creation of glass. Creation of glass, it's fascinating. What is the Ruach process done? How is glass made? We blow glass. Glass is made through the breath of man. And Nishbaru is the color. And even if glass is broken down in the fashion, man was made with the breath of Hashem. Allah has come with all the more so that if it breaks, so to speak, it dies, it can be put back together. Amayahu, Nino Rabbi, so it's like also just got reacted. There's so much to say on each of these words, each of these statements are tremendous metaphors for just the different aspects of our lives. But again, I don't know why this, so we'll come back to it. So there was a particular young believer, he said to a young, Amisu, you say the Shakti fight, you guys say that the dead come back to life. He was in the heart of the Mikahaya, so the dead turns to dust. And how can dust possibly come back to life? Oh, I'm sure the Moshe not going to go. Let me give you a Moshe. I give you a Moshe. The Melech Basar Madam, Shalabah, I'll give you a Moshe. There was once a human being, and the human being said to the serpents, before we believe the culture in the golden, the Makom Shein Main Ba'afa. Go and build a new palace, build a new palace. There's no water, there's no dirt, and place for any Jews like palace, I need you to figure it out. All food, but also. Hashem, the subjects rate, you have to do a beautiful palace. You got me enough for 10 later, the palace fell down. So the king says to the subjects, you also the Makom Sheyish Afar. I want you to build the palace. But this time I want you to build in the place where there is water and there is dirt. On the road, and on your phone. Subjects that we can't do it. We were unable to do it. So king that's very interesting. How come Shemai Ba'afra things that release him? Actually, Shemai Ba'afra Allah has come with Kama. So the king said, I understand. You were able to build a palace when there was the water and dirt. You were able to go off. Now that I'm giving you water and drink, you can't go off. So it's like so there's both who creates from nothing. Each man translated the world from nothing. So Hashem was made from nothing, but we were meant to be back into still something. So if you create from nothing, you're sort of creating something about transcendence. And if you don't believe that this idea of something turning into something else, say the bit of go out into the reality. Or see this particular type of problem. Shayom affects the process affects the other. So let's get this not interesting example about what they're talking about, what I was talking about in this program. That apparently is half flesh and half earth. This comes completely flesh. So see the ability of things to transform from earth into flesh. Shema Tamar is number, but maybe you'll see it takes a lot of time for this world to have this transformation. All of the hard work was the mountain, first white line, and the eight shayot in both kilos and effort. It's a particular mountain that on this stage is only one kilos, most of them against kilosum is that feature for the less is true. So you go up on the mountain, there's one for your shaman, the next state of rain, and it's smelling kilozonos. Ultimately, the mountain will be filled with kilosons. So again, the idea of this is number one, that earth is prepared for fresh, like something prepared from nothing. And from the earth, again, things can sprout as evidenced by the kilosons. Incredible. The most I can picture is I'm sure that is fun to see the emotional flow about the kids. remember the Rothschild thing, what happened. The king said to the subjects, build me a palace. And he said, build a palace with nothing. There's no dirt, there's no water. There's no dirt, there's no water. And the subjects do it. The palace falls down, so and then the king says again, build me a palace. Build me a palace on place where there's dirt and water. And the subjects can't do it, impossible. The king said, what are you talking about? You built the palace with nothing. You're like sometimes you built the palace with dirt and water. I think the metaphor is as follows. So I say, all of us have times in life when we are pushed to accomplish things that we do not think we could accomplish. Our back is up against the wall, we're in circumstances, difficult circumstances, and literally again, the proverbial rabbit out of the hat. I did it. Baruch Hashem. Really difficult circumstances, really potentially impossible circumstances, and I came through, I did it. And yet, again, there are times day to day when my circumstances are not impossible, and I don't go through. And I tell myself, I can't do it. I can't do it. What are you talking about? Remember that time that you came through in impossible circumstances? Remember that incredibly stressful circumstance where, again, it wasn't clear if you would succeed or not, and you did, and you came through? If you could succeed in difficult, virtually impossible circumstances, if you could build a personalistic palace with no water and no dirt, then Allah has come of a time of day to day, when the circumstances are not difficult, you certainly can come through. And also, we all have situations like this, really difficult situations. You don't have situations. I think almost all of us have like this really difficult. I said to myself, I don't really know what to do this. But I got through it. And I'm going to get through it, but I succeeded and I grew. And if I could do that steadily for success in life, then I certainly could perform in day-to-day life. If I can make things happen where there was no dirt, there was no water, the more so I can build a personalistic palace where there is dirt and there is no water. Incredibly useful for life. You want to go fight it. I'm only able to meet up, but you're going to have to see what's next. It's a great series of stories. Here's a particular name. He said to be a Ben Pesisa, that's his name. Be a Ben Pesisa, that she points out up there. Kach Shlo, Bahaisalo, Akunius, Megaro. Interesting enough, so this guy, Ben Pesisa, who himself was a Shpikal problem. He was a hunchback. We're going to see that part of the story in this book. Rashi points out over here. He was a hunchback. Okay, so what happened? So there was a min who promoted him. And this min said to him, find the phone in Chayim. And I'm used to Mesi Chayim. The Chayim, the scene, the Mesi Chayim. So there was this Apikoris, he looked at the season and says, what's the matter with you guys? Speaking about the Jews, right? He calls the Jews Rishon. Rishon, why you Rishon? He espoused false ideology. He said that the dead come back to life. It's not possible. It's not possible. That which is alive dies. Can you possibly say that which is dead comes back to life? All right. So the Rebbe listens to response. Find the phone Chayim. You're the Rishon. The Amri son makes you a Chayim. The Havi Chaya. The Havi Chaya local Shahim. So it says, this goes back to the name. This is Ben Rasha. I'll tell you why. That which is not alive does come back to life. Every birth. How does every birth start? There wasn't life, and then birth. So you see evolution, the propagation of the species requires no light to light. So we have a paradigm for this. What are you talking about? You're another Russia. Let's talk about everything life starts. No light can go to life. It's much crazy to think that the dead can come back to life. So he called this Apikoris in Russia. Amalei, Apikoris lead. So the Apikoris in you're calling me a Russia? You can't, if I would go there, you're lucky someone's calling me back, right? If I belong to you, but the follow Pash, you're lucky, I would kick you so hard that I would kick out your hunchback. This is like, by the way, people are people, not just you, right? You're lucky my brother's holding you back. I would kick you so hard that I would kick you straight. Right there, I would kick you, but you would kick out your hunchback. So the game is Amalei, and I told him, Rofe Uman, Harvey Tito. Do it, and I do it. That's so quickly. If you could do that, I would give you a shkayach. Not only would I give you a shkayach, but I would give you that's a copay. That's a copay for that visit to the doctor. Incredible. Well, they don't have one. Now, that's our introduction to Kafir Ben Pesisa. The next number of stories we're going to be dealing with Kafir Ben Pesisa as well. And also, we're going to see something fascinating about his personality. That's in Rabbi on the 24th of Nisan. It's Natilu Sanoi Yehudam Yushalai. So again, those are oppressors. Our oppressors left Yehuda and Yushalai. Now again, what oppressors? What are we talking about? So watch this. Kishabo B'nei Africa. When the people of Africa came to the Romans, they people claimed against the Jewish people. What was that, right? Otherwise, before Alexander's postal. So again, actually, before Alexander the Macedonian, right? So they're doing that, not Rome, right? But they came before Alexander the Macedonian for the dinner with God. So I'm alone. Eretz Canaan, Shalom, Jews like Alexander, right? I don't know that Jews like Alexander, because also there are Jews named Alexander, which is the strangest thing in the world. I don't mean an English name. I mean like a Hebrew name, Alexander, right, which is very strange. Concerning Alexander the English name, right? That's not a Hebrew name. But again, this was Al-Sakar, but these Alexander the Great, the name stuck. So the people of Africa come with a din Torah against the Jews. Although, Eretz Canaan Shalani. What's the claim? The land of Canaan was supposed to look like that. There is nothing new under the sun. Right? So before there was a book, right? I'm not sure it was different, right? Before there was any of these other mechanisms, conditions in the world were always bringing their legal claims against the Jewish people to say we don't own the land. By the way, Africa is a pretty big place. Africa is a pretty big place. And it's still not so big. Not so big. Right? You wonder again, what does Africa need with Israel? What would they need? They need another desert? They need it. But again, listen, this is the terror of humanity. The terror of humanity is they cannot leave Cloud Israel alone. They cannot bear, the world can't bear that the Jews have said, again, it hurts us to say because we like to think that the world has changed and we all love each other and it's going to and clearly again that illusion is and again it's actually very affirming. It's the same thing that the world can't for some reason can't be so bad that Jews have something. All the more so that Jews can defend themselves, that Jews can stand up for themselves. Right? So again, so we come from Alexander the Great, the Canaan is ours. What's the claim? It's sick. And again, if you're right, it's from Africans. It's sick. Eretz Canaan L'Givosah. It says that the land of Canaan includes all of the boundaries, one of the boundaries. Well, Canaan, so therefore they looked at Canaan as part of essentially Africa. In other words, they had Africa. Canaan is included in this as well. Canaan, Avu and Kahano, Israel. That is our father. Right? Remember again, Canaan becomes the father of Cush, of Cham. So the Africans say this is our father. So because again it's our father, we own this land. So again, so this was now again, this was a claim of what before Alexander the Great. The Jews defended their claim to this Canaan, right? Only three of them see something. So three of them see something. He says, I'm going to face it to know the Rishon. Let me argue this with people. Now watch this. Right? In the story, I'm going to show you this exactly. So if I lose, the good thing is there's really no harm because they could just say, the alternative will say, but you see from this version, the year that the seesaw was not recognized as one of the American sages. That's not that wasn't his identity. Therefore, it says, if I lose the case, it's not a big deal, because whatever. You could just say, he wasn't really representing us, right? Just the Africans, they defeated just a regular guy. The Mani and Aseachos, that if I win the case, Amru Bahem, say, Torah's emotion and something. The victory will not be attributed to me, that will only victory be attributed to Torah. Which was like, by the way, you begin to see the beauty and the power of the personality of the leader of the society. That all of this was really about Torah. Which is not as much powerful. He's the business for himself as an ambassador of the Holy Ghost. So if I lose, the loss is mine. And if I win, the lose, then the Holy Ghost. That's incredibly selfless. Okay, so that's the solution for Allah with anyone. Okay, so the best solution for the volume. He represents Christ or funded Alexander the Great. So he says to the Africans, Where are you bringing the proof from? Give it a Torah. We just said it. I find you I'll be with them right element of Torah. I also bring it right from the Torah. What's the position? Vayomer, Arur Kinan, Evet Avot Yelachov. Kinan is cursed, and Kinan should be a slave to his brothers. If that's the case, Evet should so again, Hebron was here. You said you're the children of Kinan. Kinan was cursed. Kinan are Avodim. Evet Shekona Avodim Nefasim. Evet, we need a fussing with me. If an Evet acquires property, who does the property belong to? For that matter, who does the Evet himself belong to? The law owned. Not only that, Elashari Kamish Shonim Abadatano. So furthermore, again, you guys owe us back wages, back service. Why? Because we have the states to call Israel, and what? We have not been working 3 years. So not only do we not owe land, right? But we owe you, and you owe us back wages, back payments for all of your delinquent service. Okay. So what happened? I'm going to add Alexander Malka. So Alexander says the answer things new. Well, what say you? You know what? What's the response? I'm going to go to search for Shiach. So they said, Alexander, give us 3 days. Give us 3 days to come back with the answer. Also, in his mind, gave them the time, but Google a month of Shiva. So ultimately, they searched, but they could not find an answer. Miyad Baruch, so the Africans ran away. So what happened? Jimmy Kushin to us, the Kamen Kushin to us. The last time I was happening, it's interesting. So apparently, again, they were living in Canaan. Right now, it's struggling. They were living there. But again, they had to go. They ran away. And they left behind leading fields and leading vineyards. And where it says, "Oh, Shana, Shvi is Haisa." It was a Shmita. So not all Israel succeed, but ultimately, Rabbi went ahead and Baruch Hashem had somewhere to sustain himself even during the Shmita. So let's say again, what's he saying? Like, it's fascinating to think about a message. So I'll say 2 messages. Number one, the Jew should not be bashful or apologetic about what is ours. What is ours? We have very little in this world. But the little bit that we have is ours. That we should not be ashamed to defend it, that we should not be ashamed to the ownership over it. Nor should we be apologetic about the fact that the trust will give it to us and did not give it to others. When are apologetic, so ultimately again, that weakness is exploited and perils the good. When Jews are proud, when Jews are direct, and when Jews assert their sovereignty over that which is ours, that is when things come together. Number 2, when you do things not for self-serving, egotistic, or eccentric purposes, but you're reading for home, that's what things work. If you have empathy, so I'll say, I want to personally out, by the way. If you think about it, it's interesting to note that like the Via Baptist came with like a whole chevron, right? Well, welcome to my Gemara, like my kind of it says in the Ram, it doesn't come kind of there, it doesn't have an Azanat, it doesn't have race, it took the pasuk, he quotes the pasuk, like, why couldn't other people come up with this? I don't know what the answer is, but on a very simple level, the Via Baptist made it very simple, like, it's not about me. It's not about me. This is about the Torah. When you do things for the right purposes, specifically, when you cover the message, things come together. Be unapologetic about what is ours, and when we do things for the right purposes, the things come together. Next, Shulchan Aruch, another thing told us, fascinating. Alexander Lothar. So once again, now the Egyptians brought a court case. Let's say this is big. Again, we think it's new things that like nations of the world do proceedings against the Jewish people. It's not true. The Africans did it exactly. There was a right who let the claims of China. Just see how the world was sort of right. Who was at the forefront of the claims of against the state of South Africa. And I was just see certain things they generally are. I don't want to think that the world really does. The only thing that changes is us. The world very much stays the same, especially in this Egypt. So it's overwhelming. Next court case. Who else not on the Alexander the Great? Egypt. Allah, sorry, Omer, Hashem, to no longer can't say the Egyptians go, I was like, it's actually a pretty good claim. Right? So the Pasuk says, what's coming up to Pesach? The Pasuk says, Hashem gave the favor of Klal Yisrael in the eyes of the Egyptians. By answering it, Hashem in the languages, they borrowed. Now there's different ways to interpret that word. Some say ask, right? Others use borrow. Now the Egyptians are clearly coming with that idea, and it means borrow, which means Klal Yisrael borrowed a whole lot of silver and gold from the Egyptians. Which the Egyptians say, so happy to come back to you. Right? We'd like our stuff back. We'd like our stuff back. Okay? So the Gemara says, I'm going to give them Sisa. So the Gemara Sisa says, the Gemara Sisa says, do me a favor. It says to the rabbis, I'll deal with this. Give me your shows, I'll deal with it. Maybe that's when once again, and go check out that exactly. Say if I'm successful. I'm sorry, if they if they win the case over me, so the next again, it's not a big deal because people can say, I was going to get Seesaw, he's a heckler. He's just a regular guy. And I need an example of somebody. If I am successful, Amru Lahem, Torah Moshe Rabbeinu Mitzvah. And ultimately again, glory will be given not to him, but the glory will be given ultimately again to Rabbi Charles. That's the shows. Okay, so then Seesaw shows up for days and he adjudicates the case with the Egyptians. Okay, Amru Lahem. Egyptians, what's the right? What's that's Torah. So again, because we told you, by Ashimon, borrow stuff from us. So okay, describe how to play. You know, I want some back. So you know, see some I'll be from I will something you put in Torah. So Moshe ben Israel, Asher Yeshua ben Israel, Shloshim Shana Ba'arba Me'os Shana. The Jews were in Egypt 430 years. 430 years, you're going to get back to the clock. So they live 430 years. So have no problem counting. How do you make it? You say we owe you gold and silver that we borrowed. Okay. You also owe us back wages for 600,000 men. You bought for 430 years. Let's just say. Let's settle up. Let's settle up. That wages for 430 years for 500,000 people, and we're happy to go ahead and settle up with it. So what happens? So it's not going to be much trouble. Sanzama says, I send this message. Okay, what do you have to say? Amrulo, new one special show. Give us 3 days, we'll come back. So that's one show. It's not. We also have Ryan and Smart. But people are not sure. So ultimately, again, they search for 3 days, they couldn't find the answer. Miyad, Kenikus Sadov saying, Kishin grows, the Kane, Kishin grows, Ubas. The fields, right? The latent fields, latent vineyards, the also Shonish Keys lights up, and it was a Shmit here. The camel was a which is like benefits. What's that? Source has a interesting. Why is that multi asset is from the Egyptians, by the way? Right? Why don't you always come back? Right? And say, you know what, we don't have an answer. I was like, here's the difference. At the end of the day, when you're arguing for MS, if you don't have an answer, you come back and you can say, you're right, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer. And you recognize that what you're doing is spoken theirs. And only an attempt to rob people of what is rightfully theirs, you don't even have to back up, to show back up in courts. And that's the message of us over here. These are real points. Right? These are real points. Listen, in every court case, someone wins, someone loses. That's the way it works. Again, all you want is just a fair shake, recognizing though you might win, you might lose. When you can't even show back up, and you can't even show your face, and you can't even back up, that's show this. So profound. You always like to shoot out Afas. Opening your schmuck. That's incredible. Okay, so I'll say this is this. Everybody is jumping on the bandwagon over here. So who comes? Sons of Yishmael, when they threw up. London in Yisrael, let's outside Yisrael. What's Yishmael saying? What's that? Hello, Eretz Kinaan Shalom. Okay. Yeah, let's do this. Right, let's do this. Right, so when Yishmael say, Eretz Kinaan is ours. So what happened? Yeah, listen, here's what's interesting. Yishmael goes to a different claim. They say Eretz Yisrael Shalanu is Shalachem. Right, so it's interesting. Yishmael in this context says, we're not saying it's solely ours, we're saying it's also ours. But this is very different, right? Africa is all ours. Right? If you have a claim, right, this is which I wanted backwards, right? They want the money. Right? At the end of the day, so it's interesting, Yishmael, and we're going to see why Yishmael's doing this. Yishmael says, we're not claiming it's all ours, we're just claiming the partners in it. The partners in it, why? So the verse says, told us Shmuel ben Avraham. Told us Avraham. So again, what's the Shmuel's claim? By the way, Shmuel's claim is not about claim, right? But the Shmuel's claim, we're also children of Avraham. We're also children of Avraham. The land was given to Avraham, and we were the children of Avraham. So why should we not have to share in Eretz Canaan? So once again, I'm going to give him stuff from to know the just for enough anymore. Outside just both don't. So one thing, give him some stuff. Cameron, let me do this. Let me do this. I'll judge. I'll judge you. I'll argue. אני הסכוני, אמרו להג'ות שלכם, ניסחתם, בין אני ארצי החוצון, אבל להם תורס משה רבינו ניסחתם. Right? So ultimately, I guess, he says, if I lose, they defeat me. If I win, it's Torah that has won the victory. So what happened? Amrulahem, so it says to the Shmuel, what's your ayah? What's your proof? Amrullah, I'm not Torah. So again, we just quoted it. You are also the Torah. אף אני לא אביראי אל מן התורה, אל עושים לך שנאמר, השתן ורשתי שרה, וייתן אברהם את כל אשר לו יצחק, Abraham gave everything he owned to Yitzchak. ולבני הקדושים אשר לאברהם נתן אברהם מתנות. And Abraham gave, like the children of the concubines, when they gave to God, he gave them matanos. And then it says, Vayishalachem, may all Yitzchak to go. He sent them away. He sent them away. Obviously, Gemara says, Nosan Abraham, Nosan Abraham, Nosan Agatan, the Barak Bachayim, the Shigazan Alzeh, Klum Yish Lazeh Alzeh Klum. If a father gives gifts to a son and then sends that son away, that's the sent away son having things of the primary son. Of course, not. It's actually essentially what things is sentiment, but he's talking about. Abraham gave Yishmael the sons and the concubines gifts, and what did he do? Sent them away. And what does that mean? He said, Hebron, this is yours. I love you. I do love you. Right? That's what's so important. And you mark with Yaakov. Amir says, I have two sons. I love them both. Shmuel, I love you. And that's I'm giving you stuff, and I'm sending you away. You have a different destiny than you stuff. So the Gemara says as follows. My matanos, by the way, one of the matanos that he gave them. I'm not hearing about I'm ashamed. Right? Ultimately, again, he gave them sorcery. He gave them sorcery. So the Gemara says, therefore, again, an interesting thing I also want to point out, what's fascinating about that story is if you notice, the conversation ends there. Right? It's not like the Egyptians say, Yishmael says, we need 3 days in order to come back. If you hear them, the Caesar's Raya was so cold, a mic drop, that was it. That was the end of the story right then and there. Yes, your father is the son of Abraham. And Abraham loved your father as well. Abraham gave your father gifts, gave him stuff, and he sent them away. When a father sends a son away, that means he doesn't want the second son to have anything to do with the first son. Hashem did not want Yitzchak, I did not want Yitzchak and Yishmael. Actually, remember, Abraham did want Yitzchak and Yishmael to go together. Sarah did. Shmuel intervened, and Hashem said to Abraham, this is the Sarah. So therefore, again, to be Jesus says, you have no Chelek to Shmuel. You have Shmuel. You have no Chelek in Eretz Yisrael. That's the end of the story. If you notice that it's this version of the story, Shmuel is not finished. No, let us get back to you, and the story is over. Absolutely incredible. Right, but you know what, we'll have to, this might be a new, okay, we're fine. I'm going to stop over for today. Okay, listen, possibly going faster. Can't go any faster. There's too much to start over here. So I'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up in your touch on the bottom of time tomorrow. More incredible, dramatic, and overwhelming tomorrow. Right. Good morning. Let us begin. she might get all of us both just as much as our actual time goes by to or talk shit there. We don't finish talking about something that we always show the Rothschild this year. It's also the same so much for all about the start for the world sponsors for the month of October. I thought we were told every season, but it doesn't make spot that we have tried to see version that looks like coming season and further families and memory of the movies with the seven short kids starts from Rabbi and Maritime comes over. National Samuel get families in it, all those videos for she had one give it colorful these songs and try to share it, she knew that has to just hold. When we saw that she was successful for save it. Was it that? Let us begin. We have the incredible and overwhelming people that ahead of us today. Today's guest is sadly connected to the forward. Take test from the goodies, 89 14 runs up from the bottom. Snap the little of the story of the actual God. So we're going to the 12 that says that the US do the God. Sacrifice your son, which I'm looking for. Live the kids on which they have two sons. I have two sons. As you do God, your only son, this one is a single son for his mother, and this one is a single son for his mother. Each of my children I have given you singularity. I share a hot dog, the one who you love. I'll buy you the thing over it. I love that both. I mean, I don't want to my head for Adam, but he says, you think I don't love you smart? You think I love you smart? The father loves the son, yet the son doesn't do exactly what the father wants. As he's called. So my name is Rabbi says, okay, it's called. It's called. I asked Stephen Mara, the contact barber. So I was just saying, when you go to see Scott, why the whole community over her? Why not just put it in? Go ahead and sacrifice this folk. And you so to choke that dog out. In order to have money, not to keep people going by all this. In other words, how can I create that how long for myself? This one is going to be working past the obviously wasn't going to be able to come up with it. Which one? Or for the so it's into this. And it's going to intellectually justice, emotional justice, lays out slowly. It's also fascinating about sometimes how to convey difficult information. Sometimes it's not just about going out. It's not just like, okay, something the person has to be able to ease into a right reality. Incredible. Taking yourself on that. So it's not that somebody was on his way to the idea was it also shows right how people have no goals and before again getting out of the thought to be able to get into the mindset of moving and letting the people to the actual God was also a process. It's also a process as people have what they want. It's not like you took this person and said, okay, I'm ready to do that thing. It took the whole city people to ease into it. You know, there's like people something like that. So someone tried to sabotage how much people on the way to the actual God. I don't know. When we set up that like people South Arabian, that not was not such culture for it. It's hard to tell it that's what they like. So there was a part of the was so what the second says to happen is happen. This is that a God will actually do this. So the second is trying to do the logic himself as a there's such a very second process and the explosion of restoration. Double second more look at the desires. And so how can God love to ask you to go ahead and offer up some sort of looking at that shape? He said that as well. I do not have heard of source of fellowship. Long spell, but you have that host. You get the God's love you so much, you have to something, the entire future, they live in the future, the balance of this one thing of this sun. Because the extent this is control has to be this way. I don't know. I need to be great because it's just such a beautiful, beautiful color. Shadow response, I walk with my person, right? Like ton of television work out, but simplicity is whatever says, this is what I would represent is the ability to give oneself over the totality of the nature. It's not just, I'm not back to myself frustrated. I'm not myself frustrated. So therefore, now I'm going to set myself and strength down, but it's about giving myself over to God. I need to live and walk in completion throughout each powerful, whatever the devotion tells me to do, so that's what to do. That's very important. Incredible. How will you not stop this last stop? So that is how it's not that's how we do. Because we should be right. We should know, sometimes we can't consider just so there's one interesting thing about it, which is people have it on their own foot and it's just right? Might be strange, might be unexplainable, but books that so I don't know, you can look it up, but there's actually one of the talk about the ethical rules. So ever one of the that it feels like such a these conversations, it's probably the essence that every person would have been a good at some point in time. Because the difference is whether it's something that's really valuable or whether you would go to this conversation with his mind. Right? On one end, you without the luxury to this team, and what's the answer to that? The answer is I only said what you have. And it's right here, I just keep myself over to the photos and stuff. That's how I keep myself over pressure. And then the first thing that is, go a second. Maybe a misunderstanding of God is and how God wants you, to which again, everybody responds. The end of the day, those who put themselves in that and use stuff in trouble, those who put themselves over in their ability to have powerful, they'll never be lost. They may hurt you, difficult, overwhelming, but they'll never be lost. Even because of no kashaya, right? So once the Satan saw that Maria was not case in Amalek, then right above enough, catch the lucky and hurry about it. I say over the English sculpted over. And the Satan says that around so that I don't know what you wish. Because I from behind the curtain. At the end of the day, God has been sacrificed all. But at the end of the day, they end up offering up and not this structure. So what's interesting enough is that they've done every study that what ended up happening. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, since there's something I'm sure shown by that. This is the first with the Hawaii. Shakti no over evidence. You show it what. There was somebody lies and not tells the truth. No, this is so interesting. So what's this last one? What is this last piece of play? There's something that's trying to keep this. So trying to do this, I'm going to not to do this. Right? Okay? The last each episode, I haven't go with that. I got it. You don't have to talk about this like this is going to be fine. What's the shot? The shot was he was trying to break this star. But he was trying to say, I'm going that. It's not such a test. He said that anyway. So he was trying to couldn't stop him. So at least he could take away the reward for the computer component. Which I believe says essentially something. I don't listen to you. I don't listen to you. So whatever you're saying, that's absolutely zero meaning to me. Because at the end of the day, again, if you see the punishment of a liar, he's one who ever shows, but incredible. So you're a writer. I'm going to be sure you talk. So I'll say so absolutely again, but it's accessible to ask the someone is having a conversation on the view. So you try is having a conversation. It's called, I don't know what you call it. You suppose it's completely for something. You think of something that brings you after all, it's not only companies shots on that there's one nothing. Not even no such a shut up. So the short says it's got I got to first, but you know, you got to be sure the baby, there's no consent, there's no memory of it, and you guys talk like an adult. So 2 years old, I don't know. I don't know if this club says the Aver after the gallery, you're starting up with maybe 4 or 5 cards. It only be that much fun of somebody has actually for the fun I need to react to that. Right? That is the way I ultimately again I just couldn't use it for coming to be my entire time to it. I would do that. And maybe after that conversation, yeah, the king says maybe after that becomes what's the chance to do all of this? So first of all, that I think one of the things that comes up with this is, it's a big cliche, it's with the phrase, sharing everything to your test that you carry out in your boat. I think that if a cause for that, they actually keep this tomorrow. Because what happens over here is a conversation between this couple and Shmuel. And this couple says, if Hashem would tell me to sacrifice my entire self, I would be ready to do so. And right after that, the king meets us out of Hashem has this heart. It's almost as if after that moment, when he starts himself demonstrating his ability to be ready for such an overwhelming test, and after that statement, that's when I finish powerful testing. only after the discovered that this hut was ready for such a sale, that was one of the few that sale is the soul, showing that we can't take what doesn't mean it's easy, doesn't mean it's fluffy. What it means is if I'm there, I can handle it. If I'm there, I can deal with it. There's also just going to point out that I say, whenever you want to do something with a break, just be prepared for the forces of opposition to spring up against you on every single level. In fact, what we have here, that the whole you endeavor, the more there's resistance, right? You're doing something, you're fighting to do something that doesn't really so forces instead of suffering so far. So like because you really care what you're doing. Why do some of everything some of the fear just for the resistance to occur? So you see what's happening. Over there, right? Then we started right? We started out with so there's resistance every single step of the way. That's what they know the customers are using or like favorite parts of a ball play. Actually, by the idea, what's the idea? That shows us how they do. I'm just not calling out what we're doing for. Don't check these cards. And then what happens? Once it checks, I don't buy actually, I don't get that part of the stuff for trailer. I don't know the trailer. You see that the sees that there's a ram that's caught in the thick of the forest. And then it goes over. And the officer of the country, I asked the customer, and the customer, I don't know you to go ahead and offer that up as a cover. I'm from just one cover. They should won't cover at all. Right? I love you to offer covers. He says, because I'm going to be something stuck in the forest. It's just like this. If you, I don't want to run up out of the seat and there in the seat, I don't want to walk with it. It's just something that easy. That's from his sucker. When we saw it, stuck in the music, you were trying to get like a round out of the thing. So it's not much, it's not right. Somebody told me this after before. Right. So you ever try to get a round out of the thing and say, no, but you can imagine, right? There's the thought, it's not struggling. Whenever you try to get a round out of the ticket, you get caught. There's a struggle. I mean, you saw with this struggle, there is keep you sharp. Where there's easiness, there's no keep you sharp. When you struggle, you are going to get caught. You are going to get weak. You're going to get better. You're going to get bruised. That's where there is keep you sharp. So when there's ease, let's go first. But there's keep you sharp. When you struggle, is absolute holiness. And I was like, that's this story. Sometimes starting up with Anton, Yitzchak, Ishmael starting up with Yitzchak. Sometimes in life, we undertake all the endeavors and make it difficult. But we make the mistake of thinking that Hashem really wants to use the actions and what it is. The fact that there's difficulty shows that it's not that I think it's okay. That's just the opposite. It's just the opposite. The whole the endeavors but what it is self-reflecting the great ease is it might be something very nice. A lot better than it's for me. It's incredible. So how about it? So it's back to the Revel's chapter for a little bit. Then about the Revel's so nobody tries to get people to go ahead and worship a Lord Sarah. Just I'm sure the translation it says you get translation. So the Lord says it might be there that whatever again. So when you see this shape, things like nothing you try to get either individual or a group. Next, my good there, because remember, those are those who try to get your city to worship idolatry. So that's why I hope this video, I'm sure the translation says correct. Not actually we have this give up my time in Babylon. So another tries to get you to worship idolatry. Let's give up. Why is that? What's the part of Babylon? So he was asked, how from the basis. So when the Shabbat from the basis, not allowed this giver up, and this giver of the he succeeded. And she says, no, it says, Lisa. And what's how the whole? So come Lisa, the Torah, stand the beer out of heaven, you know, every Lisa that is mentioned in the Torah, it's kind of, but you can get it after this giver of my time in Babylon. So why do you think that I just hear that us? If it's still what's the large point of Babylon? Some I knock on only basis, only should be so in the Shabbat, either from basis or from the Rabbi should be the Shimon, כמה הדוח, אני לא מבין, תשמעו את זה הדוח, I'm not being empathetic. The Ligma uses, why doesn't the Mishnah consider Shabbat from basis? So the Gemara says, so the Gemara says, don't you make this stuff, you make this stuff, you don't make this stuff, you make this stuff, you make this stuff. Because then you'd rather go ahead and then have the zero Shabbat from this stuff, you make this stuff, and remember what's in this context, in this discussion, these two types of sayers. Right? There are those inside individuals, and there are those who are inside groups. So therefore, you'd rather go ahead and Seder Shabbat to the right type of the Seder. I'd rather learn out again what we call the Muhammadan Seder, the Muhammadan Seder, and that Muhammadan Seder from the Rabbi group sites. Rabbi shows that Kevin Shibia, and in the Kahakos couple of chefs, he shows that it's a Rabbi who is excited. But once he's excited at the end of the day, he becomes active. He's no longer in the actual control position of Rabbi. Rabbi is like the Christus sets up those type of decided to end you. Machlokes, that's very interesting. So in general, now back a little bit to this, right? False prophet. He's false prophet, right? So now the Shaila is what exactly do you think to do in order to go ahead and be considered a false prophet? Now, obviously, or at least it's not because we say that the Moshe Rabbeinu is not part of this. Machlokes, the whole care of this Kabbalah Prophet. The kingdom and mixes the people mixes Kabbalah Prophet. The one thing that's interesting, the whole piece comes up in the Parliament in the Constitution. He goes ahead and uproots some form of a body style, but then the aspects, we hate certain aspects of the publishing of a body style. I think the last is the main. First actions I've heard about it. Machlokes, the one thing I haven't seen, what I'm saying is that local website, check and explain the type of stuff. What's in the focus? Type of stuff. Is it schema? Is it kind of that's in the focus? But it actually says it right. He says, Machlokes is going to show you the level of call out good by what is the Amar is that you see the approach of the Akura, the level of the call. Which was I don't know how to so this is obviously the classic case of this Rabbi Shepherd. He emphasizes that he says, I have received the word about I have heard by God to everything straight and totally uproot. There's no prohibition of Avodah Zarah. No such thing as Avodah Zarah. Okay, all the clean mixes from the background that I need to come here about Skiba, which is the most all the other possibilities like this. The other possibility is he's a main part of Avodah Zarah, but a really part of Avodah Zarah. So, for example, Rabbi Shepherd multiple examples of this. What I say is that, you know what, you're not allowed to offer a comfort to Avodah Zarah, but you are allowed to guide down to Avodah Zarah. So that would be an example of he's maintaining part of the condition, but a really part of the condition. So that's what it is in Machlokes. So again, obviously, go to that one and the Mishnah that goes to him and put to death. Machlokes is about the type of death. Watch this. Because the Torah says that the Navi will try to bring you from the death, min haderes. Min haderes means even if he just tries to get you off part of the death. In other words, that he's upholding part of the Torah of Avodah Zarah and leaving another part of it. This is this. About go to sadness is maybe I call the head. Really interesting. But that's a story goes that Navi comes along and says, nothing to do with Avodah Zarah. The Navi comes along and says, you know what? I got a prophecy from God. The prohibition of shackles no longer applies. Not to Avodah Zarah. He just uprooted another mitzvah. Uprooted another mitzvah. Everyone agrees. It's part of that. And that's because he's a false prophet. And corrupting the word of God. And everyone agrees that in that situation, he's under that benefit. The key mitzvahs, the big mitzvahs, the shackles, is about Kalpata. But by other mitzvahs, he goes ahead and let's say, uproots heart, but then goes ahead and maintains heart. By other mitzvahs, everyone agrees utter. What the example that he says that on Pesach, we have to keep 6 days instead of 7 days. There's some shabbos, some categories. Category 1 is Avodah Zarah. Whenever a false prophet comes to the Lord, and even uproots the entire prohibition of Zara, und die Jews, after both these traditions, it's kind of so, it's a kind of that everyone. Can't put it too. None of us are retired. So, it's all over the fight. I know the people. For me, this is what it is. And the next one, you up this part and this part of it. Each of what's up over there. But that way, it was a part that doesn't do that. It's all right. That part that just means that that's what it is. Yeah. It's because the rest of them are there. Exactly. That's what that's it. But as you get to the most coding, it's the process. It's the process. I'm not out there, so we're not going to go. I think was leaders anlaşılıyor ama ortaya çıkan this is kind of in the shadow the first part most accepting like hospital well that's like because you remember he's going ahead like he's really putting the time that I should go to the father well that's Zoom so say it's for your partner to Zoom says more say what is it so like he says like he just nothing. Yes, the public parts of the program, which is probably people that. Let's go over there. These are like the ones that come and say, I want to come and get to the staff as well. And everyone who is talking about idolatry, they don't say, is there any positive humanity associated with idolatry? Which is that. But if you ask, yes, it is. So, the Marxista, in that span, there is a passage, and the first passage of the Mosaic, they just put the different parts to the people's altars about what is up. That have you about so it's in the family and another question. The song is a very research. Actually, first of all, is not to talk about the coffee machine. So it's not the kind of like French alcohols. Not the problem of French. So what gives me that question? That's actually probably the other side of the issue. But I will say, this opportunity is not how this second machine. If you on the job, I'll go by. Thank you very much. First morning. Tremendous. I did not start the shoot at 5:49 this morning. It was in the swimming pool, right? Which is strange. To bring yourself up and show too much. It's just a fact. Thank you to people also for really nice. You know, the mornings and the coffee is delicious. Thank you very much. I was going to say, people go out and go out of course. Wow, okay, I'll take the coffee. Fine. So, but as follows. Aber nach Gott jetzt weder aus kommen every time it's not just never comes along. Approach to this. I love the fourth part that comes along and uproots some totalitarianism in Torah. Whether that is about the Zohar or any other mitzvah. So in this case again, you never check it coming along with saying this mitzvah or this idea or whatever it is, no longer applies. There is a apology. Anytime that happens, you know what sense? No, first of all, you can sell things two types like this. Putting up a mitzvah, whether it's idolatry or the other mitzvah, regular. Punch like that. Furthermore, when it comes to idolatry, whether you go ahead and do part of idolatry or all of idolatry, punch like that. The unique such the privilege of choice to that called Patra. So when you do, if you uproot and affirm some part of other mitzvahs, right? Like we said before, you go and Shabbos on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but not for that specific. You know, so that would be an example of a big part. You can find part in that context. You Patra. The Patra. Not one of my examples. I just got me locked up. Right. So it's this. So what he's got is in order to go and uproot some element of the Torah. Or they're going to say one standard advice, so they're going to do to repair what we Zara or anything else. So that becomes one that says a particular mitzvah or a particular idea no longer applies. Okay, or I think you open the Bible so I mean, I'm studying what I quite don't know. Okay, fine. The kind of mitzvahs we about the mitzvahs, let's say they emphasizes to uphold part of the mitzvah and to be part of the mitzvah. It shouldn't hold that, but it shouldn't say that you're part of it. But I just don't find that I think all that I know that you are is a much better to us. You got that high. By the whole desire, even if you partially uphold it, partially distribute it, ultimately, again, they're going to be high. Right, the high. to worship about Zara, the rest of the day is still like gold for that. A value is so that it's still much of this business. And now we have the same different pictures about how to focus also the beautiful. So I think that this is like just looking. So I don't think that this stuff, when we talk about this, and we different purposes of that discussion, like for this to help. So we're all about all things. We're all some of the different things. We're going to have to struggle with the different things. I don't think that I don't have the final purpose of different things. I buy each other this little guy said this dog. So I hold the this dog. And the purpose is entire discussion with this guy. I'm just not really go. I'm just not going to go to the again, if another comes and uproots in mitzvah from the Torah. Now, one definition of uprooting in totality. You say particularly some doesn't apply to the other doesn't apply. Why are we talking about a bonus? Or shar mitzvahs. The halacha is that anyway, much like which kind of tells us what happens if nothing comes wrong by this. It says you have one part of it, you change part of it, then you should have called there, then you change the partner. That's like shamitzes. Shamitzes. What do you have on it? Don't do that on all this. But I don't let's go back the way it comes like idolatry. I feel I don't need to do and they walk on the door. Local ways when it comes to idolatry, even if the false prophet is partially upon you. And you want to do this library, right? I told you, listen, we're going to be messing up whether it's full negation, partial negation, it's going to be a few of these stuff. What the people stuff? My people say like this, that's not bogus. That's not bogus. And it consists of, so it says about it. So, like, and it turns to those like, and it's not last like government. I want to come in chance. It's not this like, all questions come to law, it comes to at least something in the total. Right? Full negation. Why does it have a result? Something else? Kind of Musa. What's the Musa? What's the Musa? According to this approach, not focus. Kind of versus Kiva. Fine. There's kind of Musa. From the back of Musa, Shamitzes. What happens if the Rabbi comes to the Bahadamitzes? Not I love Zara. And you have all part of it's going to be part of this. No, what's kind of a Shimon calls it, a Shimon says a water, but the Rabbi, so the Rabbi, but my love is going to come to idolatry, and he will over, I don't get to have a Mahat to move on. Kind of idolatry, the partial negation is for going to be liability. What's liability? Not to be this way, or not to be this way. That's not focus. Okay. So let's say, so what's the two things that we're going to talk? So really what it comes down to is, the whole place is really about the nature of the punishment, not as much about the nature of the halacha. So essentially, here's what everyone is agreeing upon. If another comes along and tries to go ahead and uproot idolatry, whether he's bringing in uprooting idolatry as opposed to he's not about the Zara, or there's partial negation, partial holding, chayiv. What is it, chayiv? Okay, so that's not focus. That's not focus. Next case. Another component tries to uproot the truth is eminence of the totality. What's halacha? Chayiv. Next case. Another component tries to punch these meats and punch these meats, another mitzvah in the Torah. What's right now? What's halacha? Potter. Another component tries to uproot and punch the fruit and punch the control of the Torah. And you repeat chayiv. And the similarities is what's the death penalty. Again, but if you know what's happening to me, it's fascinating. I'm going to go and look at the call, you're going to look at I'll give a Torah, Shema. No, what's going to want us to go cover? So let's say this is fascinating about it. So the ones we are in general, if another tells you to violate words of Torah, you have to listen. Two, I want the Torah. The qualified that tells you to worship about the Torah. Shafi the money, cover that. It's like a deal. Even if the little bit can perform a tremendous miracle and causes the sun to stop and not start, the sun doesn't set it. And preventing the sun from setting, go worship about the Torah. We don't listen to it. I will say, that's what I point out about what is this? So we have to look at that. This is beyond our view. Like, how I kind of know, it may not be expected class, so to say that they look at how you worship to offer a couple of those outside of Mishnah as I see the question. Because we did see think that God has certain power and God has certain graces, maybe to instruct involved in transgress. Like Rothschild, the specific concept, you see this one thing, the exception or the line that we talk about idolatry. Under no circumstances do you ever listen to another worship idolatry, which means I'll listen to it up and do a lot of other stuff, but not Apple Bizarre. Not Apple Bizarre, so you must say this follows. And I brought back to say, even if you never perform it, you're not a miracle. See, so it's performing a miracle, I just was like, where does the character perform miracles come from? I'm not much far away. Obviously, Hashem is allowed to do this, Hashem wants us to do deal. It's not however, whatever gets the destroyed miracles, one thing is change. Do not worship idolatry comes in any circumstance. Tanya, but he doesn't make you older. You can't tell yourself that the Shabbat is republic. That was that this is an interesting election that we have. The third understands, even if you're getting a lot to have about this called Rabbi, you cannot call the Shabbat. Shafim might be called Hamad and Sarakio out to Shlomo. See, interestingly, that's actually. Listen to them, Shabbat. That is in the week. Shabbat is such a sort of sin. The lesson that always in your face. So it's interesting enough what the rest of these say like this. These clues happen. These rational conundrums of why. Because if that miracle comes from Hashem, and it's not a tremendous miracle, so what is it for us? I'm sorry to die. I'm trying to do the right thing. Was out this investing in this movie with this incredible amount of power. So how am I, as an individual, supposed to understand certain things that are unfolding right in front of me? So to which it really says that my Bible sometimes has a spirit in our spiritual fidelity. And if I show the power to do certain things, even though again, it's against the will of the Bible, so to speak. And therefore, again, even if they're not performing, don't listen to him to worship idolatry. I know I people. Ask me sometimes, some of my money is not going to open soil. So, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How can you imagine for a woman that showing you power over nature to someone who's defined right? How would you even what are you talking about? So she's saying, looking for the power to another shepherd doesn't make any sense. Donc, خلقنا بالوسائل الخلاصة الربيعة الناس والرسول الذي شافه. ولكن الزينة not just being every shepherd scenario arises, but it can arise. But unfortunately, good loving went bad. Good loving went bad. So it happens. It happens, right? Sometimes good loving go bad. Otherwise, that's what I said. You have someone who has his credentials, has a bona fide loving, right? And what happens? Unfortunately, he loses his way. It wasn't says, I'm coming to ask you if I get what's up. Do not believe in yourself until I get that you guys. You can be loving. Just because you have a doesn't mean that you can't lose your way. But the king says, that pictures of a loving shepherd. So the loving shepherd is someone who everyone knows has proven himself through miracles. Because once upon a time, you were about to God. And then what happens? He loses his way. He's not performing any miracles now, right? But he's got credibility. He does what's enough. So he tells you, Chavera. And Rothschild spoke to me at the Lord and he said, I don't worship idolatry. And even if this is the kind of loving, so when he was a good loving, kept the sun from setting, still don't listen to him. Still don't listen to him. But I mean, Peter said, there's no more perfect, but everything else will follow. Okay, that's my story, that's how it. In 9 minutes, let's go again, let's go again. But the last code, what's your point? The last code, you commit to go to what's your last name? Straight off. So they just said that it's interesting enough that even children testify that they don't get accepted straight no matter what they get. They're kind of so disrupt, like to work, right? They don't teach you in culture. So it's behind the real estate. Some of the because the sign of no snow, this is not how around, but this is no cash, and some of the last says the success rate is going. You have to do what they conspire to do to their brother. So why? If you should call it, I saw it, I knew so many. So make a correlation of the so in general, I said, the way you do something works is what kind of punishment is it? Reciprocal punishment. Whenever you even want to consider a positive defendant, it's exactly the punishment that they themselves get. Now listen to this. The words justified fast coding, he was here to make all that. So what happens? We know a fast coding instruction, she was looking at her safer. Now we know that her goal, the man who she did introduction, it does need to be extra, right? Because it's one of those that they use punishment terror. So any of they are, and they will shoot, they will shoot, or that they use other. And he says now he was extended, two people can do the same way, and that the punishment are dramatically different. Because Coin's gets safer, the values they can it. Right? So what are they getting? What are they getting? To which people are saying, okay, that's us, we're okay to come back also. We work with the most experience with the believers are giving us a market, whatever they want to do, the offer to their brothers. So you see them here, if you can research a bunch of them, going to visit upon, they go out and not use a shop. And if I'm not the most of things as well, how'd you rock? People here have nothing. They don't say nothing else. They'll say, you can't let me now, but perhaps the most overwhelmingly incredible and beautiful journey of your life. I mean, we are back to the next couple of days. I think everybody can have an old hazard, but these emerging exchange is so Mishnah. Calling Israel, Jason came to the Hava. Okay, every week has a hero of Hava. Shneeman, the Hame, Kulon, Zayidin, and over Ares, makes a Naka, Sanitary Square. So it says the one that goes to Boston. Goes from Shia, that little nation, I also begin forever to have it go back. It's I limit myself, creations of my findings, not saying what I may be spoiled, and they are the creations of my mind through which I become purified. So the idea of the part of the process you are really focusing on over here is, honestly, by the way, Rashi says, like, what is this doing? Like, right now, what is this our context of our discussion, right? People are really like, we've got those, right? And now, so that's exactly what the Rashi says. Those are actually on both sides on here. So this is actually on the left side. Context of the couple, they call it IP, the IP cells, and we find shots on the field, we find how you get in. So good. So it actually says over here, we talk about that for instance, and I'm going to talk about over Hava. So the truth is, he's not actually saying fresh things to know because it's in the time. But I think just even before you want, what I'm saying is, he already feels on the cheap, right? And he knows what truck like this has been seen. All people are only doing the truth before they die. Calling certain things over the project, you know, for the executed that whole thing. That is the end of the reign of fiction in this world and the next. So I'm not sure what is thinking about Shiva, what we're doing for their last breath. So maybe just finish it up. Okay, you're subject to connect. Unfortunately, make sure to do tshuva before you die, because if you do so, what's the next line? Call the sun usually come through the Kaaba. I think it has a push made a to come, and then what even you? Choose to be executed by Hebel, by schema, by straight, by Arab, whatever it is, you can still earn your portion. You want to come to die as about tshuva. Incredible. Don't say it's interesting that way. It's interesting, if you the process, the Mishnah called you, but I know tshuva is a different. Remember, the Amit also be vocalized in a different way in this style. Improv. Improv means anything. You know, because of the style of the is a big side. Everything's a big side. I say, what does that mean? See, the culture sees us on so many different levels. He doesn't just see the outside, he sees the inside. He doesn't just see who we are, he sees who we are. And he also sees who we are. So you can only the one entity in this world, she is able to see potential, and then concludes that truth. Every single question is exciting. Once again, it doesn't just look at us through the prism of what we are right now, it looks at us through the prism of who and what we can become. And every week has such incredible potential, and therefore, you are going to spark Kuba inside you. That's the first line. And then you should mention that it was shame of Pedro I usually don't have much work to go. So, so obviously, there's an inherent contradiction right here. So what's the shot? Contrary to the every level, every Jew has much work to go. You give them shit and these are the ones who don't have much work to go. So it says, how do you reconcile that? It's very simple. What's the first one and the second one? How do you swell? If you are a member of So, if you identify a podcast on it, if you get yourself into the cloud, you have a portion in it to come. When you use a portion, you need to remove yourself from the cloud. Because if you understand, it doesn't say, you shall be associated with such a day. So, you be slow, you be slow. If you spend your life building up plans of access and embedding yourself within the cloud, sometimes no matter what you do as an individual, your portion will have to come. But if you're able to develop this, you can leave essentially, unlike other trees, you have to go to the access, you can move yourself from the cloud, then you can use your own level. Embed yourself in the cloud, or level always egress. Remove yourself from the cloud, you put yourself in danger of losing your particular portion. So who loses the portion of the cloud? Always listen to the cloud. Someone says, you do this back to the day. May God shine. It's only says God is not divine. Not because, again, this actually says in the first note, two because. But the people says, Apacolis is fun and so this is very beautiful. So I said, even when you use factors on one side, well, like, what is that? Secular knowledge, secular books, what is what you have to define exactly what those means. But I teach how I not go over to my collection, some design, lost in my life, can't even do that. But someone can use for some kind of implication that we use. Okay, like I said, we're going to find what all these things are. The show says, I apologize, I should go say something. Some of the pronounces, you read about Shem, which is like that's the thing, but someone actually says it. There are three keys I already let you go. You go down this thing as having lost the portion in the world to come. You are it. Shows you from the three keys. You love them, Akod, and Rasha. We'll say, no, Akod is the very serious guy. You love them, you don't actually put together Akod. You do eventually get to the start. Right? But all people keep and then actually put on the national. The Lord said, so easily, I don't think it's. Because the brothers ahead of us, like each of these brothers just overwhelming. And he says, you're not supposed to go on Laura. People says, no, King Menashe had the longest serving mother, 55 years of war. King Menashe has a portion in the world to come. She had by Spala Leron, by Yishmael Chikasa, and she would try to know himself. The person is that King Menashe got himself in some trouble, so maybe significant trouble. God Menashe, and Hashem destroyed so obviously we go, we're not sure about them, and as if he was for answer, we see the kid that we actually came about Shimon. On the Lord said, no, the Rachus Shivu, for all the Chaya all of our body Shivu. The Menashe was returned again to his mother, that he was not restored to his portion of the world to come. Paula had Yogos, who were the 40 good guys who lost their portion of the world to come. The love, Yogos Rishivu, the way, we're discussing those advisors to show. After one of the advisors to govern America gave speech sites to have shown how because the guy by all of those. Just one says, the whole conflict, we're jumping right into this. What is it that someone, why is it that someone goes ahead and denies resurrection? That's a nice translation. Why is it that he has portion in the world to come? So we do ours. And I will say, by the way, just as an aside, I think we'll get into this all before. There's been a contest about what the phrase Olam Haba first. What is that? Is that like afterlife? Is that what you die? Like that's growing? Is that messianic, like post-resurrection era? So there's no discussion over there as well. We're just going to look at it right now. Our purposes today, I'm just going to right now. We're going to see through the 45 onwards for the context. But myself, right now, we're just going to get in the whole number of these other classes. The portion of when you go after you die. So after you die, like eternal life. Now, again, what happens? What's the interface between Olam Haba and this resurrection? And like, but like I said, we'll see some of these things and such, but that's how it starts. I understand because a guy who denies resurrection uses his own Haba, spiritual places, yeah, but because it says, the call out Haba, come to Testament. So he rejects the notion of Testament. So if you call what do you have to Testament? Then we say, you see, it's standing up from the most decisions. You know, it's like Olam Haba, and it's actually means messianic era. Because he wants to go through the this guy, he rejected the ocean of Chiasanis. And therefore, again, he's rejecting of Chiasanis. Which, by the way, makes sense. If you don't believe it, you don't get it. See, you don't believe in the resurrection of the dead, you don't get the resurrection of the dead. Shekoli knows the chart, but he's probably thinking of that. As well as the way the martial works, is less possible. He's thinking of the cat, that's a possibility. So I'm not doing a song. And that's how you know that the 12 years we looking at him, that's a possibility. She had not been able to shut this to this. There are others, something in Torah. More chooses this story, that's a good fascinating. I don't want to show. Hashem, Kais Mochas, or Somas Shadow, who says, Science or Shadow, the Shadow Show. Okay. Not that. The army of Iran has been to Sharai. And what happened is famine. Obviously, it's famine. So there's no food available or the beach. It's up in the local cities. So that you don't get it. It's very tomorrow. They have to buy a ton of food for bread and a loaf. No one's doing overabundance of food. So what happens? Like I know, I shall not have shown the day as the trip. You don't know. I should also be for a special money. I knew that I'd never had that. So one of the very well certain army essentially said certain shots. That's ridiculous. Even if I shut opening up all of the windows in Shomani, such as the point of the officer saying there's no food here, there's no food here. No food, so over abundance of food that doesn't make any sense. However, Elisha says to the Sokhamah and the home, Shabbat Sokhamah. This is going to happen. You're going to see overabundance, but you're not going to get to eat. How much ways was there against the city? And what happens? I didn't look at him, but I used to see all the sun on the side, but no more. What's the interesting on Sergeant Redwood? The end of the story, the army of Iraq packed up, they just left. They just left. So it's and they left all of their food, all of their provisions. So there was a key MAC to get the power of the Iran who was produced this officer. This officer, because I came up with Chicago, but the people who come to the Michigan causes that there was no garage. She last got all the people to the bar. And then the person of the was very powerful. It's just other anybody who's called it Rothschild. And keep it from cross and the Serbayamos. If that's she said she had to die. My share, why does it seem like this conversation that happened between the Mary Shaw and say that what I say about how it sucks versus you see that's control happens against the business. Therefore, again, if a person doesn't believe in yes, those problems is fine, but don't believe that, that's up to you. But if you don't believe that, also don't believe that that's what says. This is one of the most important decisions they call it on the actually bases it on the possibility Hashem Sukkah. Hashem Sukkah. So often we trick Hashem Sukkah and it has Hashem for shade. That's just not how it works. Hashem is good, shadow. So what is a shadow to it? The shadow represents the peace. The Rebbe says, what you get from Hashem is what you are willing to put in. Like which death is what you get out. So which one of the parts knowledge is divine reciprocity. So if I go above and beyond for him, I'm going above and beyond for him. I act in supernatural manner if I'm not restrained, I act supernaturally for me. I push myself beyond the level of that which is expected of me, they won't do the same for me. It's very important. I'm the kind of person that I'll check the boxes. I'll do what I want to just I don't fight. Right? So if I'm do what I have to always get by, just expect that same type of responsibility. So then, if I am against the point of mediocre treason, so they expect mediocre divine response. That's the way it works. So it's reciprocity. On the other hand, if I want more from Hashem, if I want supernatural from Hashem, if I want peace and influence, then I have to become supernatural and I have to push myself to grow. Don't expect more from God, but make yourself open to invest in a relationship. You know, heaven, divine reciprocity, Hashem is my shadow, Hashem is incredible. This gets the general question of like all of this stuff. Because I mean, the Shia and the Mahaba, all these things are not mentioned to this new Torah. Like the balance, that's not inclusive as card, right? Shia can be used as one of the principal cards because of a one of the principles of a okay. So everybody uses the Rambam, it's the Rambam. So what's the chance that it's so close to such a real value? It's a chapter of our something. It's very simple. Judaism is a life-centric religion. Judaism does not focus on what the Torah doesn't see on the afterlife. Why? Why? Because that's not where our focus needs to be. The Torah doesn't use parable, by the way. The Torah doesn't speak about Mashiach. Why? And it's fascinating. That's not where our focus needs to be. Where does our focus need to be? Maximizing this life. Maximizing this moment right now. Now, it's not to excuse you. Like my mentor, that's like, it's a bias into the calculation. The verse says, but if you know this, verse said, if you ever drive by, the fundamental distinction between what you assume in virtually every church and every shul. Fundamental distinction is cemeteries. Churches often have cemeteries attached to it. Shuls never have cemeteries. The only places often you'll find shuls with cemeteries like in Europe. And that was because of landowners. Like that was just often what this people was given like a plot of land and you had to like you have to die on the same plot of land. Like so that's why you have cemeteries. You know, it's like no one ever it's not like you could have had like a nice home over there, over there, or I think certainly generally listening to folks like I look on nice I like to go to these guys and like you know it's like all together places. So I why that that keep playing cemeteries. From my side, Judaism is a life-affirming religion. It's a life-affirming religion. It's really not about what happens after 120. It's not about what happens after Mashiach comes. It's about now. It's about it's Monday. It's Monday. So what am I doing to maximize my Monday? What is something spectacularly amazing? It's not about where I go after I die. It's about what am I doing this week to maximize the life that I can do. That's why people find it so much more asked. By the way, you have this game of games. And I start to hear that choice of somebody how that going. But it says, you will take the children to Ireland. You must find that in out your own place. Or I don't know what that means. But some people like children to Ireland, but Ireland is dead. Ireland is dead. You don't go to Ireland. You don't go to Ireland. Because that's the social media. You don't know. Ireland is dead. Ireland has a children to sell. Ireland is every children to sell. It's made of intellectual and a lot of possibilities. You still look to look through. So it's one of the things that one adequate to come back to life. And there's a cause when it's also the time, the TSS and October. I'm hearing that that's two TSS, so let's say how beautiful is that? Which we also need to get like the chef and the things can be no time going to come back to life and each of us. We'll have that future. I love to honor the fact that the house of phrases is that way. That's the spiritual Christmas. What's up, traffic for today? You know, like I said, not worry. Not put that as the great, those that tremendous stuff has incredible week ahead of us. Should have everyone. All right, Wilson. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Thank our annual Coming From sponsor. For production AA, the Pilsner Spotlight Society dedicating all the sugar Russians this year. It's supposed to be so almost all the values to our sponsors for the month of Atta. Abba Luna Tovas, Terry and Steve Zinn, Rabbi Maria, his father, Dr. Harry Khan, C. Hirsch, Ben Yosef Cohen, the Ziv Levin and Berlin families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zach Shmuel, Ben Tzvaz Cohen, Rabbi Yotan, and Merit Marathon Torah. all of the shows have the families in the show, all those who need a refuah should have one to of clothes for these folks and 12 which should be their house, which is home. So all these folks should be successful for mass week. Once with that, let us begin. We have an incredible, beautiful daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Tzaddik 9 on 8 tests from the days, 89b, 14 lines up from the bottom. Smack in the middle of the story of the Akida. So remember again, the 12 who says down the that's beautiful. Sacrifice your son, which I'm looking at responsibility. He's going to need. You have two sons. Two sons. Your only son. This one is a single son for his mother. This one is a single son for his brothers. Each of my children again have very unique singularity. I share a half tongue, the ones who love, are advising the kingdom. I love them both. Incredible. You are right there. I don't think he says, you think I don't love you, Shema? You think I don't love you, Shema? Father loves his son. He doesn't do exactly what the father wants. As he's come. So God says to him, okay, it's not. I asked the co-counsel, so why don't you just say from the beginning it's Yitzchak? Otherwise, why the whole key? Why not just say from the beginning? Go ahead and sacrifice Yitzchak. You did so in order that Rabbi know that people know by the was there's probably also recognized the idea that it's going to bring the brothers as well. So it's justice, emotional justice based out slowly. Which is also a fascinating idea about sometimes how to convey difficult information. Sometimes it's not just about blurting it out. It's not just nothing, but again, sometimes a person has to be able to ease into a private reality. Incredible. Kid was stuff like that. So let's know what happens. Some of the people on his way to the idea. It also shows, by the way, how you can have looking at this more again. Getting to be able to get into the mindset of being living and ready and be able to do the action was also a process. So it's a process as kids I know even was it's not like just say, okay, I'm ready to do the action. It took time to be able to be into it. You know, like people talk about that. So if someone tried to sabotage Akbar on the way to the action. I don't know. And you start doubling left Akila, you start to rabbit. I'm not going to say kosher to it. I'll tell you about it. So there was the part of the process. I think the part of the structure said was that he said a reference law. So if the Satan says to Abraham, I don't this makes sense to you that a God loves you, but that's so Satan is trying to logically sabotage him. Essentially, everyone needs to keep saying because it's maybe it's what the search it's not what Kathy wants, it's not what Kathy desires. After all, how can it be that a God who loves you and has you go ahead and offer up something so much like that? Actually, he said, "Double that well, I love that little soul stuff. Always tell my kids that could it be that God loves you so much that he has to do something, in which your entire future hangs there, your future hangs in a balance of this one boy, of this son. Does it make sense to say to this love? This way. I'm alone. I need to do it because it's such a beautiful, beautiful work. Which I'm not in response. I walk in my simplicity. Like Tommy Taylor should look at simplicity, completeness. Whatever he essentially says, he wants to know that it is. What I'm looking at is the ability to keep oneself and the ability to let go of it. It's fabulous. I'm not talking to myself question. I'm not talking to myself. So therefore, I'm going to say this as a straight down play. It's about giving myself over to God. I need between it and walk with completion to that Kodesh Baruch Hu. Whatever the Baruch Hu tells me to do, that's what I'm going to do. That's my avodah. Incredible. I don't know. I'm going to rest on this last stuff. So guys, so it's not something that maybe you're Yira, maybe you're Shemai, maybe your fear of heaven is making you foolish. Maybe look like that is point. Zohar no, we can look like if you're everywhere, where's whereas yes. But other than says, you know what? Sometimes you can't see it. It's can't explain it. But there's one interesting thing about it, which is people who have it are never put at a disadvantage. Right? Might look strange, might be strange, might be unexplainable, but at the end of the same book, you have these are coming out, but is anyone who put the Buddha in front of the ever was? Has there ever been a bunch of people that this guy knows that such a this conversation, I would essence every person with a musical at some point in time. Just the difference is that whether there's nothing that's being out of or whether I'm able to put this conversation in his mind. Right? On one hand, could have even another person. There was this guy is I don't accelerate that. And therefore again I just keep myself over to any emotion. That's what it means to keep myself over to Hashem. I but then the voice comes back and says, maybe a misunderstanding. So like God needs to know God wants you, which again I'm looking at response at the end of the day. Those who put themselves in that race up themselves, those who put themselves over the responsible, they'll never be lost. It may hurt, it may be difficult, it may be even because of the long kashaya, right? So once the Satan saw that Amari was not listening to him, Amari, the Eli covered enough. God Shabbat Harry Cellular pages called then the Satan says to Abram, the Satan says to Abram, by the way, I don't worry too much because I've heard from that living and come up and heard. At the end of the day, God's asking me to ask you sacrifices. Good news. Good news. Right? At the end of the day, we have to offer them. And that's so what's the interesting enough is that is who what they do. This is the punishment of a liar. Somebody lies enough before they tell the truth. No one listens. No one listens. So interesting. So what's this last one? What is this last story? The something that's trying to be this. I was trying to be looking not to do this. Right? And then the last just probably have to know about it. Know about it. You're not going to sacrifice this like this. It's going to be fine. What's the shot? The shot was he was trying to put his scars, but he was trying to say, I'm going to go about it. It's not yes. He's not going to have to do it anyway. So he's stopping away the rewards for doing it. Take away the another component. Which I'm looking at says essentially something I don't listen to. I don't listen to you. So whatever you say is absolutely zero you. That's a okay, again, this is the punishment of a liar, explosion of children. Incredible. Incredible. So the word goes like that. I'm going to show this stuff. Shows us ultimately again. But I said, as a stuck on, it's heavy in conversation. So you smile, it's heavy in conversation with this one. I need a woman called Shmuel says, you think so. After all, again, I'm going to come with this. Sha'at on Mount Shmuel going. I need a fellowship. So the English one says, you got a risk. I got a risk when I was 13 years old. You got a risk when you were 8 years old. You're a baby. You have no consent. You have no memory of your me. I had to do it when I was much like an adult. 13 years old. Upper low. It says, you're starting up with one body part. Only we have no 12 or something. It's sort of us, how the fun I had somebody after that. I know that. Also, again, I used to come into the 12 or coming to my entire body to him. I would do that. And maybe after I got out of the young, I would keep stuff out of it. After that, I keep it comes. What's should with all of this? So first of all, that I think one of the things that comes up with this is, it's a bit cliche, but you know the phrase, Hashem never gives you a test that you cannot handle. And maybe the cars of that may actually be this tomorrow. But what happens with the Hashem is sure. And this club says, if Hashem would tell me to sacrifice my entire self, I would be ready to do so. And right after that, they'll keep these to us on Hashem is this one. It's almost as if after that moment, when Yitzchak himself demonstrated his ability to be ready for such an overwhelming test, in the aftermath of God's kingdom, that's when I'm test. Only after again it was clear that Yitzchak was ready for such a Messiah, and that was one of the gifts of that Messiah. So, Hashem never puts us in a situation where doesn't mean to be present. What it means is if I'm there, I can handle it. You have to say, whenever you want to do something with life, just be prepared for the forces of opposition to spring up against you on every single level. In fact, don't make the argument that the holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance, right? When you're doing something, that doesn't really matter. So the forces of nature, those start up with you. Satans don't shut up. Trolls don't shut up because no one really cares what it is that you're doing. You want to do something holy, but you want to do something holy, just get ready for the resistance to occur. So you see what's happening here, right? That it is starting, Satan starting up with Avram, and Shmuel starting up with Yitzchak. So there's resistance every single step of the way. That's when you know you're on the cusp of Kedusha. It's reminiscent of one of my favorite parts of all time. Actually, it's by the Akiva. What's that chant of the Akiva? When he says, go check Yitzchak. And then what happens? The person checks, a ram that's caught in the thicket, in the thorns. And then Leo goes over and he offers it up as carbon. I asked the Kutzker, how did Leo know to go ahead and offer that up as a carbon? After all, I said, just say he didn't want a carbon. Maybe he didn't want a carbon at all. Right? I'm not Leo to offer the carbon. This is something amazing. He says, because I'm not even sure that it was stuck in the thorns. So his Kutzker says like this: if the Ayel would have run up to Avram's feet and lay down in his feet, Avram wouldn't have offered it. He says something that easy, that's from something. And when he saw it was stuck in the thorns, you ever try to get a ram out of a thicket? Right? It's not Hashem. It's not right. Somebody told me this happened before. Right, but the nice right. So, okay, you ever try to get a ram out of a thicket? No, but imagine, right? There's the thorns, the animal struggling. What happens when you try to get a ram out of a thicket? You get cut, bleed, there's struggle. I'm looking at saw where there's struggle, there is kedusha. Where there's easiness, there's no kedusha. Where there's struggle, you are going to get cut, you are going to get battered, you're going to get bruised. That's where there is kedusha. So when there's ease, there's comfort, but no kedusha. Where there's struggle, there's absolute holiness. And I will say that's the story. Sometimes starting off with Admavinu. Yitzchak, Ishmael starting up with Yitzchak. Sometimes in life, we undertake holy endeavors and then make it difficult. But we make the mistake of thinking that if Hashem really wanted this to happen, it would have been easy. The fact that there's difficulty shows that it's not that I think if I can. That's just the opposite. It's just the opposite. The holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance. Sometimes the greater ease means it might be something very nice. Love Dafka, that's incredible. So it says back to Navi Shekha for a little bit. Then Navi Shekha. So Navi tried to get other people to go ahead and worship our Lord Sarah. Skiva, I'm sure that she was supposed to get that tribulation. So the Gemara says, remember again. So when you see Skiva, Navi Shekha, that means like Navi tries to go ahead and get either an individual or a group. Next, remember, those who try, or he or those who try to get an entire city to worship idolatry. So let's start off. This kilo, I'm sure understand. It says that Navi should be actually skip up my time with Rabbanon. So Navi tries to get people to worship Rabbanon. So he gets, why is that? What's logical for Rabbanon? So he must ask, so ultimately, he's going to shove up from basis. Allah is kilo, Afghan is kilo. Hopefully, I'm shilling. Misa kilo. She says, no. By the Navi, it says Misa. And what's Rabbanon? The Misa Muna B'Torah, stand for you, in general, any Misa that is mentioned in the Torah is Chenek. Madika Erni Dafas is kilo, my time with Rabbanon. So why is it that Madika Erni Dafas? He gets what's the large country Rabbanon? Coming Hadach, only makes this, only Navi Shlikia. So it can make it zero. Of Hadach, either from Isis or from Navi Shlikia. The Shimon, Kamar Hadach Minavi, the Shimon goes and Hadach from Navi, and the Rigmar exists. Why does the Shimon consider Shama from exist? So the Gemara says, the Gemara exist. Donin Mises, Rabin Mises, Rabin. The ain't Donin Mises, Rabin Mises, Mises, Because again, we'd rather go ahead and learn how to hear Shabbat from the next Rabbi than this Rabbi. Remember, in this context, in this discussion, there's two type of insiders, right? There are those inside individuals and there are those who are inside groups. So therefore, again, we'd rather go ahead and make the Seder Shabbat to a like type of insider. I'd rather learn how to be able to become an insider, and not become an insider from a loving group insights. You should say, in the head of shows that it's a loving, you may be doing the inciting, but once he's inciting at the end of the day, he becomes a head of. He no longer really has the exalted position of Navi, rather he's a head of. Number of Chisda. The Chisda says, what's the top of the side? The idea. Machloket, that is very interesting. So in general, now we're back a little bit into this, right? False prophet. It's false prophet, right? So now the shaila is, what exactly is it that he has to do in order to go ahead and be considered a false prophet? Now, obviously, this is the second portion of what's our fine, but let's listen to this. Machloket ba'oker ha'kos ta'avodas b'chavim, v'kiyum mixas v'pitol mixas ta'avodas b'chavim. I will say this is interesting. Machloket case comes up in the following tradition. If he goes ahead and literally again uproots some total halacha of avodas zarah, but then in other respects maintains certain aspects of the prohibition of avodas zarah. Let's take a look at that. First Rashi started going down with Machloket. Rabbi Shimon. I will say that obviously both Rabbi and Rabbi Shimon hold that Allah Maisa, I'd say Nabi Shaker is going to be Chayv Misa. What's the Machloket? Type of Misa. If it's too long, it's not kind of. That's the Machloket. What Rashi says over there. He says Machloket Rabbi and Rabbi Shimon. The Navi Ba'oker Kol HaGuf Ba'avodas B'chavim. The Amar it's that Isi Burach HaKodesh V'Yad Be'es Navos La'Kol Kol Mitzvahs Avodas B'chavim Min HaTorah. So this is obviously a classic case of this Navi Sheker. He prophesies and he says, I have received the word from God, I've been commanded by God to abrogate, right? To totally uproot. There's no Kodesh Avodas B'chavim. No such thing as Avodas B'chavim. Or all the connected mitzvahs with the background mitzvahs, the high will become Rabbanan Skiba, Rishon shows it. Or another possibility is like this. The other possibility is he's maintaining part of Avodah Zarah, but uprooting part of Avodah Zarah. So, for example, everybody example, this would be most examples of this. Well, let's say he says, you know what, you're not allowed to offer a carbon to Avodah Zarah, but you are allowed to bow down to Avodah Zarah. So that would be an example of he's maintaining part of the prohibition, but uprooting part of the prohibition. So that's where there's a machloket. So again, obviously both Rabbanan and the Shmuel are going to agree that machloket is about the type of death. Watch this. Rahmana of Raminadach, as the Torah says that the Navi will try to free you from the derech. Minaderech means even if he just tries to get you off part of the derech, in other words, that he's upholding part of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah and negating another part of it. Listen to this. About Oker HaGuf T'Sharmitzis. This is interesting. So let's say someone goes and Navi comes along and says, nothing to do with Avodah Zarah. The Navi comes along and says, you know what? I got a prophecy from God. The prohibition of Shabbos will only applies. He's just uprooting another mitzvah. Everyone agrees. Put to death because it's false prophet and corrupting the word of God. But everyone agrees in that situation, he's put to death by fire. The key of mitzvahs, biblical mitzvahs, which are listed to that component. But by other mitzvahs, if he goes ahead and let's say uproots parts, but then goes ahead and maintains part by other mitzvahs. Everyone agrees. Potter. Well, an example of that, he says that on Pesach, you only have to keep 6 days instead of 7 days. So there's still something like that. In other words, so it's Shem mitzvahs. So again, I will say there's 3 categories. Category 1 is all Sarah. Whenever a false prophet comes along and either uproots the entire prohibition of Avodah Zarah or maintains part of it, that's the focus of Shimon and the Rabbanan. It's crazy. So it's a that's category 1. Category 2, uprooting another mitzvah, not Avodah Zarah in society. Saying another mitzvah or another mitzvah, everyone agrees. Chanek. Category 3, interesting, category 3 is another mitzvah. It's part of it, it's part of it. Interesting enough, what's that look over there? Pater. Pater doesn't mean that it's following. Pater just means that it's not putting it to death. So the most massive of the Rothschild is one side. But left has now, people say, the positive is quoted. It's the positive. It was like, I know the old holy Mahalamahu. Like, you must keep better Sarah Amashalake than the ones he has ever designed. Since it's not that in the Shek, false prophets, fuck up that most dissecting that hospital. Well, that's like, because you can remember, he's going ahead, right? He's hearing you from the path that Hashem told you to follow. Well, that's soon as I say. This first of all, Paul, soon as I say, what is this for? It sounds like the parts of the Torah, which is probably put to death. What's going on here? These are like, so I want to go I'm going to say, I want to go follow the nation which got first of all. And if you want to be talking about idolatry, the Lord said, is there any positive commandments associated with idolatry? Which is up. Funny you should ask. There is. So if one of this stuff, then you tax them. There is a positive commandment. What's the positive commandment? They're just supposed to break apart the vehicles, the altars of Avodah Zarah. That Hamuna Amar is supposed to be Hamuna Lefayash another question. So Hamuna says like this. Then it was like, actually, this first of all, this sounds like I don't know, so Master feels like a grandchild for this. Like Master Shem much continue not because there's Shem following the ways of God, Master Kadisha. And Ross said, this opportunity to see Ari's second as a child. Ari, thank you very much for everything that you do for us, morning in and tremendous. I could not start this year till 5:49 this morning. There was a swimming here in this message, which is strange, but they have so long promotion. In case you say thank you really for all this, for the late nights, the early mornings, and the coffee is delicious. Thank you very much. Like a rhino. Wow, okay, awesome. I got coffee. Fine. As follows. Ramuna says as follows. Ramuna says like this. Our machlokes, okay, hagos. Being that was coming child, right? So also different. Ramuna comes on, and Ramuna, he has a different approach. It says like this. Anytime a false prophet comes along and uproots some totality, something from the Torah, whether that is about the Torah or any other mitzvah. So this is again in every step coming along and saying this mitzvah or this avil, whatever it is, no longer applies. He's uprooting it in its totality. Anytime that happens, the Torah says, so again, there are multiple categories. First of all, he consolidates two categories like this. Uprooting of a mitzvah, whether it's idolatry or any other mitzvah, prohibited. Punishable by death. Furthermore, when it comes to idolatry, whether you go ahead and do part of idolatry or all of idolatry, punishable by death. How about here mixes, little mixes, shy mixes, the Yakov Pater. So when you do Pater, if you uproot and confirm some part of other mitzvahs, right? Like we said before, you can wear shatnez on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but not the rest of it. So that would be an example of uprooting part and confirming part. In that context, you're Pater. The Pater, let's analyze. So listen to this. Rabbi prophesies in order to go and uproot some element of the Torah. And I want to say once again, the Bryce over here is not distinguishing between the Torah or anything else. The Rabbi comes along and says a particular mitzvah or a particular adera no longer applies. Okay, or I feel all the fact of I'm sorry. I'm studying the Akbar Torah. Fine. The kind of mitzvahs would have mitzvahs. Let's say he prophesizes to uphold part of the mitzvah and to negate part of the mitzvah. The Shimon told that. The Shimon says that you're Pater. Even if you partially uphold it, partially negate it, ultimately again you're going to be chayiv. This is another example of that is, let's say it says, on Mondays you're allowed to worship Avodah Zarah, the rest of the week you can't, it's still idolatry for that. Abai is so much different. So, with us, the difference, and now we have essentially two different ones, three different versions about how gifts offer with your fold. So Abai holds like a Christus. Let's just go through. So Abai holds like a Christus. Over time, it's like a Christus. He interprets this entire discussion like a Christus. Also, Rava seems to say, Rava says like a Christus. Over time, it's like a Christus. Rava holds like a Christus. And ultimately, again, goes ahead and interprets the Christus. Here we go. Abai says like a Christus. Over time, it's like a Christus. So Abai holds like a Christus. And interprets this entire discussion like a Christus. Here we go. Again, if a Nabi comes along and uproots a mitzvah from the Torah, what's the definition of uprooting in totality? You say a particular mitzvah doesn't apply, a particular aver doesn't apply. Whether we're talking about Avodah Zarah or Shar mitzvahs, the halacha is everyone agrees. The Kayim mitzvahs will be mitzvahs. What happens if you're not wrong by mitzvah and says he upholds part of it, negates part of it? Rabbi Shimon Poter. Rabbi Shimon says that that's by Shar mitzvahs. Shar mitzvahs. What din Rabbanon? And so to the Rabbanon holds. When it comes to idolatry, I feel Amr Hayom Itua. When it comes to idolatry, even if the false prophet is partially upholding it or partially negating it, everyone agrees there is liability, right? When you mess with Avodah Zarah, whether it's full negation, partial negation, there's going to be a Chiyuv Misa. What's the Chiyuv Misa? Market is the market. That's my focus. That's my focus. First, that's a buy. Rabbi saw the Kavamuno, Mudasi Kavamuno, Rabbi Kavamuno, and interprets the price like Kavamuno, and it's not a lot for Kavamina Torah. They have all those called baby shambles. If a false prophet comes along and comes to us with something like the Torah, right? Full vacation. Whether it's Shabbat Bazaar or something else, Chayiv Nisa. What's the Nisa? What's the Nisa? Can I put this approach? Can I versus Kiva? Fine. The Chayiv Mitzvahs will apply for Mitzvahs. Rishon Mitzvahs. What happens if another comes along by other Mitzvahs? Not by Avodah Zarah. And he has both part of the Mitzvah and he's part of the Mitzvah. What's the Lachar? Shimon Poter. Shimon says that the Poter. What do Rabbanon? So do Rabbanon. But by other stuff, when it comes to idolatry, I feel Omer Hayom Iktu Al Macham Betuah. Chayiv. Idolatry, partial negation is for going to be liability. What's the liability? Market Israel or market Israel. That's the method. Yes. Okay. So we'll say what's interesting to look at is so really what it comes down to is the machlokes is really about the nature of the punishment, not as much about the nature of the halacha. So essentially, here's what everyone is agreeing upon. If another comes along and tries to go ahead and uproot idolatry, whether he's going in uprooting idolatry as a whole thing, there's no about Sarah, or there's partial negation, partial holding, chayiv. Chayiv. Chayiv. What is chayiv? Okay, so that's my focus. Yes. Next case. Another comes when he tries to uproot the truth is any mitzvah in totality. What's the halacha? Chayiv. Next case. Another tries to partially uproots and partially negates another mitzvah in the Torah. What's the halacha? What's the halacha? Potter, another company tries to uproot and partially confirm Avodah Zarah, and everyone agrees, Chayiv. The machlokes in these cases is what's the best penalty. But again, there are a lot of fascinating. Good. I'm going to be already up on the call, Yom Nabi, for Al Kibbutz Torah, Shema, Lo, Chutz Ne'avodah Zarah. So let's say this is fascinating. So in general, if the Nabi tells you to violate words of Torah, you have to listen. One exception, Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah, even the bona fide Nabi tells you to worship Avodah Zarah, you don't listen. Shafilu Mamidlo Chama Be'emtza Lakiyah, Al Tishma Lo. Even if the Nabi literally can perform a tremendous miracle, and it causes the sun to stop and go this direct, the sun does the setting, and the sun is setting. Zarah, we don't listen to him. I will say, but this is very important. What is this? So remember, we have biblical precedents. This is yesterday's chapter. No, like in Harakarmel. In the other things, that applies to do something that is biblical, i.e., to worship, to offer covenants outside of Israel. So it's Mikdash. Yeah, we did. So you see from there that a Nabi has certain power and a Nabi has certain license, even to instruct the cloud to transgress. Right? Horah Shah. You see this concept. The exception or the line that we draw by idolatry. Under no circumstances do we ever listen to another to worship idolatry, which means I'll listen to another to do a lot of other stuff, but not Avodah Zarah. Not Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara says as follows. And we're back up to say, even if the Navi performs a dramatic miracle, since we'll say that he's performing a miracle, obviously we'll say, who does the power to perform miracles come from? From HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Obviously, Hashem is lying to do what Hashem wants us to. No, that's not it. It's not it. However, whatever the story of the miracle is, do not worship idolatry from the any circumstances. Tanya, but Yosef the Omer, he can't draw this up. Like the Shabbos is fulfilling. This is an interesting Rothschild here. To understand a little bit again the logic of all this stuff. And the Fichov, Mitna Torah and Shalabah, Shafilu Maimed Bachah, Behem Sarakia, Al Tishmabo. It's interesting enough that look at Rashi. Mitna Torah and Shalabah, Mafilu Tira Osam Navi, Moshe also Torah the Sid, and Nosen Evecha Os Mofis. So what's this interesting enough? What the Yosef is saying like this. This creates an interesting theological conundrum, right? Because if trying to do miracles comes from Hashem, and this Rabbi is pulling off a tremendous miracle, so what is that? Like what? So like, I'm trying to do the right thing, and here this Rabbi is obviously festing this Rabbi with this incredible amount of power. So how am I, as an individual, supposed to understand circumstances that are fully right? To which I'm with it maybe says in our spiritual fidelity to Him. And therefore Hashem will give power to certain of them to do certain things, even though again it's against the will of His Son. And therefore, even if the Navi performs a tremendous miracle, don't listen to him to worship idolatry. Kind of already keep up. Chas v'shalom shalosh baruch hu ma'anim the so what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How can you imagine for a moment that Hashem would give over nature to someone who's defying it? How would that even talking about? Hashem is the ability to give power to another sheker. It doesn't make any sense. Well, the Basov Navi Sheker. Navi Kippur says, no. Where does the Navi Sheker scenario arise? Good Navi went bad. Navi went bad. So what happens? It happens. It happens, right? Sometimes people, right? And what happens? Unfortunately, he loses his way. So the Mishnah and other says, do not believe in yourself and that you died. You can be a Navi. Just because it doesn't mean that you can't lose your life. So the king says, that's the key for the Navi Sheker. So the Navi Sheker, someone everyone knows, he's put himself through real miracles. Once upon a time he was on Team God. And then what happens his way, he's not doing miracles now, right? But he's got credibility because he was beaten up. If that guy comes through and tells you, the Rothschild spoke to me, Lord, and said, hey, let's worship idolatry. And even if this is the kind of kept the sun from setting, still don't listen to him. Still listen to him. He says there's no way a false prophet would ever be able to perform many miracles. Okay, last part is only last time. Last the last coin. What's your point? Right? Last coin. Punishment. Straightforward. So the Mishnah said they had interesting, testify about her. Straightforward. What do they get? They get check. So behind the reals. Amrav Acha ben Davar Musa says, not a little marriage. That's single cash or someone last so sleep off you. Also says, you have to do even what they conspire to do to their brothers. So you must say why. If you should call him Mizonamin, in general, you know, the way it what kind of punishment is this? Reciprocal punishment. Whatever they even wanted is the defendant is exactly the punishment that they themselves get. Now listen to this. He was guilty by him. So what happens? So now we know last point was adultery. She's purpose that now we know or Boel, the man who is adultery, doesn't get straight, right? Because he didn't or and then punishment to her. Zolomid in Molokshu, what about the Zolomid? At the same time, but yet their punishments are dramatically different, right? So, which Zolomid, what did they do? Last month's the Achid was on last month. It's interesting enough the way the passage is from the other. So, what do you see from there? We give them the reciprocal punishment that they were going to visit and not Hajj Allah, Elohim, and I was saying Mazal. I was like, get ready now for perhaps the most beautiful dream. Like, what we are about to engage in, I was like, the next couple of days, it's all on Haba. Everybody's all on Haba. All because with these Gemaras change our lives so many. Mishnah. Kol Yisrael. Yes, okay. Every year has a chilek yom. The Amech Kulam Tzadikim Neitzer Mata. I Maaseh that is fire. So it says the one for ever inherit land. Neitzer Mata. I literally again like visions of my trackings. Maaseh Yoda. And they are the visions of my fruit which I become glorified. So the idea of the positive, he was really focusing on here. Listen, by the way, Rashi says like, what is like, right? What is this? Our context about this, right? We were like, definitely. Rashi's on both sides. Rashi on the left side. College thing will have a Kora ID Adam themselves. And the Farish also the cool God, the Farish only getting into. So Rashi says over here, talk about death penalties, and then we're going to talk about Olam Haba. So the truth is, I think this is not what Rashi's going to Rashi's in the moment. So I think it's beautiful. One, the thing is, no one is beyond salvation. And even those who are killed by mishaps, ultimately, as long as they show up before they die, call Israel and Olam Haba. That's what they executed by babies. That is the moment for you in this world. It's not sure until their last breath. Here we just finished about Chenek. Okay, you're still get to Chenek. Unfortunately, make sure to do tshuva before you die. Because if you do so, what's the next step? Call you son, you should has a portion come. And therefore, even you, Jews being executed by Chenek, by executed by whatever it is, you can still earn your portion in the world to come if you die as a body. Those who know it's interesting. You know, if you look at the past that the Mishnah quote, remember, the Amik also lies in a different way, which is how in thought, you know, which part of every year is done. Right? Every year, right? So, in other words, what does that mean? See, he doesn't just see the outside, he's the inside. He doesn't just see where we are, he sees where we've been. And he also sees who we can become. Shows the one entity in this world that sees potential, the incongruence that he can. And the eyes of that powerful, but we so closely inside. Because once again, it doesn't just see the piece of what we are right now. It says to the prism of who and what we can be. It has such incredible potential, and therefore, we are going to show who knows that we can. And then the Mishnah says, and these are the people who don't worship altogether. So, okay, I will say, so obviously, there's an inherent contradiction. In other words, everyone has every person, every Jew has a portion. He's the ones who don't unquestionable. So we'll say, so how do you reconcile that? It's very simple. What's the distinction? Kol Yisrael, or if Klal Yisrael, identified as one place. If you embed yourself in the cloud, you have a portion to the world. When do you lose your portion? The moment you remove from the cloud. Because if you notice again, it doesn't say, it says like the elu, it says the elu. So you can either be Yisrael or you can be elu. If you're Yisrael, if you spend your life broken up on that, instead of getting yourself within the cloud, sometimes individual, you have a portion of the world to come. If you're an elu, if you're Bala focused, if you're in dissension, you don't like other Jews, you have difficulties with Actus, you remove yourself from the cloud, then you can lose your Olam Haba. Embed yourself in the cloud, Olam Haba will always be yours. Remove from the cloud, you put yourself in the cloud, lose your sacred portion. So who loses your portion of the world to come? Homer in this minute Torah. Somebody says the direction of the dead. And you don't have Shammai. And someone says Torah, not the chorus. Again, this is actually the freshman of two happy choruses. Rabbi Kiva says, I thought it's so. This is like leads, strength, and so what is that? What is that? Secular knowledge, secular books, what you say. You have to define exactly what that means. Some type of application. Define what all these things are. Rothschild says, I felt, yes, I should go through some. Some of them pronounces the name of Hashem. Actually says it. There are three kings and four regular people who go down and lost their portion of the world to come. Shoshim from the three kings, Yeravam, Achot, Yeravam, right? They're both evil to come. Everyone say, it's something financially. Teachers, the mothers ahead of us, right? The is just overwhelming. And then he says, Menashe goes on. He says, no, King Menashe, he's 5 years old. King Menashe has a portion to come. Shneimar Vayisrael, Vayishma Tchilas, Vayishma Yerushalayim himself. There's also going to talk about this. Menashe himself is in trouble, so he's in trouble. Hashem and Hashem restored him to his monarchy in Yerushalayim. So when Menashe happened, and his also answered, we see that Hashem keep al Tshuva. Below they said to him, no. So Menashe was returned again, actually, but he was not physically able to come. Our boy had Yodos, who were the four regular guys who were able to Doeg, his cousin, was the advisor to Shaul, Achitofel, one of the advisors for David and Shalom, and the Gabbai. The Gabbai of Eliyahu and those. First Gemara says, Kol Kat Lama. Gemara's jumping right into this. Why is it that someone denies resurrection? Why is it that he does not have a portion in the world? So the Gemara says, by the way, just as an aside, and again we'll get into this a little bit more, there's focus about what the phrase Olam Haba refers to. What is that? Is that like the afterlife? Is that when you die? Like that's where you go? Is that messianic, like post-resurrection era? So there's no discussion over there. So we're just going to look at it right now for our purposes today, although I'm just telling you right now, we're going to switch right on this because in context. But for myself, right now, open up, I think is how we classify it. Your portion was where you go after you die. That's where you go after you die, right? Eternal life. Now again, what happens? What's the difference between Haba and Messianic resurrection? Right. But on my side, again, we'll see some illusion to this. I understand because the guy denies resurrection, uses the law of Haba. Which the Gemara says, yeah, the Gemara says, the call who comes with Chesed? He rejects the notion of Chesed. Oh, yeah, no, the Chesed. The Gemara says, enough. The Gemara actually means messianic era. Like there's a guy, he rejected the notion Yes, therefore, again, he gets no yes, which by the way makes sense. If you don't get it, you don't believe in resurrection of the dead, you don't get it. Only those that like Kaddish Baruch Hu, they can do that. Because I say the way the devotion works is the reciprocity. How do you know Kaddish Baruch Hu works? As reciprocity. Where do you go? After all, there are other pursuits which is more chooses than fascinating. Shimon Dvar Hashem context. The army of Aram as they siege to Eretz Yisrael. Now what happened is famine. Obviously it's famine. So there's no food available at all. She gets up in the northern cities. Do not work. This time tomorrow you'll be able to buy a ton of food for very little. In other words, so what happens? So what if the officer of the army to be shot? That's ridiculous. Even if Hashem opened up all of the windows in Shemayim, it's such a thing. In other words, what the officer was saying is there's no food there. You go from no food to abundance of food that doesn't make any sense. Yomer, so Elisha says to this officer, here's what's going to happen. You're going to eat over abundance, but you're not going to get to eat as well. So how are you going to sin? What happens? Interesting. So, okay, by the way, the end of the story is that night the army of Aram packed up and just left. They just left. And they left behind all of their food, all of it. So the next morning, what happens? There was an impede out of the city to get the food of to get the food of the Aramean army. Who was killed in this stampede? This officer. This officer. Because I have to kill us and we should have a right. Again, the curse of the problem is very powerful. Even if it gets just other any other causes punishment. Even if the crowd instead of Ayamos. If that's the case, to send the shepherd in the dog. My Bashar, why say by the gate? This is because this conversation that happened between me and Elisha by the gate. Therefore, I will say, therefore, I will myself, versus see from here. Therefore, again, if a person doesn't believe in the yes, it's fine. Don't believe that. That's you. But if you don't believe it, almost if you don't believe it, you're not getting it. Neither can neither goes the question that Allah says. This one of the most important episodes of Torah on the pasuk in Tehillim. Hashem is still so often we train Hashem as Hashem is your shade. Rabbi says, Hashem is your shadow. So what does your shadow do? Your shadow does whatever you do. The Rabbi says, what you get, the way the Shkoch works, how is to find beyond to him, I'll go about enough. I act supernatural expected of me that he'll do this thing for me. Again, we'll say it's very important. If I'm the kind of person that I'll check what I have to do to maintain it, but just no, I don't do what I have to in order to get by. That's type of a person react the same way. So again, if I am embedded in the way should be done, so then it's mediocre to find response. That's the way it works. So it's best process. On the other hand, if I want more from Hashem, if I want to stay close, then I have to come to have to push myself. Then I have to grow. Don't expect more from God than you yourself are doing for the best in the relationship. Hashem is my shadow. incredible. Says I'm going to scriptural allusion to this begs the challenge. All of this stuff, Mashiach, Olam Haba. Why is it not? The Rabbi includes it as you call it, right? Mashiach includes as one of the colors. What's the shot? It's so cool. It's such a not merged in such a way. Judaism, life-centric. Judaism is great. Fine, because that's not what Torah doesn't. It's kind of about it. Torah doesn't speak about Mashiach. Why? It's fascinating. That's not where our needs to be. Where's our focus need to be? Maximizing this life. Maximizing this moment right now. Now, it's not the verse says, by the way, if you notice, if you ever drive by, the fundamental difference between what you'll see in virtually every church and every school. Fundamental distinction is cemeteries. Churches often have cemeteries attached to it. Schools never had a cemetery. So you find cemeteries like this world. And that was Christian. That was just up to Christian. Like that's the key cemeteries. But if you notice, no one ever something generating much needed funds. Right? So I like what you described. It's beautiful. I go all together. So the middle. So one that Judaism is a life-forming religion. It's really what happens after 120. What happens after Mashiach. It's about now. It's about what am I doing to maximize my life? What am I doing to go after I die? It's about what am I doing to maximize the life that I live. That's why I think the final system is important. And aside from the other Shua Hashem, Aaron are calling. What does that mean? That's so big. She went to Aaron, but Aaron's dead. Aaron's dead. So Michnas was in Shua. Now he's Aaron dead, but what? Aaron never came into Eretz Yisrael. Aaron when he died, Aaron was giving him a Shua, a lot of Shua. So we'll say, what does it mean? And then there's Christ will be so easy that to give him your true love. Let's guess anything that. Here's a feminist suitcase, so we'll say, how beautiful is that? She will say that the day's going to come. She has to, your adult partner is going to come back to life. Have the opportunity to bring out true love to our next life. In fact, the most phrases is that way. Do not look ahead. We're great. Section then. This is how it's called. The week ahead of us. Hashem. Yeah, indeed. So you have to be something that's like that. I've already been talking with them. Don't do Hashem. Beautiful document. Actually, I want to give you how many options this week. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. It should be that's how good this is. Called Hashem. Like I said, you might think all of us want this money to the thing. Power. I don't know how to tell us the touch hey. Don't send me spot on that stuff, but all the true goalposts as is a choice. So the stars tell us around this show. I tell us how to show the other Terry's father got married. Sweet church and Ben Yosef HaKohen and Zid and Bernie families of Yosef said Shmuel is instructed when you got off. You have to American Canada or Shabbos after the families from all the books and Shabbat and the code following Shmuel Shemez Shabbat all of our hostages and our home soldiers to be successful before the Masim. Was with that, relatively great application test, 89. You have the Mishnah on paid tests. The Mishnah says as follows. Hopefully you did your homework. Exercise like last night at the end of the share. If I don't start on the right path on Sunday, there's absolutely no chance. Plus, if you look ahead, we got some incredible identity ahead of us this week with some very long path ahead of us as well. So, thank you. We are still on an incredible studio artist, Rabbi. And Rabbi. So, you see yourself, one of the reasons should be that, one of the reasons should be happening. So, remember again, when you learned already, you want this concerning what is up in memory is death, what type of mathematics and the reasons of up in memory comes to the actual execution of the memory. So, it says, we do not execute it in the city. We want to be executed in the base of the Yahweh. The one thing, what's the base of the Yahweh? So look at Rashi. Rashi is about all of the things that the mission of the base of the Lishkas Hagozis. Abraham, because of the Rothschild, I should also say that you can go by dying by his titan. Yeah, it gets over to his kilo. And it's so sad. It's not an interesting thing. It's one of the most was exiled. So we used to say it like this. In order to go ahead and execute the sex program, the Sanhedrin has instituted the Mishkas Hagozis in the University Stone in its English compound. So let's get the Sanhedrin not sitting in its place, right? Place. You can't execute this at the moment. And not at all. Also, these Yerushalayim, Kushat Yamami, Abshketin Sanhedrin, Yerushalayim, Omishami also Akarayel, Omisi also Berayel. So what we do is we incarcerate this, that you put in a holding cell. But so the next upcoming Berayel, the next upcoming big one for the government section is so just what's it like that? How level is this? Remember again, this is the first dot, it is the first post-current dot. And what is it that reference to? They're going. Right? And what was on the journey? It's like we're always journeying to something else. And we that's the beauty, right? The beauty is never share. It's never like, okay, let's sit back, reflect, that's it. We're always traveling towards some next thing. So part of now behind us is, we have to finish the records of Yerushalayim. So we get the rest of Bobby's point to look behind us. But now, okay, there's something behind us, there's always something right in front of us. Takes up his next week. Okay, wait for what's going to show us. See, it's something great. Hold himself up until the next cycle, up until the next young people. The research cycle executed on nothing, which is fascinating. Now, why? Why should they ever have a mission? Sitting over there, because the position of the entire nation will hear, we will fear, and essentially they will not follow the footsteps. These are the Jews. What they say to the people says is like this. You can't expect clarity. Or people have to see, people have to understand this. There has to be a public part to this. And unfortunately, people see this kind of things. Like so people see certain things. It has emotional. So the people says, you got to go extreme from the government, such a public spectacle. The people need to feel, if the honest people shows up, people very trusted like that. There's absolutely no need to do that. I don't know, you think what's going on. So the movement executing the close skin of the shocking shooting the home of course. And what do we do? It's no issue. Everyone agrees that the right side needs some element of publicity in this. So going to get back to it's established. That's what people told them about when they got security. again, on this note, so let's say a second, not somebody liable to that. You execute it. Well, we're not going to go for months at a time. Rather, go ahead and execute. And what we'll do is we'll send out letters. So that we need each one is either with a listen piece or let people send it out. Because if I'm not looking at this, I'm go ahead and say, why do you go ahead and execute something like that? But then I want to, that's how I know. So, mobile teaching is what's like so, which pretty much had the show. So that's it says as follows. We see also, exactly that. But what we do should be not even this year. Once a year. Maybe some so was exiled too. But also is the opportunity to try. That again, what we do, second number of the high court future, right? We shine also outside of them. And we need to be open, like one of the homes up on this. And when we see also the record, and we have speaking on the machine, and that's a lot of the show. You know what you do that you have to keep up. Because it says that we will hear, and they will fear. They will fear. Needs to really do that next evil. So I can remember that's really the call. When we didn't have a time with everybody to share about this, when Cloudy social symbol, you show how you put it out. I'm going to do that. You know, does the person say that we should fear and we should see? So that the key is making this about that people should see there's something not very executed. As we said, there's a person saying that we should fear and we should see. Lord, never ever usually ego. All it says is that you should fear and you should fear. Shows that. So it's like, you get the people says that people hear about it, they don't even see it. They don't even see it. So if they hear about it, that's more than enough. Furthermore, again, why go ahead and so maybe it's just loving the highest you don't show that. Whereas, you know, just things that people understand this to be like, humans in the function of the thing. It's something like, life is, I have a great church or the corner church. Every child has stuff that the parents would always say over and over and over. So that has a joke, but the mantra, the guy that is trying to make is whatever is going on in life, you need to it. Just being into it, again, you spend so much time getting upset about things that don't go our way, or lamenting things that don't go our way, or trying to protect it. Just leave it to this. Sometimes the whole life is so much about thinking about it in current circumstances. Just leave it and just go. You're going to be fun, you're going to figure it out. So it's interesting that sometimes you come to this anxiety in life is when you know that something negative is going to happen. But it's not happening now. I'm like, waiting for the I know it's going to happen. I know it's going to happen. Sometimes you don't know how something's going to turn out. That's one level of anxiety. But then I know what is going to happen. So it's always a decision. Why was this person the guy? You see the executing something about right? So you got to execute it. You definitely have to execute it. But why would you limit it? What's the purpose? I've seen small people before that able you have to execute someone. You have to execute without notice to the world. That might sound like a little bit of a contradiction, but do you understand that sometimes that can be difficult, and difficult things have to be done without notice as well. So he's like, okay, he wants to say that that's it, he's going to execute. But why the range? Then that's it. So Rabbi, elements of so life occurs in the shop of the local. Which only is highly celebrated. And then outside of the public facilities, like letters, send out the letters, call the different communities. So and so is executed as is like a message. So it's executed as a focus. Rabbi keep up, and Rabbi how we execute the second moment. Okay, now, turn about it. Now, it's interesting because clearly what's you see with the second memory is it's not just that we executing, but there is this thing of this group speech where people have to see, people have to know what it is that's happening. Much by the way, there are four other situations, or four situations where in general It's not just a rescue, but a public announcement has been made. Who are they? Number one, Hamesis. Hamesis is the one who goes and incites others to worship above the Sarah. Then Solar Umola, Shocking Mamre, and Open Somi. Interesting. All of these foreign pathways of the analyses, Rashi says in that Raza, fully lists the reason of Shahara Davis. It reveals us as happy. So there's no one else. Sounds of executing president but all of this is very important to create the public example that people shouldn't follow suit. And then it says, Sibu, the Quran, the Holy Israel. So ultimately, again, I'm sorry, the Quran. So in all of these situations, there's the Quran, the entire nation will see. Interestingly enough, the Quran even so means it. The Quran even so means it. I'm sorry. The Lord Quran such use of Jasa. I'm so sorry. As I see, interestingly enough, by his own name, the Russians that have reached already. Those are the Kurds, they go through his names. Why doesn't it put the city space of Russian ultimately in his Quran on the what reason? Reason because, like, everyone is for interest. English is only more limited to a why. That's the most of certain things because they get both the same guy and the interest, right? First, if you use that idea, they can't go through that because can't do interest. So, because English itself is not open to each other, public, therefore, the public admonition of it also doesn't have to be, it's not as sweeping as the other circumstances. Okay, the devil's like, people on the street, so we talk about the Sunday morning, the whole Mishnah, walking around, great, Mishnah, no checker, no checker, so I say, next guy is fighting yourself. No checker, both fighting. Okay, so what do you see? And it's not enough of much of a so it's a checker, so there are a couple of different examples of this. Number one would be a person prophesied something that he did not hear. Okay, or something that was not said to him. There was an interesting this really fantastic thing. So let's say again, I'm standing around with my friend at Kiddush, and a lot of stuff happens at Kiddush, right? So what happens? My friend gets me through at Kiddush. One of many people who get at Kiddush, right? So she's on the third Kiddush. Suddenly again, they're prophesying the guy's body side. So again, so what happens? What's really next to him? You can get to the door. So it happens to be, it's an achievement of the like, case number one is, I prophesied something that my brother did not say. Case number two, we also gave my friend the door. I heard how that happens, right? I heard his watch, and I say it over. That's not my prophecy to give. That's not my prophecy to give. That also falls under the category under the umbrella of Rabbi Sheker. In these cases, necessity the other. The reason that Rabbi Sheker is executed by parts. Backwards, our conscious with ourselves. So it's discussing conscious with ourselves. Someone who receives the love or refuses to share it. Like conscious means like encouraging something. So see the love and refuse to share it. Then the battle out the way of it. Or when you come to head and see the disregards towards the word of the Rabbi, you know which the other out the way and smoke, or another who receives the love. The violence the only word that he received. So all these cases, we saw in Shemayim. All these individuals then get into the Shemayim. Get at the hands of heaven. Get at the hands of heaven. I don't think I drove Shemayim. And the Sally Mishnah of all those go up. They also need to all these pieces from it. And the Sally Mishnah of all those go up. If somebody prophesies this in the name of an Avon Masala, and when I was all the time, I'll not always go up. And then the person says, little bit of this, what the Avon Masala says. After you kiss it, out of the time, as a bar, and what he's saying is factually correct. I was listening to a person comes along and says, I hereby say in the name of Avon Zara, that the one is supposed to avoid doing the fire of Shabbos. Okay, right? So in other words, the Mishnah says, he's not saying anything wrong. And what he's saying is actually aligning with what he believes as well. The fact that he's giving it over in the name of an Avon Zara, by definition, would seem horrible. A person is Rothschild. Even Shanitnis are just about it. You're not a bitch from the other. He's in the camp. So in the land of prayer, it's always just a night woman. Even if this guy really has not with her husband, that also shared. She had eating and now he's sick. Or he just got married and he's sick. Yeah, but do not get the together. That will create far out in the world is punishment punished by further. When someone like us goes about law, so ultimately it wasn't the one a fast commits adultery, what's her name? What you did? Straight off. But remember again that you won't do it for her. It does not apply to her or for her. Nor does it apply to you. Like in the witnesses, it testified falsely about her. شکار آمیزی نقدی معاصری سخت میزان دستگاه about the general can. The other thing, the way it resolve is that the reciprocal punishment passes and what cash is about. The exception to this is even children by a fast coin because she gets straight out, but they and the daughter will get selling. Okay, since what's the next otherwise? Says the Gemara. Karavan. Social says in the Adam, social says in the Shemaim. So we have these are all categories of false prophecy. Three of them are committed ahead are held by a court. The three of them is in Shemaim, that is what are they? And it's not a martial Shabbat, or martial Never. So as I said, a person goes ahead and prophesies something, I should say, in his Gaza prophecy that was not said. Essentially, they're going to be prophecy. Again, this is prophecy in the book of 12, right? So person just defends prophecy, or they go ahead and make prophecy that was said to someone else for after them. Or, and it's not in the share of all this company, right? And already it's not in the share of all this company. One person goes ahead and prophesizes in the name of Rabbi, right? And some of the people, what they say is factually correct. You saw something they are done. All of these individuals are executed by a human court. A co-vision is muscle, and maybe the season of war, but does not share it. And the right of the Rabbi, the story disregards the Rabbi. The Rabbi Shabbat, I think, asked me, one of the disregards his own prophecy. We saw something to show it. Ultimately, again, their death is at the hands of heaven. You know, it's interesting to note this that we are. It's not a national Shabbat. I understand why. If somebody prophesies, this person says, I received the word of Hashem, they do not receive. I understand what this is in the sun. That makes sense. It takes a mega prophecy. So let's say, but if I go ahead and I do a prophecy to think of someone else and I do it over, I understand that it's not good. Why is it a good so? That's what I'm not looking at the information. The information is factual. The information is correct. But now again, let's see the concept. Let's see why these looks like Shkatake looks like it. You know, say, what's the idea of a person commit their life trying to be someone else? Yeah, hope your life is never to be someone else. Yeah, hope is become the best version of you. So when a person gives over the practice that is given to someone else, that practice is given to me. It's not mine. It's not mine. When I take that prophecy and now make it mine, that's me trying to become a thing. So yeah, I'm trying to become someone else. That's such a practice. That's such a practice. You know, it's such an interesting thing because we often spend so much time trying to become other people. These other people who kind of represent us like a model of success. And they go, I want to be that guy. I want to be that guy. Now, okay, there's something to be good from that individual. It's easy to talk about what easy to call out. I got to learn from every person. But my goal is not to become someone else. So this notion you think you are that is equal to someone else, and you think it's your own, that is the highest fundamental level of personalistic application. That again, how powerful is to be and to be the best version of me. You think someone else is your own, and you think it's your own, it's how you say. How you describe it, what you do it. That's not a life. Because I can fall to that trap, you know, to try to become someone else. I know, because there's always someone better, there's always someone more successful, there's always someone who's, you know, spend your life trying to be like other people, rather than spend your life trying to become the best version of you. Incredible. All right, let's go back to second one. But anyway, so where do all this from? I'm not going to draw, but I've never talked to the person says, I'm not necessarily messing with that, the shoes. So it says, all people Rabbi will intentionally try to say something over my name. Who's that? It's not much more Shabbat. That person will not even remember about saying over something that is not used. Okay, it's not used. Next. Now, share loads to be simple. I do mention everything. I've been to sick like every Thursday. It's connected to another level. So what is that referring to? Sad is not very much about the Amaro. That refers only to the identical practice of the personality said that change, that change of everything of things. And you go ahead and see something over there for like that. These sounds like should always before them. That person someone prophesizes and they realize out of shit. And what's the concept of that? The concept of that is even what? Even informational what you are saying is correct. The fact that it's being given over to a Roman sound makes it liable for that. And all of these things, what is about to say, it is cannot be happy. It's possible for the death. So we said, what the Torah start in the area for it. That was saying that you stand whenever the Torah says the death penalty, it doesn't actually the fact that death penalty, the default is kind of good. Most of that's a person next. I go to just like also. The back out of the W. You know, we should have out the hands when you said we should have. What's what about the next two? This is someone who prophesizes, but again, holds back his prophecy, doesn't share it. The Rabbi disregards the words of the W. However, number three, another violence is open to everyone. So all these people are put together to the Shema, and letting go this from Asher Ishma. So most of the parts it says the first one of the W one of this is Kari Day, I Kari Yashia. So the one has not only the Ishma, but what actually will not be speaking of the true was, he's holding that as a prophecy. Regarding the Kari outside, Kari Yashia, the Kari Yashia. Right? And the same another adult musical even so what I saw there, in that one passage is someone hears it, disregards it, cites someone hears it as a prophecy, disregards it, someone else who hears it, disregards it, and the Rabbi ultimately again was Kovish S who also does not share this with you. And it's not about Shalom. Tonight it might be something said, it goes like also not this fun, so it's not that over like understanding that Shalom. The person prophesizes something deeply after. So you might be doing say, well, let's keep going. Sitya ben Kinano. But Sitya ben Kinano. Who's Sitya ben Kinano? It's sit by us, what Sitya ben Kinano can make ourselves. So let's just read that later. So this is the story they know of where Aram was attacking Rabbi's skull. And it's still annoying. It's never going to this kingdom of Marcus Stroll, and of Marcus Sutra. The king of Marcus is over the other end of Ankara. And the king of Marcus is over the other end of Yoshapa. Yoshapa was very righteous. Ankara, unfortunately, was righteously challenged. And but they realized that they have to form an alliance in order to combat that. So Yoshapa is like, I'm going to do, but it needs some prophecy to back this up. Because it's like a shtickle unholy alliance. The CIG, unholy alliance to accomplish all the objectives. So the show was like, I just need nothing. So I come produce this. After the I got no choice here. You can get enough money. You can find plenty of prospects, right? Because let's produce 100 of prospects. And still no stuff like that. Not exactly convinced. So there was this other guy, Sergio Beltrano, who is from the city of he fashions, he makes iron horns. And it's supposed to symbolize the fact that college was going to be all around, and be successful. Okay, so you want to say that's follows. So my argument is so again, so there was what I laid out. So, we really see prophecy. We really want to see prophecy. But ultimately, what we're going to see is where the ship of false prophecy. Because again, what ends up happening in this parable is after this choking this parable, all of this talking was a response to his way. So Lord Arthur, the Bible said Arthur would die in battle. So the word says, my hallelujah, what should Cynthia have done? Logos had to be said, it's a wild story. So Cynthia was deceived by a spirit. Who's the spirit? The spirit of Logos. Was it that name sounds familiar? Remember, Logos had a beautiful fingers, but Arthur was very much worthy. So that after the Logos would sell. So Arthur has a wife by the name of Isabel. Isabel convinced her husband Arthur to essentially bring the Logos up on false charges and have him executed. Logos was executed, and ultimately Arthur fixed it. Arthur fixed it. So what happened? So the spirit of Logos came back and had to appear to Cynthia, making it look like it was a Kurdish parable, in order to get Arthur to go out and for example. Okay, imagine this it. They don't have you back that apple, but now you got people most skilled. So I put out a call the shoppers. It was really to go down, and before I got into the war, I need to have no reaction. So it's kind of the point about it. I'm not idea about that. I will go in place I got to go to war. But I'm not take the they got two sick boss that you or you got might say what is the name of the talk we said to the spirit because of the spirit of levels. Go, say with yourself, see, you have to be so it's expecting kind of also about what's actually saying to the Shabbos. Whichever one of the Shabbos wants to go, you can go, but after you go, you can't come back. Why not? Because the job of this spirit was to deliver a false prophecy. The Rebbe Shalom is all others, and something that is not others cannot reside inside of the confines of the Rebbe Shalom here. My rock was the rock, I'm a rock, so Numbers Israeli. So ultimately, it was the spirit of Numbers Israeli who was there to avenge his death by misleading half of going out of the battle. So that was the spirit that appeared to Siyah and Kinana. I never know. I would so what's happened. So it's should have been a little bit more vigilant. It's not skilled at that all of the community. They should be understanding the similar background. So it's an interesting people have many prophets that have the same prophetic message, but each of them is genetic in a different place. What is actually fascinating that prophecy, you get multiple prophets for the same message, but any two prophets you see what's right now again, and you get the word about the response will be the same way. So when we like all that drama, you still don't believe that how you see it. Even your armor, if that's a scar, you see our scar, you still don't believe that. But I say just examples of museum conveying the same general concept, but each of them is seeking the picture of it in a slightly different way. It's actually a very beautiful idea. Just think about what's the book. The book represents almost like the highest level of understanding. So what if you were saying, no two people can have the same relationship. Two people can receive basically the same message. But the way that message is received and the way that message is conveyed varies from person to person. It really profoundly so. There's of course not just true by the Buddha, but it's true by every element of our relationship that comes from us. No two Jews have the same place of the same kind of business, the same amount the same shovel of but at the end of the day, when we relate to God, and we interact with God, there should be how would that follow? God is maybe slightly, but the other best is a variance if you want to do the next. Incredible. So the mother's like that. The mother says, Shahani, you can't be so ultimately, it's a situation of revised. Now, what should say we have revised? So Ahab has hundreds of prophets that are saying the same thing. And you have hundreds of people saying the same thing. That's a red flag. That's exactly the same thing. That's a prophetic red flag. It's this we should have realized it's something that the word says. No one will all of us not to their life that it's stuck. So it's like they can sit there giving them to the release and they sit there and they know the prophets came by the same prophecy. They keep the thing that is out of them. The word says, Shabbat Hassan, the grammar. It's the grammar, Shabbat. The power of your Shabbat was there, and your Shabbat did this. That's why your Shabbat, even though Abba used hundreds of reviews, your Shabbat said, there's something wrong over here. There's something wrong over here, because everyone is saying the same exact thing. So it's like, I sort of like how profound this is. So that's only an incredible blessing in terms of like how you should get responsible, but all of us interact, and we're going to have this like, information Hashem. There's a specific balance stuff. Sometimes when people have lots of people, if you talk into a crowd stuff, can you imagine hundreds of Jews singing together and singing the exact thing? That's what's happening over there. First one that says, that's terrible. That's terrible. I don't want hundreds of Jews saying the same thing. You know what I want? I want hundreds of Jews saying different things. And all of them singing together and being united in love with them. That's Actus. That's Actus. And we have this very very skewed view of actors. That actors means like limited. And everyone's on the same page. So I'm like, oh yeah, we're only in that. Never happened, never happened. I've said it a million times. Like, what did I actually say about Arsenal? Arsenal, you check it out. The way that part, one people with 100, everyone said, it never says cliche 100, they are half. It doesn't say one people with 150. It's one people with one heart, or people with one heart. So it's so, yeah, like, I'm super. So then it's like, this is, I remember if I told you this is a little bit of the like people stuff, stuff, I'm a bit that. And that's a shame which the world in which the studies orange basket. And when I had a literally, everyone, like my wife, looked at each other. Both said that one of those like, okay, so I have to figure out that practice, but the rest of the US, you not highly trained on this particular method of my kind of thing. But it was like, and then it was so so beautiful. Because that's my afterwards, well, actually, this one I forgot. It's not like about 3 hours, but it's quite long, so I'm not sure it's 30 seconds. You know, but whatever, everything was slow. But as what it was, with the pace, I don't know how, like, I don't know all of this, but somehow it's so like that thing about 3 seconds, 3 minutes, whatever it was just a simple of growing and having each other soccer. I don't know if I said, I don't know exactly what happened, right? But what nice is it's that what it's about. Isn't that what it's about? It's about devoting to help people, even if you even disagree with them. It's about devoting to love people, even though you think that absolutely unequivocally wrong and misrepresented wrong every single step of the way. That you think that what they are saying is the most uninformed, unintelligent, incorrect thing in the world, but I love you. But I love you. So when you see hundreds of people saying the same thing, listen, we have to surround ourselves with people who say the same thing to us. It's so boring. So like people live like this in the echo chamber. And the echo chamber, that's not why they say that club is slow. The beauty of club is someone says things like, why did you, a lot of the things, and yes, a lot of them are uninformed, and a lot of them are incorrect, and a lot of them are just to look. See the attribution of all the collective things, the cheapest positions of like, like 10 free. Yeah, that's it, but one nice stuff, so what happens when you see hundreds of people all saying the same thing? It's like something's off there. You're in a room with a bunch of people on the outside of this stuff, it's collapsed. And it's that moment where you can embrace, even after the serious argument, so you know, like that. I'm going to make you go home. So what happens? So your shopper says, I need someone here. So I said, why did you want to be here? Look at all these hundreds of guys there here. So the brother says, oh, well, Catholic with money with this album. I bring it to my father. Sit down, Eckhart, over the tournament here. The ancient museum is not even sitting on Eckhart. So ultimately, it's what I learned is we got practice all the stuff in the same message. But they don't, what is that 5 hours about? But we look at it over in the same way, right? We all get the same message, but don't get it over. So the fact that so your shepherd is sitting there and he's running the prophets, I can't put that. These were not the prophets were actually receiving a message. But remember, the whole thing is skewed because of the child who wanted Ahmed to go out to work with Paul and Donald. And the shepherd like, wow, you guys are all saying the same exact thing. That doesn't make any sense. So therefore, again, the Shabbat needs meaning here. Okay. So the mother's like that. So I'm not sure if you are good. I'm not sure how they're about it. Once you said that, it might be gives you over something that was once said over here. You go, and I get that password. You can't be so. He's like, can I even answer? Whatever, can I even answer? You can't even answer. I'll go. You know what's there. Nothing like you can speak. I'll go. Call my so it goes. And you shopper as cash as email. So you can do the practice. Right? And when you said that the 12 is going to go ahead and break the ball, look, there's another machine. Look, I'm going to break the ball, I'm going to defeat you. Okay, so what happens? Yes, like Hanania comes from the actual. So Hanania keeps this in prophecy here, and you need to come from what's the top of it. You know, she might allow her as well. I'm not show das caixas Elon, so Elon, they can go bottle. As the Schwab is going to say, that he's going to place the ball and he's going to defeat them. Now, that's the kind of trusting actually a lot of time with them. And the Schwab who is coming to is breaking the primary call of the cell, so it's going to break the secondary call the cloud. So we're setting the ball cloud. So, bottle. So, can I have a comment? The Schwab is going to go and defeat Elon. He's going to go and defeat bottle. So, what happened? So he goes down and he emphasizes us to do the sugar attack. We're on the corner, yes, all another photo. It's fascinating. So the lady gives a prophecy of, he needs to have a color in that prophecy. He just tells us in the prophecy. Only when I show, Which probably didn't say it. Well, he didn't say it. Only about that, I did. How's it better than that? So we're talking about it's an example of someone where the prophecy was friendly and just over. How do you make this up? You make this up. Już masz szczególnie jest jaje, kawachowy mieczysz, gdzie mamy equally done. So, again, make it up, wooden, or my way. That's all because we have that composition. Because it's the compliment, and because compliment is going to be executed with response, so much it's like a case of it's over a prophecy that was not delivered to me. Okay, beautiful. But it's not sure about the other. What's an example of one who prophesies in the name of God? So what's the last one? He won't repeat about. So what's this? This is true. Repeat about. When repeat about. So again, vowels and vowels as well. He had his own repeater, but I had his own repeater. So again, I actually prophesied in the name of God things that were not true. And that's like, well, there's just the law, simple, same general. What's an example of you holding your own prophecy? You don't have an impact. You don't know, right? You remember when you only get to prophecy, what does it do? It goes away. You know, it's like, it's just a ministry with a public just been lost. So many of us are over on that every single day. Everything that we both show over this person, like, what does he say? What does he say? Great. Great. You can accomplish great things. And like, just like again, if you want to say, everything fast, New York City State says, Shuru, Varyu, Shogun. Everything about what comes out and says the truth. And I hear this prophecy, and I hear this gospel, and what do I do with it? What do I do with it? What do I do with it? I suppress it, and I ignore it. That's called the truth also. Everything that's us. Everything this prophecy is for us. Everything that becomes for us, it's about trying to contradict. And if you suppress it, or you don't utilize it, or you don't actualize it, that's called as the also. No, but the back of the what's the example of going on this regular words of it? Otherwise, I have the base on the base. So when it's a Saturday, it's a new car. And it's a friends of new car. So I really the friends of new car. Actually, says Saturday, new car. It's something that you have to do. You come out of the crash and you know, it's right. How do you know? Then you know that she was not the Oxalium or after people be like color. So again, this was also one of the prophets was prophesied that about outposts. It's said that each absolutely over so it's not a new car, but go into his friend over to a guy and say, hey, look, God, hit me. So this is how the prophecy is trying to show ultimately that Congress was going to be successful, ultimately, but that outcome is going to fall down. And in a shot, I say, and now I'm refusing to follow. And what happens, you see, they don't know, the night shot, you know, again, so I'm going to have to see by a line. So, not because they don't, and it's obviously more of that story, but I mean, like, child, I'll give it ask you. What's an example of young people fighting with his own words? Everybody in his own words. You go, ego, I know. You know, ego. What's what I mean, ego? It's like, you can see what I see. And you can see what I see. So, ego was walking up your way. Was commanded to go ahead. This is the story of the record that and telling them about the was the first king over the Scorpio coast of the government of that. Interestingly, the government of that started out as a good guy. He was a one back in politics. Started out as a good guy. What is happening to the people? How has they put up to the people? The other thing about understood that if he was celebrating his leadership over mouth was himself, he had to prevent Jews from living his language. Remember again, he wants to learn his skills. The Greek unified by putting his English, everybody had on the red up. And as the Greeks do that, so people went to this certainly individually and not to as he had been English. So what did he thing he said is it's wonderful because I'm sitting in the trip. You don't have to go ahead and go listen to this. And push the serve option, serve here. But what happens? Ultimately, again, if you follow the trouble style. So ego confronts Elon when he's already his provoked by his death by the idol. And Elon sticks out his foot. The physical limb, and his body shriveled up. So ego was the coming. Okay, that's why we correctly ego. Let me go. So go do your privacy, don't stop. Don't eat, don't do anything, nothing. You lose your focus on your mission. Okay? So ego doesn't stop to eat. What happens on the way back? It's right on the road. Come back here, become a boss. So ultimately, what happens on the way back? Ego doesn't look at you should accomplish. Somebody left you to eat. Ego says, I'm sorry, I did. I'm a prophet of God on a mission. So you guys say, I'm a prophet. Right? Come in, right? We eat together. So ego goes ahead and makes a mistake and goes into this guy's house and eats. By not sure about my foundation, he don't sit. I never fix it either. What happens when ego left after his meals? He was consumed by a lion. He was devoured by a lion, ultimately again, from violating his own violating the over. Which you want to say that is also a subject of story. The story is such as profound and metaphor. The one first part of telling ego. If you want to accomplish something in life, then that's what you have to understand. Every focus said that if you do a concept like this in Shah as Jesus, he says, what's Jesus? Why is Jesus? Jesus is necessary for you to only teaching this because more than what I'm doing on a accomplish in life, why? Everybody's okay, but not all times why. Because we get distracted. I'm on task, but that's just get distracted. It's not broken. I'm just everything like just get distracted. And so I'm up. So kind of like the whole piece of what's useless is when you start something, just get it done. Don't get distracted because when you get distracted, that's going to push you when you're not going to go and accomplish. So it's an incredible story. You see over here, this story is it's an actual story, it's a metaphor, it's an actual story. But the metaphor has to separate. That's why it's just read up, revolution. Don't get eat. Don't get distracted. Don't do anything. Just stay focused on your thoughts. And you don't get distracted. And what happens when you get distracted? You get consumed by the lion. And metaphorically, what that means is that once you get distracted, that's it. You lose your energy. And finally, this. Once you get distracted, even if you get back on task, what happens? It's not the same. You lost from your breakup. This is what I must say, for example, you have learned it. This is so of really secrets. Like I was going to go over secrets, but really for a certain amount of time, undistracted. Like even 5 minutes of really doing secrets is better than 45 minutes of distracted. It's just our own lives. That's what happens. Like, I'm learning how to this. It's not nice. And at the end of the day, what did you get? You got 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, 5 minutes there. And something over it. That's not like this is sharing. It's not about this issue. That's why we want this is minutes. For 5 minutes. Because the moment you get distracted is the moment you get destroyed by our mind. Especially Rabbi. So it's just getting lost. So it's like that. Once they go back and hold this prophecy, he gets noticed. I'm going to not come in the Arabic or Lucky. I want to say that this is one of the specialists. One of the things out of the basket should get noticed. Now, what's one of the things out of the basket? The answer is nothing. So it's an expression. It's much better than the other. Right? But if it's an expression that seems like, what do you do? There must be a fear. You know, if I ask you about what a person with a lawyer do for the advice, like what he has to do is how is it going to know? Right? So nothing egg, right? So nothing controls this prophecy. Okay. How exactly does anyone know that he held this prophecy? So he was not today. He's giving you a swell. On Rabbi, how do you keep? On one side, on Rabbi, so now Rabbi, since you were there, Sasha, King Dollar Sodo. So he's giving one solid pass. Much like we said before. It's interesting that I prophecy okay, each person gets it differently, and each person can base it differently, but it's given to one than one. So because of that, you have enough people who help prophecy about the other people know about it, and you don't know if a particular number cannot share. Okay? If you're not hydrated, so maybe it was part of what extract your blood, maybe you have one change in blood, something changed in blood. Use it 100 days, and do the 100 in the community. Again, if Pastor was part of something's changes in us, and if you were expecting what, he wasn't informed, he wasn't informed. The group of the business now. The whole yoga, the Hajjis for one second. By yoga, said yoga, at the spot would change his mind, and he didn't got yoga. He didn't got yoga. Like yoga finds out everybody else was what he's turning into. The spot would not go ahead and give him any thanks for him. So it's the rest of life. Yoga can cover up, you can practice for him. So it's very important. So what's with your yoga set for all that or yoga? You make that practice. But what if you have to see it? Because you turn it over. Turn it over just meant that 40 days from now, something is going to dramatically change in your day. The change could be the all from the given his body true, or the change could be the thing you destroy. So if you notice words itself, show a possibility for circumstances. Otherwise, either tomorrow, either wrong. I think it was the open before. Again, I suppose it's incredible. I feel like that part of the reason ultimately why we need all the light is the why we might start to shut up. So that they have stories that one guy, I it's like this concept. As well as just music, and then what she was poison, and you put you in the as much as well as us. Our must be very choose your own education and of us. The unfortunate is sitting there with the return. It's a good, it's a bad, it's up to you. What you're let's do, the person who's it's up to you. Someone says, oh, they're going to make it. If you have your job, you nourish. So I say, so here, this is just the reality. But another says something. So I said, right, just, right, how do I know that there's a something that I have to answer and that wasn't it? Everybody else, it's a sign. It's a sign, obviously, it's like that. You can't prove, like, you must be your choice, right? So you have to get this moment, this actually, nothing. You have to do this somewhere. Because I, come on, be called. I love those, you know, I believe I can do this. So you can decide, people are instruction and strategy to sort of experience these things as well. But the books of shade, God, something. That's like, another doesn't have to be the case every single time he says it as well. Rather than say, why? Once we're not using it, why is it such a you know, there's another. So if you know the actual way to use the process, there it is. These buildings, I'm not the they push someone in the summer. Again, why did these questions like again, we have the chef. He's not sure to say, the organized hosted, that's what he should have said. That's what he should have said. So why was he stuck with his father? Because he knew his father was father. Right? See what says, and you just that and make stuff as well as let's do it over the conversation there. That's useful in some ways, and it's else to be a metaphorical term. But if you notice how it's not really good, like there's no kind of Albert says, and he starts this is why, because Albert is more science. Albert is another, looks like that's another. Furthermore, again, other examples of this. And you know about maybe some yelling the ugly records. Also, if you're having something in your time, what happens is this was the ultimate showdown between Ideal and then the VFI. And the story, and everybody puts Rothschild, Ideal goes to Alter, and the VFI goes to Alter. And there's a ultimate showdown. Whoever brings fire down to heaven first is the true God. Is the true God. So what happens? So again, the love is the VFI. They're crying out from this, so all kinds of crazy stuff. What the does? Submerges. Puts it on the water on top of the dirty, right? All of that, what does he do? Fire comes up and that is consumes everything. This is beautiful. It's only one problem. It's a key to offer up covers outside of the Mishnah, right? So what's happening is that Trump was open. You know, no. Everyone said what he's what it says. Never ever anybody looks at shade. No. Once a practice is established, this credential, no longer has to be the book established. You know, because that's right? What happened? Probably sort of worshiping God. So you know, it's this I get most of the Ashkenazis. How important is what this straddle the fence for? But I was saying it's also used like the 100% which is miracles don't work. Miracles don't create anything. Miracles don't create anything. They don't. Again, listen, this passage is not also probably someone saying that has seen that. Then what happened? Don't go to that. Miracles don't go. They will say, how many missiles will fly to the head? Like, how many missiles will fly to the head? Not one thing. So you're getting cars on the car. That's true. Octopus everywhere. Miracles don't work. Miracles are fireworks. They have to be fireworks. What happens? Somebody comes back from 4th of July by you know what? That was my fault. I was like, oh, you know what? I am just going to become a better person. Whatever it is, a better citizen. Whatever it is. Right? You know what happens with fireworks? You watch it. It's entertaining. You go, practice all the videos, and it's also right. It's like, what happened? What happened? People just go like, I said, change doesn't come from madness. Change comes from hard work. Change comes from hard work. Change comes ultimately from community effort. Miracles are beautiful, and if you create more out of bursts of inspiration, but do not affect cathartic events of change. That only comes from the upgrowing glorious work, the good and out. Try to apply that's what I did. So it's the best. So the rest. Just a second, you get to write the right time. That's right. Jokes, it's not funny. That is how I will say. I just like to see this thing. Let's do it. So watch this. Keep going. That's not that we mentioned Avino, but Avino cannot be, but I think we have to give a song in this stuff. Why not? Because it's not a song. That's what that's like. Yeah, everybody says Avino. I can lie. After what? He says, what after these things? And I'm showing this out. This is the Akiva. So after I'm going to show you this. After the world shows something. After the words of the cycle, after the cycle, sacred sin, Haïta, Haïta, it's not that much stuff. The way that I use these, grew up in these movies, that I use these things with a big super. All my stuff is very well. The second said, do it, I said, you go over. So I think it's that. So if you something of that, you like this whole night. So Khalata will show up to button, so you get your child that is 100 years old. You don't do the shot, so how you look good after close or after a happy for that house. So something says that after 12, and he gave this whole night so much. And all of these things that every all of them are going to come up to every like a picture. I turn myself up, and I'm going to put it up. I'm going to go off the shit, you know. So it's a stop it. Everything happened before the sun. And then the overload of it was made up, the Quran, you have to show how to tell Adam to sacrifice his son, you do it. So can say, as Adam to give his own son, you do it. We have, there are two sons Adam. So then you have to test the Adam. So I say this is interesting. So you first need to understand the Akiva, the genesis of the Akiva, what this conversation between the Kodesh Baruch Hu and the son. And now we're not finished. By the way, I'm going to the value of these people, so let's put them over the I'm going to shoot it out of our in not other Russia of Akasha. Now, I know it's a request. It's a request. So listen to this. You know what it says? Moshe is not a cluster of them. So I'm going to go with topic. Because what is going to be? It's very confusing. It's going to change words. What's the question between these one words? So I don't know. Or effort. Not study. And this kid, he had like one, he had like this guy, like all of these things. We know that the most intense battle of each monarch. However, this is to value for the location of peace. A more liberal policy stands strong in the points of this battle, and globally show us a less knowledge. Because if you don't fail in this battle, this most important battle, it will take away all your previous victories. But if you stand from this belief, it's not only a victory here, but stand for previous victories as well. Fail here and erases all the previous victories. Be successful now and it cements everything that you came before. Africa is well for all of you African. Sometimes I take Africa. It's the seat on the top of the stairs. And you many passes over leaders. You are on top of the Kuba. And you be successful in all of them. Action unknown says, and now asking you to please be successful in showing your aim and non-tradition. That people should not say that there's no merit to this test. So they say, so this is a fascinating what does this mean? So first of all, there's a tremendous system in nature. Keeping the trade is all about what have you done for you. People, like, if you fail somewhat, trade is that what you do the failure right now, and it erases all of the things that came before it, which is just interesting. And so decide if the dog warrior fails in this battle, all of the tests he has are expensive orders. What's the 12 part unbelievable? So people like that discuss this. He says in the culture, he says, I ask some service. He says, I'm going to do. He smashed co-host, she stuff. He scattered out the run of soil. We don't know what happened with his solos, but he invented another color in the DNA of carbon slide. He was our father. And with every test that he succeeded, and every say that he ever did, he chose us with a certain level of strength. What did Akidas Hiscock represent? He says, Akidas Hiscock represents, at the end of the day, Koma Shamsilas Yadash. What Akidas Hiscock represents was a weakness to give everything for that. I'm going to go on to demonstrate what it means to be himself. This is even more. But it's really his child. And representing the ability and willingness to do anything and everything for the people of children. After this battle, to be a complete to unbelievable says, you need to pass this. Do you know why you need to pass this? That's not for you. But if you pass this, then you get this core within the spiritual DNA of Christ. If you go to heaven, and you take your sin, and you bring all the words to cover, which will benefit the comes from the core and the ability to be anything and everything that I coach for. All that comes from. And that's what the 12 says. If you do this, you know everything. But if you fail, then the truth is you make people deficient. It was easy and terrible. At the end of the day, everyone passes this test as we know. And if you invent anything else, it's called use of prison. We don't do like this. We live in the times of the penalties, and that's not that shit. And I think that's why that we don't hear stories of dramatic spiritual paralysis. That doesn't see what the most striking difference is from coming out of the soil for these little girls who are dressed up as a hamburger. Dressed up as a hamburger to partnership that's with every single rubbish right on there. That's the shining purpose. So I want to represent, she has a beautiful color. It's called from shop. We just kept this car up and this car, where did it come from? Where does that come from? Where does it go? She's a child. She's a child. Where does a child get that color? It's close enough. And I don't know if you every part of 12. And in her spiritual being, the ability and the willingness to do the same. That the focus have to peace and position for you have to pass this test. It's not just that strength you want to sell them the most of it is the cycle. It's strength that is going to become part of the spiritual DNA of your children, and the strength that they're going to access without reaches. Because everybody was successful in his new summer. He lost the clock to be successful in our successful. I don't say. Yes, come right and watch. Again, a lot of these people are just a lot of that. Those who tremendous together us. No, fine. It always balances out. So, it's almost like good morning. Let us begin a good walk. Let's Baruch Hashem. Let's begin the week. Journey up to Pesach. Beautiful daf. Really, actually, I want to come in distractions this week. Ridiculous. It's too good. So good it should be illegal. That's how good this is. Baruch Hashem. As well say, so begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's today. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei Hey. The Tilson Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the children thresholds as his chus for the Soros Tavos Sha'an Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Harry and Steve Sin, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Zvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families of memory of Mr. Williamson, Zeb Shmuel, and Yisrael Zefon Rafa. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of them shall be at the families and the fellow. All of those who are foreshadowed for those called holy Israel, bring home all of our hostages and allow our holy soldiers to be successful. Let's do that. Let us begin. Today's daf we are picking up at the Mishnah on a test. The Mishnah says as follows. Hopefully you do homework. Rabbi Rector signed some work last night at the end of this year. If I don't start on the right daf on Sunday, there's absolutely no chance. And plus, if you look ahead, we have some incredible I got it ahead of us this week with some very cool shopping with us as well. So, letting myself a fighting chance. Says the Mishnah on page 89A, 8 Sunosas, which is limited again. We are still the incredible figure of the second member. Same with Sunoso, all of these should be after. So remember again, when you've learned already the halachos concerning when the Zaken Mamre is, what type of maflokes in the Zaken Mamre. Now when it comes to the actual execution of the Zaken Mamre, so the Mishnah says, we do not execute him in the case of the nor do we execute him in the case of the Yavne. By the way, what's the case of the Yavne? Look at Rashi, initial the basis of the Mishkas Hagazis. Rambam, the Chazal of the Shoy Yamim, Ad Shegosas, and Edgy Bidom Yafra, Vadain Abayis Kayim, Yafra King Orakin Fiva, even these sorts of Yafras. The interesting staff was one of the motivations that the Execution was exiled. So the mission thing is like this. In order to go ahead and execute the second mandate, Sanhedrin has to execute the Mishkas Hagazis and chamber of stone in the base of the compound. So if the Sanhedrin is not sitting in its place, rightful place, even if these overshoes can't execute the second mandate. Ella, Malin also agrees that we take the second mandate up to the High Court in Yerushalayim, and we shaman also at Hagayel, and we also for Regel. So what we do is we pass the holding cell, but so the next upcoming Regel. Next upcoming, big one of the Regalim place that she was so just goes to kind of work out. I don't know what it is. Remember again, this is the first Dafne, the first post-quarter Daf. I want to make that these two, the Regalim. The Regalim, right? Everyone's on a journey. Everyone managed is like, we're always journeying to something else. The year is never stationary. It's never like, okay, let's back, reflect, that's it. We're always traveling towards something next day. So part of this guy behind us is again, we're not yet, which should be residents of Yerushalayim. So again, that's the problem. So now again, Baruch Hashem, it's okay. When something's behind us, there's always something like in front of us. So we keep, so again, going to the first thing in the Mishnah, we'll see, keep the second memory in a holding cell up until the next trial, up until the next month. And the next also is executing on Yontif, which is fascinating. Now, why should Amar the father is Shmuel for the secret of the Mikvah? Because the boss says, no, the entire nation will hear, they will fear, and it's like people will not follow in the footsteps of our Rabbi. What the simple Rabbi says is like this: you gotta make stuff flat. People have to see, people have to see this, people have to understand this. There has to be public part to this. So then again, unfortunately, it's trying to get teach by cell phones, so people see certain things. It has a notion. So when people says, the doctor don't extreme from the government, so that should become public spectacle. The really says no. In my eyes, you know the show set. So but the really says no. You do that, so play the president. It's actually going to do that. Element listening also does. So if you do it, execute immediately. Because then we show him before the focus. So what do we do? So there's the issue. Everyone agrees that he's already says we need some element of publicity like this. So according to the Akiva, the publicity component essentially is established by holding it and holding a gun and executing. And again, on the Lego. The leader says no, we don't do that. It was the aim on this like we do not corrupt. If somebody buys into that you execute it. Otherwise, we're not going to go ahead and hold him potentially for months at a time. Rather, go ahead and execute him. So what we'll do is we'll send out letters to all the communities saying each point in this guy needs to replace them. And again, that's how we'll go ahead and do the publicity piece. We'll write about it and we will send it out. Incredible. Because if I'm not going to focus about how we go ahead or when we go ahead and execute such numbers. Let's analyze. There means also mobilization spheres, which pretty much echoes the Mishnah. The Rice says as follows. In the Nisan also, mobilization should be also we don't execute like the other means multiple basement. But mobilization should be not even a base Yavner. Once again, Yavner itself was exiled. Hello, Marlon also brings it over to the Sharai. Rather, again, what we do bring the second memory off to the high court of the Sharai. And the Sharai also as I read it. And we raise the holding, like all the way the holding cell up until the octave. And we meet also the regal. And we execute them on the Shnema, the follow on the show, given that the Akiva. And the Pasuk says everyone will hear and they will fear. They will fear. These are the words of Rabbi Akiva. So again, remember, Rabbi Akiva is dashing the Chol Ha'am. When are you going to have a time when everybody can hear about this? When God is supposed to send them, you shall line for the right. I'm going to Yehuda. Yehuda. So it say that they should fear and they should see. In other words, when the Akiva is making this about that people should see the Sakim Mamre executed. Like Yehuda says, does the Pasuk say that they should fear and they should see? No, Ne'emar, all it says is that you should hear and you should fear. Lots of Gemara says, so essentially again, Ramita says, as long as people hear about it, they don't need to see it. They don't need to see it. As long as they hear about it, that's more than enough. Furthermore, again, why go ahead and delay his judgment? That understands this to be like an inward means a corruption of the thing. It's truly something like life is. I was every child has stuff that their parents will always say over and over and over. So that has the door of the lunchroom. I always try to tell my kids is whatever is going on in life, humans with. Just humans with. Again, we spend so much time getting upset about things that don't go our way, or lamenting things that don't go our way, or trying to pretend like they're not. Just lean into it. Sometimes in life is so much about taking whatever the current circumstances, just lean into it and just go. You're going to break, you're going to find, you're going to figure it out. So it's interesting that sometimes the greatest anxiety in life is when you know that something negative is going to happen, but it's not happening now. I'm waiting for the. I know it's going to happen. I know it's going to happen. It's like sometimes I don't know how something's going to turn out. That's what I'm inside. But then I know what is going to happen. So it's always going to be this. Why don't you do this to this person? Okay, I got it. You said you execute these right? So you got to execute. Definitely got to execute. But why would you delay it? What's the point? We've seen these motifs before that even when you have to execute someone, you have to execute with Rachmanis. Now, to the world, that might sound like a little bit of a contradiction, but what you understand is that sometimes you have to do difficult things, but difficult things have to go with Rachmanis as well. So it's like the Mama, like I said, he's going to be executed. But why delay? Just let get it over with, and that's it. So Rabbi, element is something that because in the short term of Allah, ish toning is high mitzvah b'beis. And again, so how do we fulfill the purpose? Write letters, send out the letters. So and so is executed as is like this. This is the whole of the focus. Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi how we execute the second level. Okay, incredible. Tell me about it. So that's what I just found out about it. I was reading that for us. Because clearly, once you see this like your memory is, it's not just that we execute them, but there is this thing of this publicity that people have to see, people have to know what it is that's happening. Because, by the way, there are four situations where in general, it's not just enough to execute, but a public announcement has to be made. Who are they? Number one, Amasis. Amasis is the one who goes out and incites others to worship Avodah Zarah. Then Sorer Umora, Zaki Mamre, and Eidim Solomon. Interesting. All of these four need Raza, the hated entities. Rashi says over at Raza, Foni means the base of Sha'avra de Razu, they lure us as Hafi. So literally, these will announce so and so's executed. And all of this is done in order to make the public example that people shouldn't follow suit. The Gemara says, so ultimately, again, I'm sorry, so like all of these situations, the entire nation will see. Interesting enough, the Chol Yisrael so means the Chol Yisrael so means the local Amo Chosmos Vidasa, the Sahadusa. Sorry. So it's interesting enough by Eidim Zolim, the Lashon is behind the Sharim, those who are left over, right? Those who remain. Why doesn't it use the same expensive Lashon ultimately again as Kol Ha'am Chol Yisrael? What's the reason? The reason is because by Eidos, not everyone is fit for Eidos. Eidos is always more than cool. Why? Because most of it's really takes the person gambles. They can't go ahead and do Eidos, right? The person commits not there, they can't go straight out there, they can't do Eidos. So because Eidos itself is not open to the public, therefore in the public and the mission of it also doesn't have to be or is not as sweeping as in other circumstances. Okay, and then we'll say beautiful Gemara Mishnah. It's only 12 on a Sunday. We've already done a whole Mishnah, whole Gemara. Great. Mishnah, Navi Sheker. Let's say next time is Chaim Yisrael. Navi Sheker, false prophet. Okay, so what is he? Hamisnavi Mashalo Shama, Mashalo Ne'emarlo. So let's say, so what is the Navi Sheker? So again, there are a couple of different examples. Going to be a person who prophesied something that he did not hear, okay, or something that was not said to him. It wasn't interesting enough. So let's say again, I'm standing around with my friend at Kiddush. A lot of stuff's happening at Kiddush, right? So what happens? My friend gets to do at Kiddush. By the way, many people can do the Kiddush, right? Especially by your third Kiddush. So again, you're right? So again, so what happens? What's the next thing? Ruben gets in the Ruah. Now it happens to be it's legitimate Ruah, right? Case number one is I prophesied something that the prophet did not say. Case number two, the Rothschild gave my friend the Ruah. I heard that, right? I heard the Ruah, and I say it over. That's not my prophecy to give. That also falls under the category, under the umbrella of Navi Sheker. In these cases, these individuals, right, the Navi Sheker is executed by court. So let's say this is fast. Also is someone who receives the Nevuah or refuses to share it. Like Kodesh means like or something. So receive Nevuah and refuse to share it. Or one who goes ahead and simply ignores the word of a Navi, or a Navi who receives the Nevuah, but violates the only one that he received. So all these cases, all these individuals, again, get death at the hands of heaven. Incredible. Anochi et Rosh Mihino. I'm starting to share all those stuff. You can also link into all these things. I'm starting to share all those stuff. If somebody prophesizes in the name of an avodah zarah or whatever, so I'm gonna have all this stuff happen. And again, the person says, little bit again, this is what all this stuff says. Even if what? Even if what he's saying is factually correct. Because let's say a person comes along and says, I hereby say in the name of Avodah Zarah that one is supposed to avoid killing the fire on Shabbos. Okay? Right? So in other words, the Mishnah says, even though he's saying any wrong, something that's in alignment with what people do as well, the fact that he's giving it over in the name of an Avodah Zarah by definition makes him liable. Haba al-ish hasish, a person is adultery, כיוון שנכנס לרשות הבעלים, ואף על פי שלא נבלה, הפועל לא הריז לבחר. So again, for man has the married woman, even if this married woman has with her husband, also shed innocent and not nisuin, or they just got married and nisuin, but again, they live together. The halacha is, Boel, the adulterer, is punished by Chenek. There's someone named Baskoin of Bala, looking at it, wasn't excused to remember. A Baskoin commits adultery, what's her din? Straight up. But remember again, that's unique din for her. It does not apply to her adulterer, nor does it apply to even Solomon. Right? Meaning witnesses testify falsely about her. Shekal, Maktimum La'om, it's supposed to be Zoe Baskoin Bala, because in general, again, they were saying it was way more for even Solomon's part. Again, it's not a punishment. The exception to this is even someone buy a fast coin, the sheet gets refund, but they and what's the adulterer will get chenek. Okay, incredible. Says let's analyze. Says the Gemara. So there are three. These are all categories of false prophecy. Three of them ultimately again are killed by a court, and three of them misconditioned. Okay, where are they? Hamasnavi mashalo shava, or mashalo ne'emarga. Again, a person goes ahead and prophesies something, I should say. He espoused a prophecy that was not said, or is essentially the event of prophecy. Now again, this is prophecy in the name of God's wonderful, right? So a person's just inventing prophecy, or they go ahead and they convey prophecy that was said to someone else but not to them. Or Hanisnavi B'Shem of all those right? Inside B'Shem of all those or a person goes ahead and prophesizes in the name of Avodah Zarah, right? As we said before, even if what you're saying is factually correct, the halacha is all three of these individuals are executed by a human court. Kovish has to do also, and nobody receives everywhere, but does not share it. And the Vajra Rabbi, so he disregards the words of the Rabbi, and Rabbi Shabbat, or Rabbi disregards his own prophecy. Ultimately, their death is at the hands of heaven. And I say, it's interesting to note this idea. It's not a national struggle. I understand why. If somebody prophesies, this person says, I received the information, I think I receive. I understand why there's a feeling stuff. Right? It makes sense. You're inventing prophecy. And I will say, but if I go ahead and I hear a prophecy given to someone else and I give it over, I'm saying that it's not good. Why is it a feed myself? Like, I'm not making up information. The information is factual. The information is correct. But now, again, we'll see the possible. We'll see why the shkatik what's wrong with it. They will say, so what's a data of person career in life is trying to be someone else. At the end of the day, the avodah in life is never to be someone else. The avodah is to become the best version of you. So when a person who shows a prophecy that was given to someone else, that prophecy was given to Rabbi. It's not mine. It's not mine. When I take that and I now make it mine, that's me trying to become a believer. But the avodah of trying to become someone else, that's such a toughness. That's such a toughness. It's such an interesting thing because we often spend so much time trying to become other people. You see other people who have a level of success, and then, I want to be that guy. I want to be that guy. Now, again, there's something we heard. We talk about what we need to I can learn from every person. But my goal is never to become someone else. So this notion, when you take the nevuah that was given to someone else, and you take it your own, that is the highest fundamental level of personalistic attribute. And again, my avoda is to be me and to be the best version of me. You take someone else's nevuah and you make it your own. What are you doing? That's not right. Because you don't fall into that trap. You're always trying to become someone else. Right? Because there's always someone better. There's always someone more successful. There's always don't spend your life trying to be like other people. Rather spend your life trying to become the best version of you. Incredible. All right, let's go back. It says Iman. Good. You're not immediately. So where do we go all this from? I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. Because it says, so it says, ultimately, again, the Rabbi who will intentionally try to say something over my name. Who's that? That first Rabbi remember not to say over something that is not given. Okay, fine. Next. I did not command it to him. But that refers that I did command it to another Rabbi. So what is that referring to? That refers ultimately to a prophet over something that was not said to him. And he will go ahead and say something over the name of another God. That first is someone who prophesies with it. Because of that, even if what? Even if informationally what you are saying is wrong, the overlaying of the world, the Sarah makes you liable to death. And all of these cases, what is the Pasuk say? Umeis hanavi havi. This prophet will be put to death. From this time, we're the Torah stam in the Elef. And I want to say again, stam, whenever the Torah says death penalty, it doesn't identify which death penalty. The default is correct. Good. Most of that's not first to read. Next, Hakovish has the also. I'm about to give a Navi. The Navi Sha'aral did the answer when he says in Shemaim. Also, what about the next? This is someone who prophesizes, but again, holds back his prophecy, doesn't share it. The Vater disregards the words of the Navi. Or number 3, a Navi who violates his own law. So all these people are put to death with the Shemaim. Where do we know this from? It says, Va'ish Asher Lo Yishma. So Moshe the Prophet says the person will not take, the Navi will not listen. Kari Bey Lo Yashmiya. So the Quran has not only Lo Yishma, but what Lo Yashmiya will not make it be heard. Which means what? He's holding back his own prophecy. Kari Bey Lo Yashmiya, Kari Bey Lo Yishma. El Direi, El Direi. See if I know the Adrosh Nimo, so again, in that one pasuk is someone who hears it, disregards it, right? Someone who hears his own prophecy, disregards it, somebody else who hears the words of another disregards it, and another ultimately again who is Kovish as who also does not share his network. And it's not in my Shalosh. Tonight the Gemara gives some examples. It was like also the object like all of Santa and all later. And it's not in my Shalosh. So a person prophesies something he can't. So the Gemara gives an example. It's known Sitya ben Kinano. Like Sitya ben Kinano. Who's Sitya ben Kinano? It says Vayas when Sitya ben Kinano, Karne Arsai. Those is interesting by the way. So this is the story in Navi of where Aram was attacking Israel. And the interesting line is remember again this is split kingdom of Malchus Israel, and the Malchus Judah. The king of Malchus Israel was another name of Achos. The king of Malchus Judah was another name of Yoshaphat. Yoshaphat was like just unfortunate. He was righteous and challenged. And but they realized that they have to formulate one of these in order to combat that out. So Yoshaphat's like, I'll go with you, but I need some prophecy to back this up. Because it's like a shtickle on all your lines. And sometimes you need it on all your lines to accomplish all the objectives. So Yoshaphat's like, I just want to know. So Acham produces. Acham got no assurance. You paid enough money. You can find plenty of prophets, right? So in other words, Acham's producing hundreds of prophets. And still Yoshaphat is not exactly convinced. So there was this other guy, Sidkia ben Kinano, which is really interesting. So what does Sidkia ben Kinano do? He makes iron horns. And it was supposed to symbolize the fact that colleagues were going to pour around it. You're going to be successful. Okay? So the Gemara says as follows. So my habit is so again, so now what's what I point out. Sidkia really received prophecy. We really received prophecy. But ultimately, again, what we're going to see is was a shtickle false prophecy. Because again, what ends up happening in this battle is after this killed in this battle, all of this whole thing was a vision. So Lord Achav in battle, so Achav would die in battle. So the Gemara says, I haven't on the oven. What should Sidkia have done? Rachnavos Atises. It's a wild story. So Sidkia was deceived by a spirit. Who's it? The spirit of Davos. What's it? That name sounds familiar. Remember, Davos had a beautiful finger that Achav very much argued. So, but Davos wouldn't sell. So Achav has a wife, husband of Sello. Sello convinced her husband Achav to essentially bring Davos up on false charges he hadn't executed. Davos was executed. They ultimately Achav takes the finger. So what happened? So the spirit of Davos came back and kind of appeared to Sidkia, making it look like it was HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in order to get Achav to go out to battle to Achav to fall in battle. Okay, who was it? That's it. They Omer Hashem, we Yifates Achav, the Yav, the Achav, the Oberamos Gilad, Bramos Gilad. Baruch Hu put out a call like to the Shamas. The Shamas, who was willing to go down and pull Achav into going to war. So spirit came before and said to I will go and entice Achav to go to war. They got two thoughts or Yudah might say, what does it mean that the Prophet said to the spirit, it turns out to be the spirit of Davos? Go, say to me, we have to leave you. So it's like this is incredible. So the Prophet was essentially saying to the Shabbos, whichever one of the Shabbos wants to go, you can go, but after you go, you can't come back. Why not? Because the job of this spirit was to deliver a false prophecy. That Ibn Shalom is all MS, and it's something that is not MS, cannot reside inside of the confines of the Ibn Shalom celestial spirit. My Ruach was the Ruach Shalom Israeli. So ultimately, again, it was the spirit of Navos Israeli who was there to avenge his death by misleading Achav out of the battle. So that was the spirit that appeared to Sidkia ben Kenana. I haven't living. So 1 second. So Sidkia should have been a little bit more vigilant. But he's called signal effort all of the community. Then Shnei is having the signal effort. So it's interesting enough. You can have many prophets that have the same prophetic message, but each of them get it in a different way. So it's actually really fascinating. That prophecy, you get multiple prophets receiving the same message, but no two prophets receive, or for that matter, again, convey the word of HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the same way. So one goes like to Obadja Amar, Yisodon Vivas Yisyacha. Yirmiyah Amar, Tiflatzaska Esioska, Yisodon Vivas. So again, just an example, conveying the same general concept, but each of them receiving it and conveying it in a slightly different way. Essentially, if I do the flow represents almost like the highest revelation of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So what is the Gemara saying? No two can have the same relationship. People can receive basically the same message. But the way the message is received, the message is made, varies from person to person. Really profoundly so, which of course the message is like a that is true by every element of our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. No two Jews have the same relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the same kind of ethos, the same halachos, the same shulchan aruch. But at the end of the day, when we relate to God, when we interact with God, the relationship we have with HaKadosh Baruch Hu varies from maybe slightly, but nevertheless there's a variance between one Jew and the next. Incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says, so ultimately, as the Sidkia should have realized, that what should Sidkia have realized? So I've had people practice that were saying the same thing. When you have hundreds of people saying the same thing, that's a red flag. That's insanity. It's not the same thing. That's a prophetic red flag. It's that they should have realized there's something going on over here. The Gemara says, so 1 second, maybe Sidkia didn't know this going to be released. Maybe Sidkia didn't know that prophets can't have the same prophecy. Maybe he just didn't know this halacha. in which the Gemara says, Yoshafat Havahasam, Takamralu. It's still a Yomer Yoshafat, Ha'ain, Navi, Yoshafat was there. And Yoshafat, that's why Yoshafat, even when Papa produced hundreds of years, Yoshafat said, there's something wrong over here. There's something wrong over here. Because everyone is saying the same exact thing. So I was saying, I'm going to point out how profound this is. So not only is it lesson in terms of like our relationship with Shvarah, but all of us interact and relate and have a different relationship with Hashem. I was saying, let's say a common story. Let's say, sometimes we feel like, what's the record? If you talking to a crowd stuff, can you imagine hundreds of trees sitting together and saying the same exact thing? That's what's happening with that. The person when it says, that's terrible. That's terrible. I don't want hundreds of Jews saying the same thing. You know what I want? I want hundreds of Jews saying different things. And yet all of them are sitting in the same that's Achtos. That's Achtos. We have this very skewed view of Achtos. And Achtos means like everyone's on the same page. So never happened except a million times. Right? What does Rashi say about Har Sinai? Har Sinai, one people with one heart. Right? They always say, it never says Ishechad B'dei Achtos. It doesn't say one people with one heart. One people with one heart. One people with one heart. So let's say somebody said on the side, and he's trying to get a fake. And this is my friend. He was a little bit maybe memorize. He was starting to go with that. And yes, she was thinking orange drafted. And literally, everyone, my wife, one of those like, okay, so I held it together for that 10 seconds, but let's do this. And he jumped on this particular member of my it was like, and then what was so beautiful, is that right afterwards, that's like this one over down. It felt like it has to be hours, but it was turn time, so it might have been like 30 seconds. But whatever, like everything was slow. Those living was that at the end, like the way it ended, I don't know how, like I don't know all the events, but somehow it started like that, and then about 3 seconds, 3 minutes, whatever it was just a circle of holding each other's side. Like I said, I don't know exactly what happened, right? But the nice thing is that that's what it's about. Isn't that what it's about? It's about the ability to help people, even if you vehemently disagree with them. It's about the ability to love people, even though you think they're absolutely unbelievably wrong and miss the mark every single step of the way. That you think that what they are saying is the most uninformed, unintelligent, incorrect thing in the world, but I love you. But I love you. So when you see hundreds of people saying the same thing, and we like to surround ourselves with people saying the same things to us, it's so boring. It's so boring. People live like in an echo chamber. Like an echo chamber, that's not life, it's not cloudy stuff. You have clouds, so a lot of them, and yes, a lot of them are uninformed, and a lot of them are incorrect, and a lot of them are just wrong. For all the correct opinions, right? Cheapest positions in life, and that is going to be free, right? And I was saying, but the nice stuff. So what happens? You see hundreds of people all saying the same thing. Something's off there. You're in a room with a bunch of people who all saying different stuff. That's Christ. And Achtus is that moment when you can embrace, even after that vociferous argument. All right, good night, friend. So the goes like that. I'm going to let you go, Kohani. So what happens? So Yoshafat says, I need someone to be in. So Achlan says, why are you going to be in? Look at all these hundreds of guys that are here. So the Gemara says, Amalei, Kafamikumpani in case I learned this from my father. Simeon Efat told him the Kamanavia. The ancient name of the DM is not the Simeon Efat. So ultimately, yes, what I learned is this. You could have prophets all espousing the same message, but they don't, they'll be about 5 lines up from the bottom. Right, but they go, but none of them give it over in the same way. Right? They all get the same message, but don't give it over. So the fact that Yoshafat is saying that, and and the sons of the prophets. About the Arak, I can't point out. These were not for the prophets were actually receiving a message. But remember, the whole thing was skewed because it was who wanted Asaf to go out to war to fall in battle. I was like, what? You guys all say the same exact thing. That doesn't make any sense. So therefore, again, your Shafat needs unity. Okay? So the Gemara goes like that. So Mashal, good. I'm just not a Mashal. What's the example of a Zombie who gives over something that was not snow? Then you go, you have Ben Azor, you play, so he's like, Fanang Ibn Azor. What happened to Fanang Ibn Azor? You cut him, you have Shaka Al-Yom, Yirmiyo was standing in the upper marketplace, so Ka'amar, Ko'amar, Shem, Sebakos, in Yishover as Keshes, Yirmiyo is giving a promise. Right? And Yirmiyo says that 12 was going to go ahead and break the whole people. It was another nation. I'm going to break the wall, I'm going to defeat Elon. Okay, so what happens? Nosach Hananya Kabafur Biatzio. So Hananya hears this prophecy of Yirmiyo and meets Kalmer. Right, Shemova and Lazarus Bovel. I'm not going to show as Keshes Elon. So Elon, they came to Bovel. That was what was going to say. It's going to break the wall of Israel. Now Allah is coming to become a trusted person. Allah is coming to become. And the false who is coming to is breaking the primary false prophets. So he's going to break the secondary false prophets. What's secondary false prophets? So can I give me a couple of over? The first prophet was going to go and defeat Edom. He's soon going to go and defeat Babel. So what happens? He goes out and he prophesies. Us. Amar, Hashem, Sheves, old Melech Babel. This is fascinating. So Kanye gives a prophecy of Yirmiyo. He needs to have a comment from that prophecy. And then he expels his new prophecy. Only one issue. The prophet didn't say it. Only about not buying. Hi, the Chaver. What are you talking about? This is not an example of the prophecy is over. Can I even talk? Read this up. Which the Gemara says, Kavan, this Yael, Kavachol, and Metric, Command the Ikmaling coming. So ultimately, again, the Ikmaling coming, who deal with what so it's the ultimate, it doesn't mean Kavachol is interesting. This is the Kavachol, and because Kavachol is one of the extra principles, so you are treat things say over a prophecy that was not given over to you. Okay, it's beautiful. From the time of all this stuff, what's an example of how the prophesizes in the name of God? So we'll say last time, you go Nevi Habal. So we'll say this is easy. Nevi Habal, we're Nevi Habal. So again, Paul was not what he saw, right? He had his own Nevi. I had his own Nevi. So I'm going to actually prophesize in the name of God, things that were not true. Next, I thought it's just also was incredible. What's an example of withholding your own prophecy? Kigon, Yonah ben Amitai. Yonah, right? Yonah gets a prophecy, what does he do right away? I was saying, just so many of us are over on that every single day. Every day that we won't show them whispers of idea. What does he say? It could be great. He could accomplish great things. That's why just like again, the Gemara says, every day pass for notice, it says, Shuvu Bangim Shovim. Every day a basket comes out and says, and I hear this prophecy, and I hear this gospel. What do I do with it? What do I do with it? I suppress it, and I ignore it. That's called Vishavu. Every day prophecy comes to us. Every day trouble whispers to us. Every day opportunity comes to us. So I try to become great. And if we suppress it, then we don't utilize it. We don't actualize it. That's called Vishavu. Yonah ben Amitai. I'm the back of the Reino. Who's the one? What's the example of going at this running work? It was on the days. So he says, that race was the Mikha. These are the friends of Mikha. Who are the friends of Mikha? Now she says, how did you come? It's the Ishas on the Mikha. Omer already helped Pasha. Mikani, no. That, how you make the Yom, then you know, Yom. So again, this was also one of the prophets who was prophesizing that day about Apple. Let's say that Apple may be on it. Omer already. So loving talk. Then over to his friend, over to God, and said, in the name of God, hit me. So this is part of the prophecy. He's trying to show ultimately again that Father's was going to be successful ultimately over Aram, but that Father was going to fall in battle. So man refused to aid Mikhail, and what happens? It's said by Yom Ha'Mal, Ya'an Hashem Moshe Mata, the Navi Shafat. No, Ya'an Shashmasa, the guy was conceived by a lion. case of Rabbi right? And again, he didn't do nothing, he was consumed by a lion. Obviously, more of that story, but I'm different time. The Navi Shabra al Dibre Asmo wasn't typical. The Navi violated his own words. He violated his own words. He goes, Ido Handa. He doesn't have Ido. What's what happened with Ido? They said, he can see what on see. He can see what on see. So Ido was ultimately, again, was commanded to go ahead. This is the story of the Rav Mechabat. Like Rav Mechabat was the first king over the split Malchus. Remember, again, Rav Mechabat, interestingly enough, Rav Mechabat started out as a big man. He was a point back of Sparkle. He started out as a big man. What ends up happening to the people? Power has risen up to the people. Rav Mechabat understood that if he's going to elevate the solution to all the Malchus Israel, he had to prevent the Jews from going to the Semitic. Because remember again, even once the monarchy split, the great unifier was going through the Semitic. Everybody had read up. If that's the case, the Rambam said people are going to be subservient to the king, but not to me, because he has the base Semitic. So what did he do? What did he do? It's actually in the He built 2 eagles. He built 2 golden calves. And he said, it's not a whole wonderful. Just I'm saving you a trip. You don't have to go ahead and go all the way to the Semitic to serve Hashem. Serve here. Serve here. But what happens? Ultimately, again, it evolved to a whole desire. So Ito confronts the Rambam when he's offering his kavanas by his Rambam, and the Rambam sticks out his arm, like in an accusatory way, and his arm shriveled up. So Ito was that Navi. When you go, so go do your prophecy, don't stop. Don't eat, don't do anything, nothing. Please just focus on your mission. Okay? So because that stops to eat. What happens on the way back? So he said, so ultimately, what happens on the way back? He goes, okay, mission accomplished. Somebody invites me to eat. He says, I'm sorry, I can't. I'm a prophet. No, I have to leave. You're a prophet. I'm a prophet. Right? Come in, right? We can eat together. So Ego goes ahead and makes a mistake and goes into this guy's house and eats. What happened? When Ego left after his meal, he was quiet. He was fired by going ultimately again for violating his own word, violating his own word. Which I will say, by the way, is also such a story. The story is such a profound metaphor. The Lord's Hashbach will tell you that if you want to accomplish something in life, then what do you have to understand? And be focused. And be focused on it. The Rothschild says this in Shah's useless. He says, what's his useless? Why do you need useless? Useless says all this appreciate this because more often than not, the reason you don't accomplish in life is why? Because when you're in the outside the life, because we get distracted. I'm on task, and I get distracted. Stop talking. I was busy. Everything in life, just get distracted. It's so me, I'm walking. So I'm so like, people that use those things. When you start something, just get it done. Don't get distracted, because once you get distracted, that's usually when you're not going to go and accomplish. So it's really incredible. So I can every single this year, just 47 connections because I'm going to work. The metaphor process is so much process. You don't get permission, don't go to eat. Don't be distracted. Don't do anything. Just stay focused on your task. And you don't get distracted. And what happens when you get distracted? You get consumed by the lion. And metaphorically, what that means is that once you get distracted, that's it. You by the way, you know this. Once you get distracted, even if you get back on task, what happens? It's not the same. You've lost the momentum. This is what I must say, for example, by learning, it's so of learning to be ceaseless. What's one being taught on the ceaseless? To learn for a certain amount of time, undistracted. 5 minutes of learning for a ceaseless is better than 45 minutes of distracted. It's just for our own lives. That's what happens. I'm learning and then I'm here. I'm learning and then I'm this. It's quite a situation. At the end of the day, you got 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here. There's something like this. Be in it. And it's only for 5 minutes. The moment you get distracted, this moment you get this free by a word. Such an incredible thing. 25 million this year. The accomplishments are so low. So listen to this. Person goes ahead and performs his prophecy, he gets lost. It's more because Amalei, man's awful coming, the article of lucky. They will say that this is a Talmudic expression, which literally means one who keeps dates out of a basket should be Malchus. Now, what's wrong with keeping dates out of a basket? The answer is nothing. Nothing. So it's not expressions. What's going on there? Right? In other words, it's an expression like what do you do wrong? In other words, there must be a church. He does not ask you here about what a person can run if they can the prophecy. What he asks is, how is anyone going to know? Right? In other words, you have nothing there. Right? There's nothing to talk to prophecy. Okay, how exactly does anyone know that he was published prophecy? So he wasn't my master there. He's giving master all. Rabbi is having the key. I'm sorry. Rabbi is having the key. Rabbi is the last session of the Davar, Solo. So who's going to know? Solo prophecy. Also, it's what we said before. Then check that this is interesting. That's when prophecy works. It's often given to the working on the person. Again, each person gets it differently, and each person uses it differently, but it's given to more than one. So because of that, if you have enough people on prophecy, apparently other people know about it, and you still know it from particularly too much. Okay? The Dilma applies you there. So also, maybe it was powerful to extract it, or maybe give it one thing to it, so to speak, change it, right? You said 100 days, we do a other mode with people. Again, the cost was probably sometimes changes this. But if you really expect me was, you would inform the people that do as well. But I don't know the Haji people all do. 1 second. I don't know. I think Yonah changed his mind, and he didn't tell Yonah. He didn't tell Yonah. Right? Yonah never did it. Yonah finds out that everybody else was right. He's not discovering it. Yisrael did not go ahead and give him any adventure. Was no. Yonah made Torah, meaning that Tafas. It's very important. The Russian Yonah said, behold, I'm going to know the once that Tafas was me, turns over. Turns over just meant that 40 days from now, something is going to dramatically change. The change could be the people who started Torah, but the change could be the people who started. So in Yonah's words itself was the actual possibility of the circumstance. Again, it was an open-ended before. Again, and it was an incredible, as I pointed out, part of it is why do we read Sylvia on earth? Is the finding that story of Shuvah. Because guys know the story and therefore that our life is this open-ended possibility. Well, just in day, all button knows and then office what to do. What does it mean? It means what you make of it. It means what you make of it. As much as the Bible knows what we're going to do and how we're going to do it for us, our lives are this open-ended future, open adventure type of nonsense. The other 40 days is sitting there with you all the time. Is it good or is it bad? It's up to you. What your life is going to be, what you're going to be, the person you become, it's up to you. So once I said, ultimate one in your dog, so once I said, curious, now, if another says something, how do I lead to nothing? Right? So someone says, I say in the name of God, right? Right? So in other words, how do I know that he's nothing? But I have to answer it. I have to listen to him. Do you have my own? He's a sign. I have to say, what's I can? You cannot prove that nothing is you can prove it in some way. So he goes, the Lord Yoav knows, I go, look at the you get started, you get people who are here, and that is huge, and even use this with what? Even the most of shame, no, it's different. As I said, the nothing doesn't have to keep post every single time it says before. Rather, also, what's happening is what is more stuff? It's enough. It's enough, okay. So once you know he's enough, how is he going to listen to his word? That's what this is very nice. You don't take off this, you don't say this. I'm from Bahara Moria, again, why did Yitzchak listen to his father? Right? So again, when Abraham says Yitzchak, I'm going to show Yitzchak should have said, The old man's lost it, right? That's what he should have said. That's what he should have said. So why does he still visit his father? Because the Jewish father is Protestant, right? So he wants us, I mean, he's the first getting. I feel that, when it comes to money, and that's you feel something that he wants, else it's very still. But if you notice that there's no Avram said, this is why Avram was Muchsak. Avram was another Rabbi. Furthermore, again, other examples of this. Elio Barakano, and his son's fellow in the Apush, the course. Also, Elio Barakano, what I've said, this was the ultimate showdown between Elio and the Mephiah. Remember the story? Like he told him, everybody goes off, Elio goes off, the Mephiah goes off. And there's a theological showdown. Whoever brings fire down from heaven first is God. Is the true God. So what happens? So remember again, if you notice the idea about crying out for this, all kinds of crazy stuff. What is it? It does? He submerges. Puts a lot of water on top of it, right? And with all of that, what does it do? Quick tefillah, fire comes out from heaven, consumes everything. This is beautiful. It's only one part of it. It's a heat we start to offer up kavanos outside of the Mishnah. So these things outside the Mishnah. So what's happening over here? So how's he doing? Again, Shmuel told him, now I can know, I can negotiate to the host, and it was the way you see here, where it says, versus God Elohim of the most extreme. No, once a prophet has established his prophetic credentials, he no longer has to keep an host. So what's the better? What happened in that next parak? Well, this was worshiping God. I must say, I can most how important this travel affects the rest of the false besides the very important. So it is miracles don't. Again, listen, just as this guy also finds something that has and what happens, they do look at. Miracles don't say how many how many misses will find for my bag? How many misses will find for my bag? And not one, not one hit. See, when you get eyes on the God, that's true movement. That's everywhere. Miracles don't work. Miracles like fireworks. Like what happens when you watch fireworks? What happens? Somebody comes back and forth to my house. You know what? That was my fault. That was my fault. You know what? I am just going to become a better person. Whatever it is, a better citizen, whatever it is. You know what happens with fireworks? You watch it, it's entertaining. Like you see all the videos from the Muslims going around. What happened? They put this whole like, change doesn't come from miracles. Change comes from hard work. Change comes from effort. Change comes ultimately from putting in the effort day in and day out. Those are beautiful and it can create momentary bursts of inspiration. But they do not affect our organization. That happens from unglorious work, day in and day out. Incredible. All right, let's go back here. Sunday's the best. Sunday's the best. Usually for the second, third. All right, so this is about, so what's that? Now that you mentioned, I don't know if you can go say, I just want to think this week, let's do it. So watch this. Now that we mentioned, I will not need to give, I will not need to give a sign piece of whatnot, because it's not some. So he went to the yeah, like, I got a king, he says, I don't know. After my, after what? He says, it wasn't after these things that Hashem kept, this is the Akiko. So afterwards, I'm going to go because he can say, after the worship start, the longer it starts, they can say, plus it's the base songs after the boy got up and he was being, grew up and he was being. And then he was these things, the big suit of the Omar Satan Gashbarabas. The Satan said to Hashem, you polish all of it. So okay, it's that. Like this old man. So Hanato, when he showed up, he got them, so he gave him a chance to join the result. Because of the Shazam, I will tour after those after Hakim. So Satan says, probably gave this old man so much. And all of these students they made, every year, often from no carbon, every like a pigeon, a turtle dove, nothing. They never have no bird, nothing. I'm not going to say, I don't know. Everything finally did it for his son. And then the older ones of that has been called, but Fanai, not so Pharaoh to tell Abram to sacrifice his son, he would do it. Son was Hindi. And asked Abram to give him his own son, he would do it. Yad, and the king says Abram. And he afterwards Hashem tests Abram. So I say this is interesting. So the Quran seems to understand that the genesis of the Akidah was this conversation between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the son. And now that finished. By Omer, Hashem says to Abram, please take your son, let's fucking over him up. I'm going to shoot him in the eye. No is a request. It's a request. So this verse says, Mashal Malach Basar Dosha, Kulom of Homicidal. Because when the husband's in the head, he's going to be granted to wage many days. That's the first week of 25 months. By Allah, more effort. Enough son. And this king, he had like the guy, like one valiant warrior, who was like completely responsible for all of these things. The king faced the most intense battle of his life. Allah, it says to this motion, crushing for peace. Amod Ibn Muhammad. Stand strong, be victorious in this battle. Shabbat show us in the fire and vanish. Because if you fail in this battle, this most important battle, what will it do? It will take away from all the previous victories. But if you stand from this most intense of battles, not only a victory here, but the previous victories as well. Fail here, and it erases all the previous victories. Be successful now, and it's the most everything you can afford. Sometimes Hashem said to Abram, we speak of a common skills. I've given you many tests over the years. So I'm not a tongue and you've been successful in all of them. Now I'm asking you to please be successful in this battle as well. That people should not say that there is no merit to these tests. So they'll say, so this is a fascinating what does this mean? So first of all, if you train the system in you, how many years should you point out what have you done for you? And people, if you fail someone, generally the human nature is just like what you remember the failure right now, and it erases all of the things that came before, which is just interesting. They said, so if the valiant warrior fails in this battle, all of these successes past are erased. Those are important. Those are the problems. He's a beautified artist, he says. He says in their coaching, he says, something amazing. He says, I did a service notice. She is not someone. He smashed Kola Topos, Shmish the Mean So, his scabbard on Javan Bissell. With every single one of these servants, what he did is, he embedded another core in the DNA of Claudius. So I don't think it was that father. And every test that he succeeded, every son that he overcame, came down us with a certain level of strength. What did Akedas Yitzchak represent? He says, Akedas Yitzchak represents, at the end of the day, Koach Yeruba Shamsinas Yahash. What Akedas Yitzchak represented was a willingness to give everything. I don't think you already demonstrated willingness to give himself. This is even more. A willingness to even give his child. It represented the ability and the willingness to give anything and everything for others who don't know. HaKadosh Baruch Hu to be a complete Ravina says, you need to pass this. Do you know why you need to pass this? Not for you. That's not for you. But if you pass this, then you embed this core within the spiritual training of the Prophet's Torah. If you go to Hamamorida and you take your son and you're willing to offer this carbon, but you will embed within Klal Yisrael's core and the ability to give anything and everything for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. For HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And that's what the Prophet says, if you do this, we have everything. But if you fail, then it is to be people. Also, at the end of the day, I don't know if he passes this test as we know, and he intends with the nose, we're living in times like this. We're living in times where no one's established. You gotta take those right of the dramatic spiritual heroism. Right? why? What does she represent? She represents this incredible cloth. It's called the Shabbos. It's called Habanuna. It's called, where does that come from? Where does that come from? Where does it grow? She's a child. She's a child. Where does a child get? How do I mean this one choice? Everything about her child. She embedded in her spiritual DNA. The ability to do this. He is a promise to have the person's best. Strength you're going to self, strength you're going to master for this wisdom. It is strength that is going to parts of spiritual DNA. It is strength that you're going to access throughout the ages. Because everybody was successful. He's something. Give us the car to be successful in understanding successful. Tremendous, right? Again, watch again. I will say a lot of these commercials, a lot of the guys who tremendous ahead of us. Angelo said, good morning. It's one of the Shafis. Such as this one, for documentary video for the day. Our responses to this one for the day. Our conference was the short question for the day. Hopefully, that's right. So, then we can always show you questions. As a so, other elements of concern, a lot of times that kind of started that to have a speaker, and looks at color, see that we have that we are running to the section of the whole bubble, and I'll be the very part of the color cap and color. So, of course, very hard to tell you that it's like that. Only the show side of the families in the all those reports have it to call for the all of us to allow us to be successful. Some are saying that it's just because the seeing as well as all the rights. But with that, notice we go back to 2% plus time to use this. Let's next slide. We got to say that we said that we're not probably at least 80. That's just because I can't cover a life. So the skill close to this online is diagnosed by 86B. This will be compared to the last and about 4 months after the rest of the system versus now. I'm not buying it. I come over in the summer more. I come over in the summer more. So what comes in the summer more? I think more so these things next. Yes, so I said this. I would have that they saw about the things more high. I would have said more a month. And everybody considers them Mas just how can you show them more? I'm sure you show never do shit. I don't know how to have possible. I would think that we probably the first set of that's about my soul of it. They did not be executed. They did not be executed why? Because they can always create anything go ahead and just make moments upon the picture. Or anything appointed. Every second set of wins because by that man sort of but if they are moving that's it why but essentially the entire spectrum of the sodium other images are success stories because the concept of this is simply saying we can king or the type of this and it's the second set of here's the one story responsible for this that the Macron is based on the water. What is the Macron is based on the water that you can do? Shine only the finding done up. You shine only the finding the household. You turn your feelings to testify. We saw right to something so they want to steal the way from his father. And more say, we saw the boy make the equal so there is no way of doing it as one set of witnesses. Testify about the both events. Then you have separate witnesses testifying about two separate events. What's the nature of how we have to define testimony? That's not focus. All of us, the rest of us, even if we live in that in their life, what's the one hand, this is kind of oriented, so we should and self-centered. So what happens? We now go to very similar uses of people food. You understand? They are not close. That is more or less like my in there. I think unfortunately, on the one hand, I'll give a passage. Give it to those characters and that. I feel shy, I socially. You know why I socially? He's not ever. He's not explaining. Because of this, I'm not selling some clothes that trade with. That's what you get yourself to trade. Therefore, I want to myself is controlled in that. And now also hush my production. And yet, these things are like, I'm like, job up and all kinds together. And we keep it for the shit that I want for myself. Not as reliable, not reliable. But for us, you have to testify without anything. Remember, again, this comes back to the video yesterday that all over the country, that's each other. I'm going to buy you, each other, I'm going to see it's because I'm going to buy you. But that what we just said, how do you talk about it? We just said a moment ago that the Rothschild is defending to exempt himself. How can he exempt himself? Because he could go ahead and say, he can go ahead and say, yes, it's my other. People think they are going to go to the law, us, was something self. What you say, you can say that say that you keep the action. See, if anything that he does, but you don't have anything to talk. You also might have no voice that if you have it, you don't have this, one of the things that you could have there's one witness that we can keep the action. So there's no case of what we're talking about. You got my leg on. It's your fault. The Abaga, the also the best self. No, did I feel because at the end of the day, I love for myself. I love for myself. The witnesses, the kidnapping came later on. So I got to my level, okay, it's in the just again, the fact is playing that the witnesses are testifying that every solution is not yet accepted testimony that we didn't keep it. How can that be liability? To the people that you know, that not just testimony to connect yourself, but to talk to come around the music. When I was having a year, the witnesses are still whereas the second interesting year is the witnesses they testified that when they were sanctioned are the ones who appear first in the but as you're testifying, you not necessarily that, and they're going to testify every day to the action. They're like devotion to each other, not like they're bad at it, but like the exclusion, right? You just have to push each other. Like, I know I won't talk after you. So you might have thought, no, that's the thought. You said no. Right? But the fact that this is the whole community, the whole stuff, it's supposed to be that we have testimony about, the testimony about kidnapping myself, which says much more than these are about don't see what we do. And it says it's a lot of things. Therefore, I'm not going to make stuff. If you have witnesses come along and say, we saw you then sell shit. And those witnesses say, you told them, they can't be executed. Why? Because we don't have a testimony that made it. Okay, good. Also, Mishnah, so we have all. Especially not mixed as the rest of the research. When we're spoken of these references, documented really transmitted is the rebellious sage. Essentially, the nutshell of the rebellious sage is a number of the subjects that we're discussing at the moment who refuses to yield to the majority and remains set in his personal opinion. Again, it's perspective of circumstances in that type of essentially nothing that we have to do. It's something that only becomes to be something that may based on things that you and I keep on talking about each other. Church says now we're explaining the process of something that way. Church about the thing. Sounds like there's three different fucking things situated in your life. Talk about mostly about Pesach Harabais. One is situated at the different Harabais. The other mostly about Pesach Harabais. One is situated before Harabais and Flush. The other mostly about Ishkas Hagazis. And one was situated between the two. So I was like, what we call the Sanhedrin, the High Court, that was the last one. That's number 3, situated in Ishkas Hagazis. So this is so happy. What is that? Stop as a Rabbi first, so you do that. The backstory is, and what this is about, there's a dispute in the local base. Right? This is, and there's everyone is on one side, and such a memory on the other side. But here's the condition of the issue. So now the key is us to each other. First step is the confidence-creation, ultimately in paradise. We come there, is that shall pass a paradise for that. Fact that actually, the fact that actually come away, and the cycle, like the quality, the minority, the same minority, she becomes the one which sets these things, the confidence, is the list of Rabbi. This is my position, this is the position of my friends. Can't be humanity, the fact that you can't be right. Ultimately, this is regarding this. I'm not if you're on this check that's a work for that meditation was published. If you're not even fucking my way, but yeah, it's just the guy, it's just the same judge. We'll see what he put this up there. Notice what's beautiful about this. Notice how the fucking learning talks. He puts it in, so what does he say? This is my position, and this is my friend's position. It was often right, you know, to articulate about his position. But a lot of difficulty certain hearing and also positions of others. It's a nightmare. Not only do you say it, but we like to actually put someone else to know about the other disagree with the idea that at least it's correct, but someone disagree with it. As opposed to what happens to us, they might be just a scenario of it was just officially disagree with the stuff like us. Without really trying to just not a practice is that it's something not articulate. It's sorry, fight. So in other lines that they live, so what happens is the question. It's like they don't have anything to add to this conversation. So what happens? One of them opens up as a car. You go to the next basin. These basins situated at the entrance right above the corner of the stage. All that. Once again, guys, actually come in, right? This is what I say, this is what my friends say. If that didn't show up, they are everything together. It's like this big giant side everything to add. Sometimes they can love. This is even part in the things like other social stuff like others. And if not, then everyone, if I say that, everyone sounds like even the members of the other two here, everyone here coming along with a high quality of psychosis. That's really funny. So, never guilty from the police, though. This is the days when this one goes out, all the police are saying, I have multiple months of youth action. So now, it turns out that the public is that which psychosis moves in favor of the majority and against the suffering, against the soul of it. Okay, because of you, I'm like, so the suffering goes back to his head, and he just continues to teach in according to his opinion. Fine, it's not a problem. In whole analysis type, when this becomes something relevant, this means something relevant, if you mean it's not only essentially his opinion, but he encourages people to talk the parts that I mean, the Second Amendment put it back home, and the only people to see you, like he's espousing his Torah, fine, espousing Torah, but if he claims that after this entire process, he says, this is what you have to do. Clearly in defiance of the majority, that's a problem. That's really becomes a fucking number. I should know that. How did you know that? So it's what the ones that are people all of this is a suck. What is a suck? Exactly what it is for it. Let's say you don't have a simple let's say it's target. What's the target? But like the trash says that a target trash, you have no law, and that's what happens. So this is about the target is someone quickly comes from and it's not down to the level of the office of master. So I think individual like this. goes ahead and instructs others to prosecute this particular opinion. Ultimately, Potter is justified. We are talking about the general view of someone who has single, someone who's another company of ultimately going ahead and expression. The pastor has been a lot of. So, I'm going to do it. Is hunger. What is hunger? It's hunger that is not allowed to pass their offer. If that hunger is not passing their offer, ultimately it's going to be a cream over the meal. It's not what you get, the meal is something incredible. All right, please, folks, and tomorrow. Here we go. Keep on the line. And I say, so now, we just outlined the process for Jackie. So now we know exactly how this works. Now, the interesting part is what kind of mathematics, like what kind of we find in fact about half of things that you said it, for sure these are custom values. So first of all, we're talking about towers that come with the ones in the slots, but the next one, we want to implement such a memory, you can't just do it from the guy. You have such a memory, you have to do it next new cost, so we'll say, something like that on what's happening. It's always analyzing the customer analyzing things. We always find that Irish stuff. It's not exactly down, basically what it was. They were just referring judgment and judgment, never, like one type of affliction, good affliction. There's another word, right? Usually, okay, good. But anyway, usually wants to shut up. Or they argue is basically they have good dates. It talks about this, I'm not going to actually look at this entire process. So what is the main cause? You find the main cause of ours. So the main cause, the mufla. But the main cause is say, no, it's for the money you cook. Someone who's able to be counsel. Otherwise, in order to get yourself in trouble, it's like the numbers, you have to open a seal level. So main cause that says for the community is that most of us give you examples of types of advocacy which could result in certain numbers. For example, main cause the first as a sheep of the year. Like Ibar Shana, I believe you're one of these reactions. So this is the kind of thing because it is to speak about that. Yes. So because the main cause, the thing of that, you can call it not so what's Gabar? That's Gabar. So this is first piece of our for example. So this is a number, and I'm going to about how much of what you say. Not always consider, right? So that's what they're disputing. But the response is exactly what's the response? It's supposed to be zero shovel. And my hope is not a particular type of zero shovel. This is a nutshell, not a zero shovel. It's just different examples of things that ultimately will put in the scope. It's something you have to find and down with that. And down with that, for example, there's my whole guess, it's not in that window, down and you do if you remember this, think about this. It's something again that is creative. Very easy. You remember this. Very easy. Not this lashes, then you never what is that? You do a hard on something that's in the room, salons, so of a home that's clothing, two frame, and you have running that. So different things, okay? Vowels, equity vowels, Legos, slash cross, so don't value cross and load, the policy server, so those will are used for the social situation of the other for the capture the cash to find the value of the skill, the balance controller, the shot that facilities, you see that the coffee player, it's a pretty good that wasn't so that that's all the different possible areas of Allah. You have an argument which can't result in a structured non-linear scenario. Okay? The can go, so you will get out. So is that easy? You can go forward, and something will go up. Şekilde Kışka bağlı evet İsrail, yani İsrail bağlı kavramlar da söz konusu. So it says, love somewhere you are, and you go to God. is when you're going up, you see the piece of Mikdash is the highest point of Eretz Yisrael. And ultimately, Eretz Yisrael is higher than all of the other lands. The fact that ultimately the Russian of Arabia is really committed. So I think it's Mikdash and Eretz Yisrael. So Moses, okay, let's analyze that before. We can't say that there's no Eretz Yisrael to see. So I understand why you see the police of Mikdash is the Poland, and one of the Polish culture because Russia is about Israel. You go up to the Mikdash, hello. And it's installed the one come out of it. The way that it's installed is kind of safe, but in the thing that they're fighting in the Russian. So most of the time, I should say, hello. That's the thing. You can't say, you said this is so, the Alex is a photo. I love this actually. Terms of sure what's like incredible is it's new world is quite a person from the I got one of these says something difficult. He said, really important the things will come. But when you're no longer seeing your foot touch of 12 other features, right? And if yours was a Russian over here is as we interpret it, actually it's not just sitting out. What is that? It took us up. It took us up. So to do that, and God took us up. From the side to stop it on the water, so it's like it's going to be like one of these rock. For sure. And all the life. So we see the ocean. You see that when Edison's a reference, what's the Russian? What's the ocean? How do you do it? All the ocean. How overwhelming it is, you know, what is this? Something that's over to with it's like this. I mean, I can't say about we're really talking about the fact that these probably can take us out of all the land for this countries that we can bring us up. They bring us up to as great as purpose, as beautiful as purpose, where is listening to this that's cultural change. And what kind of always brings for us as much as we celebrate this beautiful, beautiful mix. That's what had incredible other for a book in great place designed for something more. I don't want to be their face. I don't want you to discuss it. We want you to see this stuff. We want you to see it. As every youth from the population for us, we're just 60 much more. I think we are nothing. We are reminds us. You're really not as much house. So we're going to come. He's not going to take us up. He's going to take us out. Because every day, this energy is only one direction. So it's always going to be like, hang on, second moment, they don't find other fellowship for the parents. You see, that's what I just every year. So this is very interesting. We have to think with the association school that podcast about what type of education matters. And make someone plays like a matter. So now that is only regarding something which is regarding the nature of the parties that accidentally would be a few us. And the ego really says, how come I should, how come I give it to it? Because it really says that, and it really says, no, it's about something with the source on the part, is the guy I saw, that the interpretation is really like on it, and then I'll do that interpretation. So I'm sure it says, and so it's pretty much it. We get to argue about what that's score. Yeah, we're looking at it. It could be so funny. Ultimately, it's going to still be coded something that way. So my dad's also said, I have no idea. First time that so the nearest said, I guess that I love for myself. I guess that I love for myself. Ultimately, again, the nearest said that I love for myself. The only type of thing that can enter something in my way. Ultimately, is the type of people who do intentionally discourage unintentional question. That's logic. Double. And it's considered several all the hands of double. We probably do quite double each, but so it's the first step of why it starts. It says over here. We probably called double each step. It's awesome. So yeah, I'm going to be that's talking about the high level governance for the possibilities. People to go ahead and wait for this. I don't know how long it is. Just think over there talking about something. So commissioners colors, right? And the showing stuff. So, don't should carry about place. Last year was about so that it's a shabbat. But that's the one. But you got the new set is never a new opinion was that only go second number, only go second number, and something probably should be going on. And like, not that is legal, right? So, tell us about that with that one. Really good. From the New York, after I finish the report, it has to be something we told something. But it's an important thing to have a capacity. We need a that we just that's the type of situation that we feel second about it. I'm actually understanding. I share people who I just told them that the show says pretty much anything that comes out from a thing, they are about. To be second level of movies, and the experience of Jesus to you to encourage you, that could change second level. I mean, if you're about to you know, two people leave was a good case. So it's a little bit in the six five. Improvise, I wasn't trying to advise this one about something like that. Improvise and trying to get in the country yet. Also, another case. The names of people do that. I love my focus regarding something that is not intentionally has a clear place and is unintentionally carries the clear context. So it's a really find of aloha that so like if they have a focus, if they have a focus, you need to do a second time, thing there. They don't get that could not result in second understanding of why not. Because it's a thing that on it. The next is only if they're not focused by someone who's going to actually use comments. Only thing to do with so now it's this. So if you look at the second level, you turn it to the vice president. Something that is open into the next watches. Something like that. Take him on there. Here we go. Okay. So you process is interpreting the same exact puzzle that you started with that with. So keep on it. Some people do so, but what for sure is because I want to do those say in order to go ahead and become something around there, you gotta be an expert. You have to be an expert. If you're an expert, then fine. That's really far. See noise. So there's other shape of the word. Not only experts, but the experts are the experts. What's the experts are the experts? Someone who knows about the information on the game of the movie. Again, one second. One thing that it means to know about this person, first of all, none of us know information. It's not actually right? Or what I like to do that way, right? That thing is so all the mess. So the particulation type of the meaning of the year of the month. So you're talking about the expert of the experts. Fine. Next. Well, say, what's that? Good noise. So you have other something like that. Fine. So please say, maybe you should have this as okay, let's say characters. As an example of my favorite back to the code. Okay, you ready for this? This is this. I mean, you should have this as some of the so you know I have I'm done. I read this is this. Point again. This. Sometimes we get we have something to push ourselves with the latest a lot of information. Each part of how you feel about this is this the top level, and then every once in a while, that's what you do. You also have to so not just this, not to see this, to your children, and what thank you for listening up from thank you for cutting out the great very nice people. So my friend, I'm not listening to you. And you think I'm not attentive to you. And it seems that however many blocks there are in shots that are put in studio should for the reason one here, just know, sometimes not every child every child wants to know that this is my father, that's what I want to do. Spend my life with what I heard. So again, one, and Apple is so incredibly kind of us, but I was resulting in my father Netflix. So it's okay. You know, these examples, what's the point? These, for example, show driver, show have enough focus about how to go ahead and declare a leak month, a leak year. So then the American president said that they can go ahead and use the entire activities to create an opportunity, right? Up until point. That's not focus. Up until point. After point, even the high piece of the shari comes to exactly the high piece of the shari comes to the pieces of course of that. This is what the pieces are. How do you get it? That is going to be that's where the one thing that falls out. There's an example of an quote where again mistakes are common versus Carlos. Where it goes like Zara, was Zucos Alasal. If not a sea, but you open a sea issue, that is shouldn't, there was this a sea Alasal. So then you think of the Dashi, Dashi says you're here. Cosa Alessandro Atos sono sempre che come sono grassa perché così da poi si fa è special fashion product that 11 days at least 11 days you can everything this the way you go lifestyle is a 7-11 cycle 7 days of Edo 11 days of Seagull so you might have somebody out there and say we're going to give them that for all of these methods are going to be called only because like all fascinating of themselves. These are all just I want to just what we're doing. We're just trying to show it's so it's another way. We're trying to look at we can put this on the top of it. Just have them focus regarding something which is done eventually is a content is a practice. We just try to interpret the concept and interpret it something that is done and highlights a whole bunch of cases that fit that criteria. So for example, again, what's the other? This is just a funny about a few of those I did like a see, but that is the only reason I see sheet. Is that the nice section? And not just I see that side. So as I said, whatever, you're going to focus about what happens if there's no focus about status of computing from the amount of thing of the attention focus forward. Doesn't increase several, and you talk about the which took resource use colors. But you're going to see like a sheet by sheet, I see by sheet. Fine, it's not just going to see that. Other side, not other side of the sheet, that's the by sheet. So again, that's the important because right now, fundamental macrogas about reading that extends from the base of the sequence ultimately again to the base of the users. What's your status? There's a focus regarding that to perpetual field colors. Fine, yes. Yes. Said, so was a Zahakin, Suzanne was a first example. And the whole zero shovel. What is it? Was a saucer. So for example, the focus regarding whether one from 125, let's say 5 in Russell, then the Gordon. What's the other status of that one to moving? Double over, I'm going to use it by being Asia, Asia 0. So let's say, for example, you will stop a secretary. So you press the ultimately using the photo coming up, you won't find it, you go back to the photo, and therefore she is getting the aircraft for the father. So let's say it's a membrane has these. It says no, it's only the brother and the legal relationship. But you have some way to be fired. It's like over the focus, he finds they down the ground. The name of Danuga with that type. They Danuga does not Dansiba, so it's not there. Danuga, the truth that I have in the camera and about. So, for example, by Danuga, then I hold this to be like an approach to the camera, but I was an approach to stand. That I love. What happens is all these yellowish white. One that has yellowish color to it. So now I know. I cut it and I hung it on the camera. So I cut it in the camera says ultimately again that it's coming. The Muhammad Karen and the Muhammad ultimately says that it is power. So what are the just saying what ramifications of this hopeless, ramifications are in colors. Because the nation is really not carrying these colors. So again, these are genetics. What's the download difference? This is what you see. In contrast to that, these are things that are not on the mind of the authority sources. This was fascinating about the school childhood. What are the levels? We have extended and questions in the whole system of like that radar and receiver and putting them kind of most into one thing of all the data. Again, it's much more fun to stay. And after she gets first, she used to certain amount of time the blood is coming, and then for a certain amount of time after it's ready to boil or go, the blood is proper. These are always back to the mechanics of that. Rabbi, God says, you will source of blood. I wanted to know. So I told you myself, and again, at some point, God says the blood is coming. Another point, the God says, open it again, put down his Talmud. The lady says, it's two different kinds of sources of blood. So the Lord says, again, the tummy source is supposed to off. It's time to try to support the what is that? What is that? This comes up in a piece where out the head and so when you see she switches to down stars. So once again, the ramifications of the key cards always try to show again our existences with the supplementing of the rest of the days and the states of the days. Our courage is going to eventually what's just like discussions cada salão ou por se não faz só cada dias exatamente e você vai ser chefe de situations for the people with representatives in shops meetings defensive side with for things which means for the young dog how is it so the staff for 24 hours they should be like we going to Maroc, like Office to Burn, Office to Shabbos, Office to Burn, Office to Shabbos. Again, but the short says, like this one, I don't know that I work. Like this one probably not going to work well. So when I say again, so the short says, if she stops, like if she stops really okay, 25, not just for a day, but also for a young and not on a day, just shove something outside, but not down. And also, like a little bit that's inside. Not taking the little things also that just all sorts of cases where states are kind of focused because the people will be again with the kids with running and it's because it's with the practice. Next, they will do from the cautious device. Like that, monetary basis, all these cases. So, what I say, these cases open cards, even though it's very interesting. I think what made another countries. The book of the Shmuel Black Devil. This is my boat is full of devils. So much more. Schnell shut down the Judean things. Shmuel said, so their judgment is a valid judgment. However, should running based in clusters. They're cluster based. Okay. Now you have all they are both in now you have always if you're at things that you don't can't issue a lot of people are $20,000. That was how okay, I did my point. It's interesting. How does this result of things? Listen, watch how actually this is fantastic. So then again, let's look at basically two people. The two people, like to these things that should also money. These are the two people right and they extract money from shit. That means so now shit is looking at that money is right? The problem is us according to what is the country with money that belongs to. So now you can potentially use this issue as an again, could result in inflation on the whole line if you are different rights to use them kind of place. So again, and that also monetary dispute. So for example, again, the money is criminal cases. Sorry, it's monetary cases. It's monetary dispute to resolve the potential of matters like outcomes or just moment. So it's actually like, well, minus zero amount or minus zero amount. So you just have a it says this zero above this is zero. Well, now how come someone says once again, let's say they're having a process about what never stop this next. So really, it's like another thing has to be that you have to say no, he's not great conversation. And once again, this can potentially lead to a few cars that don't intentionally. We have couples that can unintentionally. We didn't know this, but about not so much. And we fucking never really sure about all of this now. Not just because we're all in the so again, not probably going to focus how many people are based in all of their profits. So one of the things is another session is in a fuck. So let's say we're going to stop over there. Let's stop over there. I know we have to go to past one, but again, I just want to we come down to the right Mr. Taurus is something numbers. Now we know the entire process of the number. We make my focus will be again about what are the pieces that make one conceptual number. What we just did over here is really focusing about the there, which by the way, it's going to the small stuff. Actually, that's a lot for myself. In order for us to put a second on there, the focus has to be about something which is very intentional. What carry the courage and it's unintentionally carry the purpose. That's the thing. That started back today, which outlined all the different pieces and showed how each and every one of those pieces could potentially achieve currency / achieve that. So it's like, again, Mr. Morris, we got one Mr. Morris, and Mr. Morris, we got a additional for the spark, but I'm going to say, I'm making sure she made the scrap, she made the sleep of the other shirts. All right, so let me read. Shout to the people. Hi, Joel. Good morning. Good morning, your friends from Parma. Looking at Shabbos, such as construction, we got together on this whole getting today. Begin by thanking all of the 20 years to thank our Thomas Rothschild for hosting this program in Israel, dedicating all the Shurim and Toshos this year as his first of service levels for all of our Israel. From Torah sponsors for the lunch of the other Tarins, Itzin, William Mary of Tari's father, Dr. Harry Klein, C. Hirsch, Ben Yossi, Hakoin, the Ziv of Natan and Berlin families, in memory of William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, and his son's from Rothschild, and our week of learning sponsors, Poland Catholic College, in memory of Paul's grandfather, Zachariah, Ben, and Zachariah, Zichron, Dr. Reverse Batam Torah, all of them show South Arabia, the families in the fellow, all of them report having to recall to where you go, which was and from all of us. So now I'm home, I see a damn. We should just be looking at it. She needs to be flows for all of God's. But with that, let's watch it. We take about Hashem and less time than usual. So that's enough. This is page 87. We're picking up on Rabbi with base 86b. Let's just pick up again with Amr Abdayim. So if you see where Tosfos Amar is, Amr Abdayim on 86b, you just move your finger to the left, and about 4 lines up from there. We actually read this yesterday, let's just read it again now. Amr Abdayim. Hakol Odim Ben Sora Mora. Hakol Odim Ben Sora Mora. Hakol Odim Ben Sora Mora. Okay, we'll show this in mechanics. It's a nice way to everyone agrees that Ben Sora Mora, the witness by Ben Sora Mora Chaya. Everyone agrees that Ben Sora Mora Hapata. And everyone agrees that there's nothing. That's what's the case. Let's just Hakol Odim Ben Sora Mora. Everyone agrees that regarding the first decision of Ben Sora Mora, if they are made to the Sora, that they cannot be executed. They cannot be executed. Why? Because they can only signal that their entire intention was only to go ahead and physically focus upon the kid. Everyone is set as that if they are disordered, that they can be killed. Why? Because essentially the entire death essentially comes to show them more images on their testimony. Because the first set of witnesses can simply say, we only killed or committed This are clearly the one responsible for the death penalty. The Machlokes Ben Sora Mora. Whereas the Machlokes used Ben Sora Mora is actually quite interesting. Shnaim Ominu Ganov, Shnaim defining the awful. Interesting to you, so already has 2 witnesses who testified. We saw the kid, said Ben Sora Mora, student with his father. More say, we saw him go ahead and eat the meat and wine. So whereas normally a opinion has one set of witnesses testify about the events, then you have several witnesses testifying about 2 separate events. What's the nature of that combined testimony? What about the even if you never met in their running, what's this interesting? Like we didn't kidnap Shimon. So now what happened? Witnesses say, so we didn't kidnap and sell Shimon. So what happens? Now those very same witnesses, 18 Shimon. They are not killed, but if they are not killed, why not? In their running, we talk shit on the Lamar, Abdi Macharti. And you can always turn around and say, yeah, I stole. I told I sold him. You know why I sold him? He's my Eved. He's my slave. It's because he's my slave. I'm allowed to sell him. So because ultimately at the end the defendant could technically exempt himself from the claim, therefore Allah for the myself, he can sort of not be able to be executed. I don't know if I'm not the hush like the last who's the king in this? Like this could be a keeper. Why? So I'm like Davar from all kinds of stuff. Because every keeper for the sister, Allah for the myself. In order to be liable, you have to be testifying about an entire thing. Remember again, this is the beginning of yesterday's that. Hold over and not the chas. I'm going to buy you. You put a one on, and I run him. The place that one on a carry of this is going to be killed. About what we just said. You just said a moment ago that the local arrangement, the defendant could exempt himself. How could he exempt himself? You go ahead and say, that yes, I sold Shimon. Shimon is my other. Allah, food the same Rabbanon. Over the law, us. Over the law, us who eat the neighbor. So it's interesting. What's the case over here? The case over here, as you as witnesses, claiming that we saw you in self-Shimon. What's missing? Witnesses that say that we don't kidnap Shimon. So you have 18 Nefilah, but you don't have 18 Nefilah. You might remember, hold on a second. If you had, understand, the only witnesses that Ruvain went ahead and sold Shimon. The note says that Ruvain kidnapped Shimon. So there's no case of what we're talking about. Yes. The Afagab, the Asu, the Bastov. The idea is, at the end of the day, halal myself. Witnesses to the kidnapping thing we were on. I got to my level, okay, but if they're on the kidnapping, you're on those, again. The fact that this is not yet accepted testimony that we can kidnap Shimon, and how can there be liability in the people if you have not yet accepted testimony about the kidnapping itself? To come around to you, So it's interesting what's happening over here. The witnesses are signaling to each other. In other words, the witnesses by the moving function are the ones who appear first in case. And as they're testifying, the witnesses are there, and they're there to testify that Ruvain kidnapped by promotion to each other. Not like a revolution. You just have to be pushing to each other. Like, I'll talk after you. So you might have thought these symbols. But effectively, it's the whole thing. I look for myself. Should also have testimony about. We have testimony about the. So we have testimony about the king acting himself, to which the Gemara says, Mashmoran, without love, don't look at him. Signaling to witnesses, it's halachic because you or I'm not going to myself. If you have witnesses called on this day, you saw itself. And those witnesses related to anything similarly, they can't be executed. Why? Because there's been no formal testimony that really kidnapped each other. Okay, good. What's the Mishnah? Mishnah, moving along. He's talking about Alright, so this is very interesting. So remember, we spoke about this, we've referenced this before. Talking about really translated is the rebellious stage. Essentially, in a nutshell, the rebellious stage is a member of the Sanhedrin, that's what we're discussing just a moment, who refuses to yield to the majority and is set in his personality. I think he's put definite sense in that way. That's the Mishnah. Talking about how these things. It's talking about the only comes from the right? Based on his Shinema, he probably will talk about the Mishpat. So now we're going to explain the concept of the second matter. Shlosh Shabbat Shabbat are three different buckets situated in Yerushalayim. Echad Noshim Pesach HaRabayis, one basin was situated at the edge of HaRabayis. The Echad Noshim Pesach HaZorah, one was situated at the edge of the courtyard of his Mikdash. The Echad Noshim Mishkas HaKosas, and one was situated in the chamber of Shibs. So I will say, what we call the Sanhedrin, the High Court, that was the last one. That's number 3, situated in the Shtas HaKosas. So listen to this. So what happened? One thing is that Shabbos Rabbi sources are going to give you the backstory. The backstory is, and we're going to see this in Gemara, there's a dispute in the local basin, right? And there's everyone on one side and certain members on the other side. They can't seem to reach a resolution. So now they take their case up to Yerushalayim. First step is they go to the streets. Ultimately, they get at the entrance of the Harabais. They come there. Why was that Shabbos Rabbi go back? And so I can write the minority. He comes along and he says, he presents his case. He comes to the listen, this is my position. This is your position. The Catholic book, right? Ultimately, this is how I heard the situation. So, and again, and the second essentially says to the Hebron, have you heard anything regarding this case? Have you heard anything regarding this? Okay, because I want to point out a few minutes before I go this. You know, remember that he's not getting something about that. Right now, he's just the guy, he's just the dissenting judge. We'll see what's beautiful about this. You notice how something about my talks. He puts the things in what he said. This is my position, and this is my friend's position. There's God often in life, we are able to articulate our own position, but a lot of difficulty, so hearing and more so much the positions of others. It's a mind walk. Not only can you say it, but you like to actually understand someone else's view and disagree with it at the end. But at least it's informed as opposed to what happened with just the scenario of people just officially disagree and just don't sound like us, without really trying to understand what the person is going to say. The context is such environments that will articulate the position of the other. He goes on, twice. So in our line, but then what happens in the first case? The case that they don't have anything to add to this country. You go to the next basin. This basin is situated at the entranceway of the courtyard. Once again, the Saki says, This is what I say, this is what my friends say. Okay, so once again, it's like it's Muslim Chevra based against the Gazara. Do you guys have anything to add? Like anything to add in this? If they do, fantastic, they're in love. I think the evil button of things like and if not, then everyone, I must say that everyone sounds like even the members of the IBT everyone's now coming along to the High Court of the Shkasakosis. That's where they're coming. Many don't say from this stuff. This is the basin. This is the basin from which Torah goes out to all of Klan Soshan and in a Makam or Shakif Parasha. Okay, it's mostly suffice. So now it turns out that the part that Moshe Prophet said here is that they get Lishkasakosis. The Lishkasakosis rules in favor of the majority and against the Zaki, against the smaller group. Okay. So the Zaki goes back to his town and he just continues to teach in accordance with his opinion. Fine, it's not a problem. In Horelasos Chayv, when does he become a Zaki Mamre? Where's your Zaki Mamre? If he remains not only entrenched in his opinion, but he people to act upon that. In other words, if the Zaki Mamre comes back home and all he hears is simply teaching his opinion, right? He's espousing his Torah, fine, espousing his Torah. But if he comes back after this entire process, he says, this is what you have to do. Clearly in defiance of the majority, that's a problem. That's when it becomes like a matter. Ashir Lasos, Talmud Shahara Lasos, but interesting enough, all of this is a Zaki. Now, what is a Zaki? The Zaki is an ordained sage. That's what becomes a Zaki matter. Let's say you don't have a Zaki matter. Let's say it's Talmud. What's a Talmud? Like this actually says over here, Talmud Shahara Ra, the Nechat Abezim. So this is a guy, this is a Talmud is someone who might be a Talmud Chacham, but he has not yet gotten to the level of Hora, of what we call Paskin Halacha. So let's say an individual like this goes ahead and, disputes with the basic and even instructs others to postulate his particular opinion. Ultimately, Potter is Potter. Why? Because the inner second round is only achieved sometimes in some person reaches the level of Hora, of ultimately going ahead and instructing others. The Paskin Halacha. Then so, Kamuro, there was a change out that ultimately again is Chumrah. What's his Chumrah? His Chumrah says you're not allowed to pass the halacha. That Chumrah that's not passing the halacha ultimately turns out to be the Chumrah. What is it? It's not put to death for being a Zakin man. Incredible. All right, which was in Gemara. Here we go. Keep on in contact. I must say, so now we outline the process for Zakin man. So now we don't this feelings. Now the interesting part is what kind of machloks, like what kind of dispute are we talking about a second memory of these kind of stages. So he pointed him on top of things saying, he's saying, the Mufla Shab is their custom about it. So first of all, we're talking about someone who wants to have a Mufla. Now what is a Mufla? An expert. In order to become a second memory, you can't just be a regular guy. To be a second memory, you have to be a recognized expert. That's Mimcha. So we'll say, just want to point out what's happening. The Torah is Gemara's analyzing the concept. The Gemara is analyzing this. He probably been caught up on the Mishpat, but some matter in halacha will be unclear to you. In dam, right, between blood and blood, din with din, judgment and judgment, nega with nega, right, and one type of affliction. There's another word, right? Okay, good. Or any arguments, disputes you may have in court case, they come to at least on the machine functional both. Very much actually this entire process. So what is it Mimcha? Keep on Mimcha Davar. So Mimcha, a Mufla. Mimcha say yois. What Mimcha means, so you need to count. So in other words, I'll say in order to get yourself in trouble, because remember, you have to be holding on a certain level. So Mimcha actually says over here. Now, I'm supposed to give you examples of types of machlokas which could result in a fucking membrane scenario. So, for example, Mimcha refers to interpolations of the year, like Ibra Shana, like leap year, never leap year. So, this is the kind of thing, that's what we speak about that. Next, Gemara says, Davar, next is Davar. So halacha, this is the first for example, because it seems like a very any individual about halacha Moshe Sinai. Halacha Moshe Sinai, right? So that's what they're disputing. But the mishpat sehate. What's mishpat? This refers to thing, Zera Shabbat. If Mahot is one a particular type of Zera Shabbat, this is Zera Shabbat, not Zera Shabbat. Being done with that, you must remember again, just going through different examples of things that ultimately could result in something memory scenario. Fine, being done with them, being done with them later. For example, there's my focus distinguishing between them, not in them later, them simple, being deal with them, being deal the fascist team, I'm going to see about this. There's a dispute. It's something again, whether it's the fascist capital cases, the monetary cases, the matters, lashes, being nega and nega. What does that mean? They negate autumn, negate batin, negate the God. Something that is certainly offended. Control of a hope of clothing. Divrei, edu chalonim va'erchim va'kdishos. So divrei means again, Keren vowels, Eretz vowels, Ekdish vowels, Rivos, Zuashkas, Soto, Ta'arifas, Eglos, Ketaras, and Soro. So Rivos, meaning arguments, this refers again situation. Egla, Arifa, captive death, trying to buy the similar skills. Ketaras, and Soro, Bisharefa, in the beats. Shuveket, Shifafal, Payoff. This refers again, let the Shifal go into defense, right? So let the agricultural rights, the election report. It comes on, was it still again? What emerges to the discussion, all the different possible areas of a heart, have an argument which could result in such a memory scenario. Okay? They come down, to get out, where is that? We get a phone. If these from the local court, so we will go out. Melame, Shadis, the Mikdash, Gavam, Eretz Yisrael, Eretz Yisrael, Gavam, Mikal, Ha'arafos. What does this teach us? What's this exactly? It's interesting. The Torah says you will get up from wherever you are and go up. Go up. What do you see going up? You see that this Mikdash is the highest point in Eretz Yisrael, and ultimately, again, Eretz Yisrael is higher than all of the other lands. The fact that ultimately the Russian of Al-Qida, of ascension, is used with this dimension, which is located as a Mikdash, and Eretz Yisrael. Incredible. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze that for which one based on it is below Eretz Yisrael, so I understand why we say that the Beis Hamikdash is taller. It's one of the tallest parts of Eretz Yisrael, because Lashon is Varisa. You go up to the Beis Hamikdash. Ella, Eretz Yisrael, Gavam, Mikol, Ha'aratzos, Minodei. The way I know that Eretz Yisrael is higher than the other lands. The same, Lachim, Hinei, Yomim, Ba'im, Hashem. But Yom HaChai Hashem, Ha'elo, as the Yisrael Eretz Yisrael. King Chai Hashem, Ha'elo, Basher, Hidi, Sarah, Beis Yisrael, the Eretz Yisrael, Mikol Ha'aratzos, Hashem, Gachtem, Sham, Yeshua, Ha'aratzos. It's like, how incredible is this? He's more of you explaining the passage from the Yahweh. And here we are now, he says something beautiful. He says the day will come. He named Yomim Ba'im. The days will come where we will no longer refer to HaKadosh as the God who took us out of Egypt. Right? And if you notice, most of Russian over here is Ha'ela, as Hashem took us. It's not just simply out. What is Ha'ela mean? Hashem took us up. Hashem took us up. So we won't only refer to the God as God who took us up from this giant territory to stop and talking what? We were referred to HaKadosh Baruch Hu as the one who brought the children of Israel from all the lands, who brought us out. Hello, Hashem, from all the lands. What's the word here? Whenever there's a reference to taking us to Eretz Yisrael, what's the Lashon? Always listen to the how overwhelmingly it is in Israel. What else is it? Of Kuba, on Torah. It's not even testifying references. Hold on. Wait. Right? Listen, but just amazing. A positive about Kuba, we're literally talking about the fact that Rothschild was going to take us out of all of the lands of our dispersion and is going to bring us up. As great as Purim is, and as beautiful as Purim is missing this stuff. It's covered miracles, it's hidden miracles, right? It's miracles cloaked in nature. And what Purim awakens in us as much as we celebrate beautiful days, because that incredible concept of Baruch Hu, it awakens in us the desire for something more. I don't want to do miracles. I don't want Misafis Tasya. We want Misafis Yah. We want to be filled and pure. As we're grateful for miracles, what is the time with us? It reminds us the revealed miracles are going to come. They're going to come. And when they come, we're going to Rothschild is going to take us up, he's going to take us out. Because every veteran's strategy starts in only one direction. And that's always going up. Incredible. So this is very interesting. So now the point is essentially three focus about what type of info matters can make someone close like intelligence. So Rabbi holds that it's only regarding something which, if done intentionally, would be a field of Christ, and accidentally would be a field of Chatos. Rabbi Huda says, I'll never shake, I'm going to make the Torah, I'm going to show you myself, and Rabbi Huda says, no, it's about something which is not about God, he's made the Torah, but the interpretation is through the Rabbanon, and they're arguing about the interpretation. So Rabbi Shimon says, he took that out to himself. Rabbi Shimon says, it's pretty much anything. Even if you're arguing about like a small, little bit more, he's suffering, ultimately, again, it's still becoming something that way. So my time is supposed to analyze. It's my time right now. So it's Rabbi Meir. So remember, Rabbi Meir said that halacha l'maisa, Rabbi Meir said that halacha l'maisa, ultimately, again, Rabbi Meir said that halacha l'maisa, the only type of thing that can make you enter a zakim mamrei, ultimately is the type of thing that can be intentionally discouraged, unintentionally the chatos. So what's his logic? Davar. It makes it zero shava ultimately again of davar. So he wants us to sit hava. He probably been called davar mishpat, first of the widest lines. It says over here, he probably been called davar mishpat. Sit hasam, v'ne'elam davar le'en hakal. That's talking about the high heaven dominance, where the scientific husbands incorrectly, and ultimately leads the people to go ahead and make a mistake. Just like over there is talking about something where intentional commission is Paris, right? And a shogi is Hakas. After so it's like Imamre, Davar Shachai Asdon of Paris, Alshim of Hakas. Okay, so Mary learns as a good fine, that's the thing you want. That people say this, remember, this the thing it was. That only goes second memory, on something you cut off with different Torah and these things. Right? The halacha is mikaraisa, and the details are going down with the Rabbanon. So where does everything get? So Rabbi Yehuda, al pi Torah she'em rucha, adi the Torah is a rucha. It has something where the Torah says something, but based on the passage of the Torah, we don't know how to test it. We need Chazal to teach us how to interpret it. That's the type of situation that can create something memory. And lastly, Rabbi Shimon, Hashem, give us some of the makamahu. I feel called to Rabbi Shimon says pretty much anything that comes out from a Beis Din, anything they argue about, but the second memory remains kind of fixed in place and refuses to yield to the majority, that could create second memory. I'm going to worry about it. The level. Tirgamali, Mahamas, he said, we're there. What's ready for this? Shafuna said, like, let's look and say, fine. Take your price, and I was referring to the price we spoke about at the beginning of the down. Take the price and try to tune in country areas. Also, it's remember again. But in areas of eating that have both of myself, if you only become a second memory, if there is a machlokas regarding something that if done intentionally has a field charis, and if unintentionally carries a field chatos. That's the only those. So it's a limited body of halacha. So again, so like if you have a machlokas, do you need to read the Megillah a second time, during the day? It doesn't have a focus. That could not be sold in something like this here. Why not? Because it's a key Rabbanon. The Meir says it's only if it's something which is very unintentionally for you chatas. So now listen to this. So I'm going back to the second Rabbi. Interpret between the vice mentor and there. Tell me how this open works for the rest. Watch this. I want to know about here we go. Key poly. So what's this? The same exact puzzle that we started with today. So key poly. Something will be so the muflasha is I want to please those saying in order to memory, you've got to be a mufla. You have to be someone who's an expert. If you're an expert, very fine. That's say yois. Only an expert, only an expert. But an expert should be experts. What's an expert should be expert? Someone who knows about the intercalation of the moon. You know, it's like, let's think about the moon. First of all, none of us really know what intercalation is. I'm actually, like, all the more so, I like using that word, right? So all the more so the process for the intercalation of the moon, of the year, of the month. See, experts. Fine. Yeah. Next. I'll say, what's next? No eight. Fine. So Kyrgyzstan. Okay, what's that? What's an example of a focus that could occur? Okay, you ready for this? Listen to this. This part of the day is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. How does this happen? 7.5 year cycle. How does this happen? And it's not like the Joshua, it's not like the Lemez, it's not a gematria of literally again a Purim case on Purim. A Purim case on Purim. So what's the matter? It's incredible. Listen, especially upstairs. Sometimes we tell ourselves to sleep, we push ourselves, going to a lot of information, not a lot of time, and we wonder like, how do you feel about this? Is this the proper idea? And then every once in a while, and absolutely frequently, emotional attention is just a beautiful kiss, and not just kiss, and not just embrace. This is my children, I love you. Thank you. Thank you for listening up with me, or whenever we do the job. Thank you for carving out the time to learn my Torah. So my Torah, and if you think that I'm not listening to you, and if you think that I'm not focused, and if you think that however many blocks there are in Shas, that a Purim studio should come up in Purim. I was like, one day later, you'll put on the Purim studio. Just know. Sometimes, what does every child want to know? Deep down, every child wants to know that I give my father Nachas. That's what I want to do. Spend a lot of time with my parents, Nachas. So again, all the Muslim people know well like this comes along, and we know that Abba is so incredibly proud of us. He's looking at to continue to give our father another message from him. So again, so we want to use an example over here. What's the point, please? For example, so for example, let's say I had enough focus about how to go ahead and declare a leap year. So again, the argument said that they can declare other into a create an understanding, right? Up until Purim. That's not focus. Up until Purim, after Purim, the high piece of Kashari Chametz base, the high piece of Kashari Chametz base. But also the ramifications, of course, of that not focus is what the ramifications are you going to end up coming something? Right? Because remember again, depending if it's going to be a leap year, and after days, says what that falls out. You have Chametz ramifications. So here's an example of an focus where again the states are kares versus chatos. Good, Gemara goes weiter. Zu hilchos acharasar. The Itmar Asiri, Rabbi Yochanan Amar Asiri Kishim, Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish Amar Asiri Ka'acharasar. So let's say, look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Hilchos acharasar Yom Achor Shal Yitaro Shli Midu Nida. So let's say, so remember again from last cycle. So we have this concept. Rashi points out over here that there are 11 days. Remember again, way close to the word in Doraisa is a 7-11 cycle. 7 days of Nido, 11 days of Siva. So Mark quotes up here again. We'll say we're not going to get in depth in all of these mental projects only because it's time. They're all fascinating in themselves. These are all just I want to just frame what the people are. Just trying to show the studies of my books. So remember again, trying to look for the narrative. Their holes, the only time you can become a subject memory is if you have a focus regarding something which is done intentionally is a few words, and then the unintentional is a few pathos. We're just trying to now interpret the question that we interpreted at the beginning of this talk and highlight a whole bunch of cases that fit into that criteria. So for example, again, what's the or this is first defining halacha. What happens if one of these determined 10. If you open an Amr Asiri ki Kashi, 10 is better like the 9. So should the Lakish Amr Asiri ki Afar Dasar. So again, remember, you're talking about focus about what if. Here's my focus about the status of her breathing from the 11th day, 10th day going forward. Does that make her an Ika? Does that make her a Saba? And the resulting ramifications which could potentially lead to a few colors. But we're talking about Suki. Not the Shi by Shumer, Afa Siri by Shumer. Fine. Rishlakish Amar Suki, Afadasar, Afadasar by Shumer, Afa Siri by Shumer. So listen, so again, that came from people that are fundamental mathematics about reading that extends to the phase of the zeros, ultimately again to the phase of the meters. What's her status? If they have a focus regarding that would lead to potential movements. Fine. Next. Zeh, so the word says Zeh Hadim. So then first thing zero Shabbos. In the homes about zero Shabbos. What is that? What's that on the days? Didn't beat on a social. For example, we have a focus regarding whether or not one's daughter from a woman's violent. Let's move over to the violent daughter. Any daughter. What's the other side of the granddaughter to Ruben? Ruben, number of only reason about being Asya, enough, Asya 0. So what's this? So again, for example, we saw this thing actually. So we passed the ultimately even a daughter from a woman who won violent, who won back to his father, and if he is an heir father to the father. So let's say there is a Mamre asking, he says no, it's only your daughter from a legal relationship, but not from a woman to be violent. So the example where my focus would be a few kinds of convention, if that was for the picture. Being down the ground. They can meet up with that side. They can meet up down the north and south. Can meet up to 100 and a half. So, for example, I can meet up, and I hold this to be like my host to 100 and a half. What's the matter? Stand down high yellow. What happens if only sees yellowish blood? One that has a yellowish color to it. So down high yellow. So Kadin says ultimately again that it's correct. The Chacham Karin, and the Chacham ultimately say that it is Tahar. So once again, what are the ramifications? What are the ramifications of this circle? Yes, ramifications are achieved colors. Because relations with the woman is a good ground, carries with the penalty of colors. Then we said, what's the down rate? This is very interesting. The program to lab the ladies. He's not going to start with the now lab on a 9 effort move. I thought so much as more again. The way it works, fascinating halachas can correlate with childhood. What are the halachas? The way the halachas can correlate, I mean, we don't ask in this way today because we have our whole system of like Damleda, Danida, Damshiva have kind of morphed into one frame of culture. Right? And the rights, by the way, it's like a woman gives birth. And after she gives birth, she needs for a certain amount of time the blood is coming. And then for a certain amount of time afterwards, having a boy or a girl, the blood is tahar. So there's all these mechanics of that. Rav Amr Ayin Echad. Rav says, really, there's one source of blood. I thought it's in myself. I thought it's in myself. And again, there's certain point the Torah says the blood is still there. Another point the Torah says ultimately again, the down is tahar. But maybe our lady says, actually, I'm saying, no, it's not true. It's two different kinds of sources of blood. So the verse is Mistamatomim, Mistafatar, Mistamatar, Mistafatar. So literally again, if the tummy source is closed off, the tummy one is open, the tongue source is closed off, the tummy one is open. What does that matter? What does that matter? So this comes up in a case where ultimately the woman continuously bleeds without going ahead and stopping. So can we say that she switches over from what we call tummy to damtar? So once again, the ramifications over here are the colors. All we're trying to show again are examples of cases with the such amount of the argument for the rest of the solution. And states of the case are current supplementary, Chata supplementary, Dams, what's the Dams of the case? We come to the Rosa of Yoshua. This man, Kishka, Shosham, so Chabesayov, if a woman went ahead. Literally again, Rashi says over here, Sina Parshas Saba, Achada says the need for the middle, Shemai Madia, because he doesn't stop the loss, so again, also let's say she has a situation which is flowing. For 3 days, with paid for 11 days, in Shafsam is for Ace, if it's stopped, if it's excited for 15 minutes, 24 hours period, he's all up, how does he let this result? So it stopped for 24 hours period, and she could first during that time. This is called the Oredes result. So technically speaking, a woman can give birth while she is in a state of sleepos. So that has its own ramifications. Here in the Lashon, the Shah says, "Laila b'yom kaleli Shabbos yomo." It's an incredible case. And one of the a reference to the Quran, a reference to Shabbos, reference to Quran, reference to Shabbos. Again, but Yeshua says, "Laila yom kaleli Shabbos yomo." Okay, I'm saying. Again, the third one probably shared the Shabbos. This one I don't know that I do. Right? This one probably not going to work well. Right? So the nice again. So Yeshua says, if right, not just for 25. No, not just for a day, but also you have like a Shabbos, meaning a night and a day. To shove someone outside, the woman not down. And also the pain that subsided, right? The liver pain that subsided, not the blood. They can do it. Okay, so we'll say once again, just all examples of cases where the stakes are higher than my focus because and with a case where it's done intentionally to keep or it's done intentionally to keep practice. Next, they can deal with game, they deal with most of the process. Do not just my focus is on one side. Again, by capital cases, monetary cases, multiple cases. So what are examples of these cases that result in cards? This is very interesting. What's an example of again a monetary case? They put the Shmuel Rabbi Abel. The Shmuel Rabbi Abel. Shnayim Shekanu Tinei. Shmuel says if two people act as a witness, so their judgment is valid judgment. However, Elashim Twain based chassid. They're called the chassid based. Okay. Rabbi Abel Amar. Give the Hatzol Ein Tinei. Rabbi Abba says, no, everyone agrees that what? A basin of two people can't issue a nothing issues are totally invalid. Rabbi says, how does, okay, I give my point. How does this go to the policies? Rabbi says, watch how Rashi takes this. This is fascinating. So remember again, let's think of a basin of two people. Basin of two people, adjudicated against Reuben and Shimon. Like Reuben claims that Shimon owes him money. Basin of two people, asking, they say, Reuben's right, and they extract money from Shimon. Now what happens? So now Reuben uses that money. He's Mekadosh Shimon. Right? The problem is what? According to one opinion, he's Mekadosh with money that does not belong to him. So now you could create a potential issues, and a married woman situation, which again could result potentially in adultery and a whole variety of different circumstances. So again, and that all starts from a monetary dispute. So here's an example again. The let's say the second number says, I hold that it makes me 2. And the other thing says basically 3. Still again, it's capital. Sorry, it's monetary cases. It's monetary cases which could result in a potential of cards. Fascinating. In the Pashas, the book of the Rabbi and Rabbi, what's in the Pashas? Please, Rabbi and Rabbi, San Rabbi Omer, and a Sata, like Atis, where it says, Mammon. Showing the Torah says a life for a life. It doesn't really mean a life for a life, rather, what does it mean? It means monetary compensation. Ata Omer Mammon, Allah Nefesh Mamish, you say, well, even maybe it means actually life for a life. Now minus Silamava, and now minus Silamata. Like it says in Silamava, the second Silamava, Mama, I know you, Mom. So once again, let's say they have enough focus about the Nefesh Takas Nefesh. So really, it's like memory for the asking to to say no, it needs monetary compensation. And once again, this could potentially lead to a fee of cars if unintentionally, fee of shackles if unintentionally. Meaning Malchus, what about Malchus? What says the Prophet Rabbi Shlomo about this time? Malchus the Gimel, which are Shlomo the Chaf. So again, not fundamental my focus. How many people for a basic ultimately get a number? So one of the things says that basically another says that basically so let's say we're going to stop over here. We're going to stop over for today. I know we went a little bit fast, one to the deal too, but again, I just want to here's the takeaway. We know we have the right Mishnah taught us the sucking numbers. So now we know the entire process of the building. Three-way maflokas, ultimately again about what are the pieces that make one sucking number. What we just bring over here is really focusing on the thing that we there, which by the way, I want to spoil it for this tomorrow's stuff. That's how I pass the local lifestyle. In order for a sucking to become a sucking number, the focus has to be about something which is done intentionally, would carry a fee of currency, and if done unintentionally, would That's the thing. That's how I'm myself. All the was was interpreting the concept that we started with with today, which outlined all the different kinds of cases and showed how each and every one of those cases could constitute a few Christ slash a few times. So it's like, and again, in the midst of all this, we got Purim, in the midst of all this, we got Shabbos, in the midst of all this, we got a piece of the powerful. And I will say again, a faith form of the God in the midst of the nobles, Shimon Shleach, Shimon speaking into the other Shabbos. someone goes ahead and connects a fancy what's that about it? You can say that confidence that you can say that you're tiny and that's something that ultimately say that you are confident. Okay, so I should say a lot of time. So first, you can't have a robot either. First, the first not to see is was as follows. Kind of shows that they go out and so one, you're tiny, so you can get added on, you also have to work. So I have more else. And according to the kind of come up, you can use it. Now, the concept itself says is honorable. You're kidnapping and then use of the individual. So how people play a combo is really bad to get to finish that. So the most of it up, but then double, you want one person trying to keep you that. So everyone agrees, everyone agrees with what's divided with the person who has it. You have to go ahead and work with the use of the individual. You have to work there. The shiny is what happens if you work them in a fairly specific sequence. For example, you put them to work and you only go ahead and let's incinerate less than a shell of cookies with the work. It's back to full work or not. That's the way the attention between on the camel as Rabbi did. Hallelujah. So he has the Rabbi question. God go among for Yoshes. Not. So that's his question. What happens for the activity? Usually while she was asleep. So pretty much while she was asleep, it sells shit. She was really a very deep sleeper, right? Like, so this kidnapped and he sold all while he was asleep. So what's the last album? So ultimately, again, is there viability? That she says, okay, we'll see. That's the question. So not that you should open up. No. But what happens if we're going to kidnap you at home? Not just like that. But if he's not kidnapping you at the local state, by the way, he wants to kidnap the kids. He wants to make it. He wants to be able to sell the baby. What's that? Each and a half of you that you look at. So no such thing as expensive to be more especially to be again a somewhat what could be individual or not. This is what I'm talking about. Simple way to let them know how is the work of the individual context. And remember that what it is. Moving kidnaps and watching the sleeping and soldiers. Moving to kidnap the rebels and ultimately against all the first of the first. There is no teamwork at all. Process, and then once you set all its question, set it out, I can see that there are two of the path point that is controlled to this. The cases where moving connection and he said, not moving connection, and what he did was he leaned on shilling. So he utilized sleeping shilling as a support, or he could come into it. There was a big ring, and he put the penny in front of him to show him what he did. So he's utilizing but as he's utilizing his people in an interesting way. So it's difficult to be more or not. So it's so good. It's accepting this approach that we have to kidnap it. Number one, you have to take the person that's it. So number three, you have to work with it. Shadows is called working with the individual, which the United States most of the time, what's that? Is a transition recipe. Recipes, moving with a big steps and agency. Keep having to sell the shadow just so through all of that, and how can we speak to you? How can we speak to you? There was what you see the people really have a tremendous go out of force. The people do this. The people sleep so long. The people sleep nothing. The people sleep summer. The people sleep right. And this I can remember coming. There's so many twists and turns. This is so much. So much. So much of our whole is only lesson. Unfolding all of us. It's going to be all the way up. It's incredible. Incredible cycle. You might say, "Come on, he must have shown that but the elegance should be elegance of the elegance set up. You should know what's that. What's from the passage? Is if you find the one from the bag, rescue them. So I don't know that it's like really, or not just kidnapping. What about if a woman is a kidnapper? What's right? However, the going English. Logic says someone kidnaps. Okay, so it's not gender specific. Yeah, I mean, she's gonna be making something for the English. I'm not very tribal. If you kidnaps a man or a woman, you just shake on the swing again if a woman kidnaps him. You just shake on the issue. I don't know if there's liability. If a woman kidnaps him, I will know in base. I got up, I will Nico Wacom. The logic says the better for me to death. And again, Nico Wacom doesn't just have it. It's not gender specific. No, I'm not person specific. Actually, also, I need to go to the right side. She must be going to get the strap up. The first will be found. That's it. So that's what she's going to do. I feel like one of the things. That's what one of the things. When you can command only, you have to care that as you show up, you can be a convert, you can be a slave. In any of these cases, you are a type. Okay, fine. Go to below Buffalo. Buffalo, I got to see what happens here. Moving to the action. Moving to the action. Not yet so. A little on macro, but macro that I mentioned the issue says, or even sold shipping apart. There's not yet a restriction to the buyer. So at least number one, moving to the action is needed selling. It's not to be certain, but not that you need to change the business. What's the law? Let's look at discovered. So further, you start to finish stuff. Look at the new stuff. But that's not very good to have. Not for the audit, all the outcome, all the academic type. So you can just few things. What happens if you then goes to shipments and it still and it sells Shimon, Shimon's father, Shimon's own father, or one of Shimon's own relatives, or Skywalker, moving the sky. Okay, we'll discuss. I don't know this time. I'll do one goes ahead and one goes ahead and this conference, okay, top of the process, this is it. And naturally does this. I'm not sure that you should hold as follows. May I hope actually able to restrict that part of the outcome of time. So we'll say specifically you must focus on the keys of the connection. It goes ahead and sells Shimon's father, or the one of Shimon's lovers. Okay. Now, you just so she should kind of suggest that you should hold that in order to be viable for selling someone, you have to sell them immediately from their death, which sounds like you're kidnapping someone from their family and selling them to someone else, which would seem to indicate to us that it's moving to the action and back to some own family what you heard is liar. Yet the Vice says he is liable. So what's going on here? So you must just cut the project. But you want to change the project. They're proving with Shimon and sell Shimon to Shimon's own family, Shimon's father, Shimon's else, but ultimately again moving into the project. So let's consider my question, what's the output there? You already Shimon, your law already Shimon, but I want to have specific things. Since this is my focus, which the most outside lecture of the standard stamp receptor has been developed, stamp super stamp super addition in the program. This is what always so we have these principles like what's called receptor, stamp super, stamp B, paper, the proper way to space, change, and then that which the right said, and in fact, how that is that a moving connection and sells Shimon to his own family, that's really his project. And this is not the way to that penalty. Because how much you guys with the victim and you have sold the victim somewhere outside of his family. Okay, that's easy. I go to the next thing that said, what happens if that's his son? That kidnaps his son. What is liability of kidnapping boys and his son? What is the exceptions at what? Well, instead of a Lord said that you tried it, said that you're not good. Let's analyze. I come to Rabbi. Why did I already say that? So I'm going to buy it. Because it says, he must. You must. I said, what's the person? You must only get there. If it will be found that a person has someone come amongst yourself, the Russian must have physical stars, that you can use circumstances. Like found that found this circumstance. This absolute someone is found with you who would not normally be found with you, how is someone found with you because they never really found with you? You can act that. So someone who normally is with you, who's normally with you, the child, that's the logic of the Rabbi. All who, they see that you have said that you are part of the life. That's how it's all this. And I would much that only these circumstances, something that was not a pre-existing circumstance. That's the piece. We must show people that we should have about as a culture of emotion. What we found with a man is sleeping with another woman, right? Another woman's right to a man. Often we mustn't talk about this. So is that coming to a situation where another married woman is found with another married person? Guy was probably the streets of the right. She was actually points out every day. She points out that this woman was the street like that there are people sharing the same house. They don't have no trust in the next. As I want to get that because now you do that in the house. So now couples doesn't have to be close to each other. It is the best of the rest of the share. There was this issue where nine couples shared the same house. So once because you told me that there's not right, you're looking for a coach, we said the situation is right. Because since couple were going around with couple three, so it's not too much. It's not like a new circumstance. You look at the football team, which was talking about we said 12 levels and I took out the question. The question is going to be liability. No problem. Outside. Oh, I know you can use something that I'm not looking at it out ultimately. I'm not saying that you can use something. Once one of the complex must have said, a person just had right. Only issue of alone. You need something else out. Right? One person can have another person found. So the next second indicates that what is a something of people. Like that would not be open. That is now in this practice. What is it? That comes to school to open up the situation of a father and a son. With his son is looking with the father. This is the but so I'm not going to look at that. That's how he has it. That's what has to be like that. If a father kidnaps his son, he's not biblical liability to kidnap. That was the silver gun. When they say it's not biblical liability for kidnapping, what does that mean? Okay, we should have that. It is not it's good. And of course, they also one thing to remember is we all also live in office to do that. So remember a lot of people that that means but if you live in a foreign country, you live in it is. That's holy land. That's holy laws governed by the law of the land. So like to the Allah says, the father says says it's kidnapping. It's kidnapping. Yeah, but that's not Allah. So much Allah lets do some stuff out. How do you keep that? You must do that one on Sweden, yeah, government team. So let's say so this is fascinating. So that's based on this. These are the teachers. Like teachers, you that you must do that one. And also teach other students to travel. You see that these are people who spend a lot of time with these children, and therefore a lot of ways are not because you see the technical term, and that's what US citizens and if you and to keep that technically speaking, they would not be critical by some of these sins, how much spend that much time, but it's just a interesting thing that is from perspective. Yeah. How much time should we spend? It's very fascinating. Like, once we do this, look out. She think it's very much like the father's son. This is like getting such and anyway, take away from this. And if I want to know some numbers on things like that, body to do that. So, do that. Do the body. Okay, let's go back to it. Now that's the shit that's dope. Listen. The next method is initial. If you know that you keep that, that's the other, that's the control. What is the local? So, you know, the good is a study, how you say the shit out there. That's not a lot. That's very awesome. Good. But Wieder auf der Inlage in Deutschland. So similarly, but early speaking here says the edit has no purposes. Now, what is the edit has no purposes? Actually says from here, actually says from the inlage in process, and it's finding as the edit was after for us in the past. What's the reader of here is a composition category called process. Ultimately, that's the embarrassing and the really someone there is monetary compensation. That really says that a bottom edit doesn't have functions, doesn't have solutions. So if you're really have it, ultimately there is nothing. You have to make it, you look at the flash, you look up, you know, it's a Russian Yaakov, each alcohol, not the addiction to alcohol. So we said because the hospital talks about process, because that's the issue, talks about the Russian part, you know, it's not the Russian Yaakov, each Yaakov. So someone who has alcohol, someone who has alcohol, building relations, someone who has people who is big stuff, as a family, has process, someone who does not have alcohol, ultimately then doesn't have process. Because of that, everyone has reality is not by design health process. Rabbi will say, apophysis. Rabbi says, no, it's not true. What is apophysis? Apophysis refers to someone who has no knowledge of what is apophysis. Someone who is supposed to not be headed. This is my brother in this space. Why? Because headed never trying to get a family of the right. Because heading is headless. Yanni is the person how so? Yanni sempre de aquela pessoa sempre na mão assim então sai com chance se você dá e sempre does não be there not perfect not so that how the guys that you start on may echo that you decision may echo he wants it only that guys the first down so actually guys may echo about that comes from even if that's the other that's really important to us. I'm sorry. So you should fetch up that's the case. Even if so, then you can fetch it up. Sorry. The other one, maybe so you should fetch up the fetch up we maybe so you should fetch up the fetch up I mean, you got from it. It's very interesting. And then you this Russia, the new Russia, wants to send out comes to exclude and edit. Good. So using so comes to exclude because the other person and then using so this two exclusions of content what is that? First of all, they mean Akash. So I'm like, that's the exclusion and exclusion. Whenever you have these acronyms, if you have acronyms, how levels. You really only comes to go ahead and include further person as far as that's our website, which is in Europe, that's everything from home. Yeah, that's it, that's the important. Right. Home of the year, you are by those, that's those. Okay, so what's this for you? You got them ultimately again, exclusion, and now of that new academy comes to play. What is it? Ultimately, then it comes to by looking for that's the other kind of Russia. There are one of the ideas. There are one of the about the commercial. There are one of the that happens. So before, there are one of these aircraft to teach you what these aircraft to teach the aircraft itself. So therefore, we don't see aircraft as an exclusion for our body. All things have a basis. There's not the evidences some of them strong, but again, when it's really strong, really strong, how many look at that? One is to exclude that. The family shift at the shift at ever fascinating. I want to exclude fascinating. Okay, so I said, so ultimately, again, to say, so the left over here is a fundamental macro test. If you have a fascinating code, are you tired or not? And he says, yes. You just need to get it from the side. It's not that you. Ladies strong, medium strong, exclusion after exclusion, you have done this for levels. What is it? Ultimately, that's the other part of the code. Now, one of the against that Russia, exclude the exclude that's important. So that's the other part of it. Ultimately, they like the relate. And you go ahead and do that. That's my expression. That's how we're going to manage tonight. From where these where's the loud? Where's the loud to go ahead and do this? The Yoshi Abar, we will see off the Yoshi, we will see houses. So still, the broken over people through Paris. The Yoshi says, you have to house up to just sell it like it would sell what you swing. Okay, merge, that's fine. But what we need to do is very good. I have a shot like this. I have a shot like this. So also, it's very much what we know is that essentially, in order to be viable with the book, we have to use these steps. Number one, we need to be at someone. Number two, we need to be commercials. We need to sell them. Which means we need to four people that can use something in some way. So really four steps forward, forward. So it's much interesting to know that the ocean and the open are not hard. One is quoting the person that says a lot of yeah itself, and the other is quoting a lot of that you can't sell. So they're not marketing, they're just giving a different part of the promotion. Incredible. Much like that. So let's look at or is it not skill? We don't make the flash as a person data. So I was talking about kidnapping. So let's say so how do I go to the flash is talking about those how do you know that? Go in the elevator, go to the mother. I don't know how you know that. You start my still one. I do that like a still process. So sorry. Okay, now that we're going to go around, right? I'm saying you know, social so let's realize this person. Are exegetical principles. What is exegetical principles? Number how long you can know. So some things that we don't understand what the person is talking about, how the analyzation of interest in that's what's called which was explained. The cost of the data, towards the deposit that says, what's the novel, what's the Kakasho, what's the Shakirish value. What are you talking about over there? So the Mark says, no, sorry, that was the wrong customer. That was the customer. That was the puzzle that was Sirta. Sorry, I started with those. Sirta, Losina, by shot. That's started with those. Like, context is don't murder, don't commit adultery, don't steal, and don't be a false witness. That's the context in which the signal is mentioned. So let's do this. So if you want to not consider that, what is the story talking about over here? You know, it says, look, you're very cautious. Let's do what's the context? Don't murder, and so murder and adultery that were capital offenses. And when signal, but we still mix these capital offenses. We see that corresponding to capital offenses. So therefore, the same specific behavior that we're talking about is also a capital offense when you still money from someone. That's a capital offense. If I lost my rights, I was talking about being cautious. I mean, the other myself, let's know who the politics of this girl was expressed about the other part. See, no one wants to have a shot control the folks, right? Why? One part of how to do the and quality workers. That's only moment of customer. That's talking about money. How do you know that? So we must act on the money in other donor functions. And those must be money. Maybe it's talking about stealing people. Saying or not, just saying people are going to justify. Once again, Also, this is a fancy exegetical principle. So, what this principle does not have a meaning, understand what a particular person is talking about to the context in which it was speaking. So, we found out what he was talking about another. So, let's remember again the rest of the puzzle. Most of the was the controversial, was the shocking Chinese, was talking about financial liability. Therefore, the believer in this context must also be financial liability. Phenomenon as time goes, so what's this current point? So therefore, your signal in the answers that you both is talking about kidnapping. Because don't still say like that. How do we know that? Context. See the other offenses that you know don't learn, don't use those like capital offenses. If our local instance, we the nation of the is also capital offense. When the first of all signal, do not steal, that's talking about stealing money. How do I know that? Because the other senses over here, do not deny a claim. Do not lie about a claim. Incredible. Eğitimler sosyal ilişkiler, eğitimde sosyal avantages, dersini yapacağız. Yani established that the most occupied for somebody looks to solve it. And this piece over here is just really not right. Witnesses come forward. First set of witnesses comes on and says, we saw you kidnapping. Second set of witnesses say, we saw Rabbi Selship. However, under normal circumstances, how would you generate liability for that? How to do it? How to do it? One set of witnesses, right? One set of witnesses say, we saw Rabbi kidnap and Selship. This is who we have in this case. Two sets of witnesses. So now, this is what is presented. Each is going to cover. So it's not even if that relationship was good. What's the problem? The problem is both sets of witnesses review the evidence. Right? So again, let me say a witness says, hey, they said you cannot have seen Rabbi Selship because it's silence. You're saying to that person who we talked that day. And we should be saying that we couldn't say the same say that the same set of material doesn't matter. And since the second set of witnesses, you could have seen Rabbi Selship one to through its us that story. So let's see how we could actually make it after I say it's Rashi everything. So the two sets of witnesses, each one set testified that they actually one set testified that they so much. So the next that they're both really getting so what's not about how do they so right from the so what's your punishment? What's the punishment? It's something about the cancer summer. So therefore, how should these witnesses be punished? How should we be punished? Remember again, if the testimony was accepted, it would have resulted in death of the death. So we should put these witnesses to death. Here's the problem. What's the problem? Neither set of witnesses delivered a guilty testimony, which would have resulted in the death of people. Right? Because one set testified that was a kidnapping. Well, that's not enough to prove that he did that. The second set of witnesses everybody testified that social that by itself is not enough to put that down. So let's see what happens over here. So therefore the Gemara says what this is Rashi says over here, taking out a bunch of also testimony, which would have resulted in the death of delivery function that this was not up on. This is all about now when you use the this again you can't put the witnesses together. So you don't already have a real person yes. What's the number? This is the number that makes you the number that touch the number. So this goes to the yeah, the truth is it's not focused on the people. And that I want to actually point out to you, see the focus of our last one. That's a touch. They don't look at that. Any point that also that every delivery, partial estimated investment that the Cuba says no. some updates on that. No, no, that's better. But you don't know that much about your dog, and all of this. I mean, how about that? You catch each other. There was no witnesses, not even a complete testimony, but there are keys in the pieces of the puzzle, all who hear them that can be put to death as well. Okay, so as it's kind of like that, there's no difference else. He's here with you. Even our function and solar wasn't this. It was actually and solar or lower the first time that is first money by making more instruction like the first time before the houses. So the second time the solar more. So watch this. Let's say the second note that this really they do have Romeo shall make solar or the stationary rock. So that's it. And you have second set of witnesses. So right? This is the second set of witnesses coming on and saying, he saw the name from his father to eat these and to purchase one as he was eating. So he ate these one and someone else not sure. So what's that about? And those witnesses, there was a ceremony of this. Second time witnesses show up. He saw who can steal money and purchase these. And let's with this not a snap is yours, I'm speaking so much. And I will get up together. Who didn't do that? They'll say, I think, what is that? Well, we only think to them like this. It's like, oh, that's story by itself. It's not enough to do. You really, that's one of the first witnesses. If you physically do, then in this case, what's really saying that why? She holding the shoulder, because she holding no man, I can show you some of these. Now, close up, I really not like to ask you this all our testimony was to make a movement in the logical politics. And therefore, the entire death penalty usually rested on the testimony of the second sex. Okay, incredible. So, I'm asking about us is one of the that's usually a deal of the used to be but you have two sets of witnesses, both who are delivering what information, but you need the people and the death penalty with their soul testimony. So therefore, if you turn out to be living souls, what do you do with them? And you get back to that point. So this is the fundamental is between this guy is no good. This guy says no. This guy says no. This guy says like this. That the speaker says, stop our promote taxi. The only thing you can put you can so many that is when your testimony was complete. The defendant to that. But if you're only over the partial testimony, you can convict them. You can't give them the reciprocal function of that. On the other hand, I feel wrong. And said, no, their testimony was process. Right? And had they been found to be, they would have had a fair in the execution of the defendant. This is the reciprocal function of them, and also yes, that's what it is. So it's like, it's second like that. Most people like, how about you? So that's what the Bible says. This is justified without you. Which was about to do that one. He told she was holding the woman, now come stop on it. Remember, so he always say, look, all we came to do was to make one type of law. That's the Lord says. We didn't keep it sugar. They kept making us selfish. So all we did was to his mom. Under those circumstances. A lot of mentions that this is a different side of the best way that you can do that. But you can make a cassava, this is the way of it. So it's this suggesting that what goes ahead and gets not right about this, God, it's not about 80 about 80 that's she was because it's ultimately what it does is justified by the but then you'll see that he's over there, this is also like one of the things that you get is don't get out this value and he says, study is recoverable. You must be this skill. He says that the help is why. And the other is skill in the heart. Since this is a house to death, it's an act of death that happens about things that there's no peace. You do a good because it's a good even though it's a God. How do you get that large and give us our sense of peace? But the ultimate one is executed actually the restaurant says basically what's in there a lot of these every time is executing someone does not know this is the same fraction. So it's even almost irregular. So that is you can also this is going to go ahead going to so the launch doesn't make sense. I'm like Papa, Papa says trust. That's very important, right? I don't like Papa. So the other way to together was very everyone thinks that this is together the festival. Like we saw moving self-showing, that is one of the ways and now let's say that those very similar to the people. There's capital liability, what's the why? That's what I'm going to say. That push the money, the effective living, and you will see liable to that. So one is that those circumstances of almost we have to testify that we can solve shit would absolutely be taken back as a result. Okay, so where's the matter? This kid will be paid the AP. But I hope someone said, we just testify down, kidnap himself. The first example is I don't know this is saying so even kidnap shit. What I say was I would say goes the same way this is what is their liability? Now watch this. This says, maybe I like they're not put to death. Why not? And then one look at that time. What if you put that time on? This essentially says that you put that in then sell it to the kids. And if you cannot be by itself, does not generate capital liability. Therefore, the first witness is going on to testify that this sort of kidnap shit, whatever you should know, whatever you would like to do, it's not this. That's it. And therefore, there's not to be controlled and also you cannot the second set of says we testify that we have sold shit. Almost words we think we can provide with capital liability. And therefore, again, if the first set of what he said about you can control it, and therefore, that's his shit. But he always says, no, you're right, it's not true. It's not true. The first set of what he says, we testify that you should go also have the grants. Why? We are as a company in the future. As I say, is the beginning of Cuba. In other words, how it was the two processes. It doesn't make any sense. Of course, there should be liability in itself. So this is our further progress. According to our Papa's and Rabbi now, I will say, these are because this is the closest to our so quick about it goes without saying. There are local lifestyle. The 18 is if they are made to be resilient, will be put to death. Why? Because it's their testimony that we've so shitty, they don't look at them, we create liability for you. So they're not going to be willing to put to death. What about the neighbor? So okay, so it's basically says, no, they're not going to death part because the neighbor might talk because they're being liable to lashes. The other one's what are you talking about? But the neighbor the capital liability. So of course, if they're talking to get on, then have one of the nice of that person that restaurant. You got a wonderful person, you're looking like it's also sit out of that. So that seems to be mostly settled in the kidnapping case. Now, what's a storable, right? Some owners that have parallel case. There's not too much storable, right? Then we first set up what is by the storable, what are they making the storable liable to? For example, what are they making it liable to? Office. So therefore, the first set, they're making something, and the office is the second set, you create general liability. More of your property should have some more, should be shared, and you will be able to the first set of these private storage, right? If they're doing the storage, they are not perfect as one. Because the open law matters, not also for the situation is we need to discuss the reasons why Marcus, and therefore a lot of them is the reciprocal punishment for them also be Rabbi says, so says, some of the listen to this, I have to stop at this. I come over to the sorrow, right? I come over to the sorrow, right? Well, my focus for this sorrow. So this is one of these truth based things like this. Everybody says, everyone needs to play sorrow, right? Right? Everyone agrees with that Surah more, and there's about 20 by this Surah in there. So once again, I actually didn't have to understand what the government Surah. Once again, I just want to point out one incredible thing that this is to go into plain English. Why? So you look at this thing, what do you say to yourself? What do you say to yourself? Which makes absolutely no sense. But I must say, the portion that absolutely makes in the coming lines, this is all going to make so much sense. That's sometimes the entirely self-supporting. Life is filled with circumstances that make no sense. But what's the result of life? Keep moving forward, keep learning, keep growing. In some way, somehow, you'll see how all of the beautiful is. But I'm going to stop over here for today. Tomorrow morning, the next Hashem. Right now, it's 5:42. So, Hi, Josie. Good morning. Good morning. I think all of our responses for this morning, sure to thank our annual responses for Touch Day 57 a very dedicated all the children Russians and this was our Torah sponsors for the month of Adar. Upon the name of the Torah was Harry and Zin, loving memory of his father, Dr. Harry Khan, so from the Rothschild Ziv Ben Yosef HaKohen, the Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of William Ziv and Zev Shmuel Ben Sorzif, and our week of learning sponsor, Paul and Kathy Pollock, and memory of Paul's grandfather, Zechariah Ben Zechariah Zichron Rafa. Listening and the merits of our time to all of the Nishon of San Rabia, families in the film, all of those leaders who are Shabbat, who come from Israel, and Shpach, who should also study all of our hostages. And this is what we so do to be successful before and not through. But so with that, let us begin a lot to do today and a little bit less time than usual to do it in. So today's daf is Pei Vav 86. We are picking up at Mishnah on Pei with days 85b. And the Mishnah says as follows: Hagoni nefesh mitzvah. So it's now talking about the fascinating subject of kidnapping. So a little bit again, Hagoni nefesh mitzvah. A person goes out and kidnaps a Jew. I just want to point out how incredible it is to learn this Mishnah on Titus Esther. Like the entire Purim story is Esther Hamalka was kidnapped. Esther Hamalka was taken forcibly from her home, taken to the palace of Achashverosh, totally against the law, against Mordechai's law. And again, one thing we see about the Hashkachas Hashem divine providence is that even from the darkest and most difficult of circumstances, Geula and Yeshua comes. So how incredible it is, literally again, a Titus Esther to begin Hakomi Nefesh Yisrael. Person kidnapped to what's the halacha? This guy was talking about the Jew. So what's the halacha? You know, Chayiv Achach is a Rishus. I'm supposed to say again the halacha. Punishment for kidnapping. As punishment, it's death penalty. So now the mission discusses the parameters of that. I go in that mission, so if we go to having kidnapped you, you're only chayiv if you take the victim into your shus, into your domain. The Yehuda says, Ashiach, instead of the shus of Mishtamish. I mean, it says you have to number one take the victim into your domain, and number one make use of them, like work them, do something. The pasuk says also the entirety is you mustn't go in nefesh without the Yisrael. If a person will be found to have literally kidnapped a fellow Jew, it is honorable to utilize him, worked him, and sold him. And the kidnappers put to death. So it's interesting enough that he says the halacha is really twofold. Number one, kidnapping. Number two, making use of the individual. And number three, selling them. What happens if someone kidnaps their son? Interesting case. The person kidnaps their son. Broke off from the Chayiv, got the common culture. Rabbi Yochanan Rothschild says Chayiv, and ultimately the Chachamim see your part. Again, we'll discuss exactly why that is. What's the machlokes here? What happens if someone goes ahead and kidnaps a chassi and a chassi and chayiv? What's the halacha? Between the chayiv and the and it says that chayiv and the chachamim ultimately say that you are kosher. Okay, so now a lot of time back over here. So first things first. The time to come off. What like is what the first month that you see in Mishnah was as follows. Tanakama says that if you go ahead and kidnap someone, you're chayiv if you go ahead and your rishus in your domain. But you put it added on, you also have to work with the individual. So I have according to Tanakama, you don't have to make use of the individual. I will say this one point out. The pasuk itself says it's unable. You're kidnapping and you're making use of the individual. So how could the Tanakama disagree with that? So the Racha ben Rabbi, he worked on the Shani. So everyone agrees it works viable for biblical kidnapping. You have to go ahead and quote unquote make use of the individual. You have to work them. The shaila is what happens if you work them in a fairly insignificant way. For example, you put them to work and Nomi goes ahead and let's say generates less than a Shabbat Kuta's worth of work. Is that called work or not? That's the point of convention between the Tanakama and Rabbi. Part of the Rabbi. So here we ask the following question. So what's this interesting question? What happens for actual grouping shimon? Well, shimon is asleep. Shimon is asleep and he sells shimon. Shimon is clearly a very deep sleeper, right? So he's kidnapped and sold all along as asleep. So ultimately, again, is there a liability? She said, no, okay. We'll see exactly what the question is when we get. So Machar Ishtal Ubra, what happens if Reuben kidnaps Rachel? Rachel's pregnant, but Reuben is not kidnapping Rachel for Rachel's sake. Rather, what is Reuben doing? He wants to kidnap the fetus. He wants the baby. He wants to be able to sell the baby. What's the halacha? Each get a female bekalf, all the get a female bekalf. So is this considered to be, or is this considered to be again a form of working the individual or not? Which is what I'm talking about. The safer way to let in your cloud is the working of the individual in this context. Again, remember again what's the case. Reuben kidnapped Shimon while Shimon was sleeping and sold him. Reuben kidnapped Rachel and ultimately again sold him for the Uber. So there is no more at all. There's no working with the at all. Correction process. No, what's the case over there? Tzricha Gershon Zaga Alal. Isha Brotma Ba'at Zeka. No, what's the case? The case is where Reuben kidnapped Shimon and he sold him. And after Reuben kidnapped Shimon, what he did was he was on Shimon. So he utilized sleeping Shimon as a support. Or with the pregnant woman, there was a big wind, and he put the pregnant woman in front of him to shield him from the wind. So he's utilizing, he's utilizing these people in an interesting way. So is that called the or not? So again, which we begin to see is the most accepting this approach that works effective kidnapping. Number one, you have to take a person, kidnap a person, don't get to remove your trust. And number three, you have to work them. Shaila is this called working individual, to which the Gemara says take. These others are most like there's a tremendous mismatch. So the Gemara's case, Reuben went ahead and kidnapped Shimon, and Shimon is asleep. He's asleep in kidnapping, he's asleep in the sale, and so the Shaila just this is called kidnapping. Or is that called that? Now listen, actually, you wonder to yourself, how did someone sleep through all of that? Like, how can you sleep through being kidnapped? How can you sleep through being sold? Now, listen, what do you see from here? You see from here that people really have a tremendous koach of shlof. That people really could sleep. That people could sleep through a lot. People could sleep through people. People could sleep through selling. That people could sleep through life. And because we sleep at the wheel of life, we don't do so many twists and turns. And you miss so much, and you don't realize so much. So much of our whole life is forward. is to be awake. Is to be awake, is to be mindful, is to be present, is to recognize what is unfolding all around us. Specifically to take advantage of all of these opportunities. Incredible. So if you might look like it. Gemara says, "Tanabana, he must say Ishkoni Nefesh Yaakov. Ili Ela Ish Shekana Ish. Ela is like Ili Ela Ish Shekana. Ishmael. So it says, so the question of the pasuk is if you will find a man who is kidnapped. So I only know that there's liability for a man who is kidnapped. What about if a woman is kidnapped? What was liability for a woman? You're going English. Pasuk says it's someone kidnapped. It's very not gender specific. Any other issue that should ever be baby. I know that a man is liable if he kidnaps a man or a woman. If he's if a woman kidnaps a man, I don't know that there's liability. If a woman kidnaps a woman, who makes a woman, the Pasuk says the man will be put to death. And again, doesn't have anything. There's no gender specific. I know person specific. Mentioning Pasuk. Even on the right side. A person will be found to have stolen a Jew, to have raped a Jew. Whether you kidnap a man or woman, that's a care that you kidnapping a convert, you're kidnapping a Mexican slave. In any of these cases, you are tied. Okay, fine. Gunbo below Machro. Machro ba'adas. Gunbo below Machro. What happens here? What happens? Moving kidnapping. What happened? Moving kidnapping did not yet sell it. Gunbo below Machro. Machro ba'adas next to Shuso. Or Ruven sold shipping, but what? He has not yet delivered shipping to the buyer. So case number one, Ruven kidnapped shipping but didn't yet sell it. Case number two, sold him but did not yet remove the shipping from his insurance. What's that? Potter. Ultimately, if Ruven is discovered, he's Potter. Now, when we say Potter, he's Potter Solution. What's the thing is that? That's not the movie kidnapping. Machro ba'adas all the Afro, he's tired. So this is the case. What happens if Ruben goes ahead and kidnaps Shimon and then sells Shimon to Shimon's father, or Shimon's own father, or one of Shimon's own relatives? What's that law? Ruben is tied. Okay, we'll discuss all these pieces. According to Rabbi, one who goes ahead and kidnaps is Potter. Okay, top of paper 86a. Tiny tell you Rav Shimshas. How are they? And he's trying to be Shimon holds as follows. They have off, actually, they just have off of that on the time. So it says, you must focus on the case of when Ruben kidnaps Shimon, and then goes ahead and sells Shimon to Shimon's father, or to one of Shimon's relatives. Okay? So now, interestingly enough, so Rav Shimshas said as follows. So the time of the talk of Shes, Rabbi Shimon holds that in general, in order to be liable for selling someone, you have to sell them me'echav, from their brethren, which sounds like you're kidnapping someone from their family and selling them to one else. Which would seem to indicate to us that if Reuben kidnapped Shimon and came back to Shimon's own family, then Reuben would not be liable. Yet the Brisa says he is liable. So what's going on over here? The Lord says, "Funny pasuk. So you're right. You know what? That if Reuben were to kidnap Shimon and sell Shimon to Shimon's own family, Shimon's father, then ultimately again Reuben would be Potter." So Moshe will say, "My question, what over here? Perhaps it's two different opinions. Perhaps it's because to which the Moshe will say, "Like on the open, stam am nasnis in the player, stam to sefter that you know, stam sifra you stam sifri that Shimon the Kur that you know, you can't attribute that because since Allah for myself, we have these principles that were established to follow stam sefter, stam sifra, stam sifri." Therefore, again, the proper way to explain this is to change, is to amend that which the Raisa said. And in fact, the halacha is that if Reuben kidnaps Shimon and sells Shimon to his own family, that Reuben is Potter. When we say Potter, remember again, Potter means Potter from death penalty. Because halacha might be liable for you have to sell the victim to someone outside of his family. Okay, fascinating. Hagoni, so next thing the Mishnah said, what happens if a person kidnaps his son? Right, kidnaps his son. What is liability for kidnapping one's own son? So remember again, this was the Machlokas. So Shmuel, the son of Rabbi Yochanan of Grove, and said to Chayiv, and the Chacham said that you're potter. So let's analyze. My time is Rabbanon. Why did Rabbanon say that you're potter? I'm Rabbi Gamekar, as the pasuk says, Ki Matzei Prat Matzu. There's also a version of the pasuk is Ki Matzei Shkui Nefesh Be'achad. If it will be found that a person kidnaps someone from amongst his brethren, the version of Ki Matzei indicates to us that there's a new circumstance that's here. Right? He found a new circumstance. This comes to exclude an already pre-existing circumstance. In other words, someone is found with you who would not normally be found with you. How is someone found with you? Because they're not normally found with you. You kidnap them. So this comes to exclude someone who normally is with you. Who's normally with you? The child. The child. That's the logic of the Rabbanon. Again, say the Shua, okay. He was only a couple of Rabbi. So now what you're going to tell me is he must say means only in this circumstance something that was not a pre-existing circumstance. If that's the case, he must say ish shochet and ish abulas bal. As it talks about adultery. It will be found that a man is sleeping with another woman, right? With another woman who's married to another man. So is that coming to exclude a situation where another married woman is commonly found with another married man? What's the example of that? You don't. Guy is face cloning the shchichim dabei. So it's interesting. Rashi points out over here. Face cloning was this living arrangement where a number of people shared the same house. This was not what they were thing. Chazal weren't prohibiting this because it's not a good idea for married couples to constantly be in close proximity to each other. It is a recipe, it could be a recipe for disaster. So therefore, again, but there was this situation. A bunch of married couples shared the same house. So the Lord suggested that telling that does not qualify looking for adultery, such as because since one was always around with couple was around with couple, so it's not I'd say it's not like a new circumstance. He wouldn't be liable for adultery, to which the Gemara says, of course, that would be a tenable situation. Of course not. In other words, of course, there's going to be liability in that case. I'm sorry. I know we can No. I'm not learning it out ultimately again from you. I'm not saying rather the what does the pasuk say? A man kidnapped, right? Only right? One person kidnaps another person, is found the perpetrator. So the nimsa indicates that what? Something new over here, right? A circumstance that would not normally have been in effect is now in effect over here. What does that come to exclude? That comes to exclude ultimately again a situation of a father and a son, where the son is normally with the father. Interesting that therefore again, works. I'm Rabbi, I will say, that's how he passes. I'm not passing like that. Namely, that if a father kidnaps his son, he's not a typical Bible.
Alright, what's been new with you?
Good, right? What about you?
So I can get it's going out of style.
We're just, next to the gas station.
Alright, what's going on next to the gas station?
I'm glad you're just sitting in the car, talking about life. Oh, I have a question.
What's your question?
My friend here asked, would you choose right now? Would you choose $1 million, like right now, or get $10,000 for the rest of your life every month? Yeah.
Good question.
Or like right now.
So, $10,000 per year. consider the 4.8, but actually $1 million in a lump sum, you could probably invest it and make more than $4.8 million. I'd actually take $1 million right now.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, we do the same thing. Nice, eh?
All right, go ahead. All right, that's decided by next.
Okay, so would you rather drink gallon waters or gallon of water?
Yeah. I don't know about that. You do. Well, you guys must be very good at the question. Yeah,
Yeah, it's really there. And both of them are considered to get ready. Yes.
so much looking at the check. And watch go, you know, to go.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's like a lot.
in LA, yeah. Flying on what? Trash Tuesday? No, I don't know that. What is it? Oh, okay, cool. Tuesday? Yo, how are you? Hi, Mr. Curtis. How are you? Did you take a nap? Aren't you looking for a pizza from? That's good. Well, I hope it feels better. Are you ready? Are you ready for me? Philippines. Yeah, I tried. Oh, well, I don't speak English much. Yeah, I like. There's a lot of karaoke. I like that. All right. You have an invitation. Nice bear. No way. Oh, come on. No, no. I'm talking about. You got this right down the middle. Oh, you get the middle one, not the other two. No doubt. Give it to me. Give it to me. Will. a spare. Super so big time. No doubt. No. Aquarius about to take the win. I'm happy about that though. I have to not win against anybody. Getting points. 57. Get these three. Get these three. Big time. No doubt. Give it to me. Oh, that was bad. That was good. I'll take it. I think you win this series. Nice spare. Not what I wanted. Get it. Thank you, man. No doubt. Oh, no. That was bad. Give it to me. Wow. That was fortunate. Get it. Welcome. How you like them, What's good in your neck of the woods? What's good with you? Rabbi. Yeah, well, what's good with you? All right. What happened to you? What happened to you this morning? All right. What happened? How was your day? What'd you do? What I asked. All right. I went just had a normal day. You watching the sports today?
Yes.
What you watch?
I watched it all.
Okay.
Yes.
What you watch?
Watched the Packers, the Jets.
Did you see Saquon Barkley just dominate? Saquon Barkley?
I feel a little like that.
He's a running back for the field. He did really well. That's okay. No worries.
Yeah.
All right, very well. What are your plans for this evening? Okay. How'd you almost okay, wow. That's your spot, right? All right. Relax. It's gonna happen. How you gonna do this? Well, go for it. Watch your podcast. Feel free to watch. It's good that you got out there. many different podcasts are there. So, Monday, so Monday.
That's what I point out. When we say there's not physical liability for kidnapping, what does that mean? What does that mean? It means you're not put to death, you're not executed. It does not mean it's good. That's what also think about this. So I remember a lot of people talking about that. Its own laws, so its own laws are governed by the law of the land. So it might be true that Allah says that a father kidnapping his son is not typical kidnapping, but at the end of the Hadith says it is kidnapping. Allah, so it's kidnapping. Yeah, but that's the halacha. So what's Allah based on this halacha? Hani directly must be back on us. Suing double so it's fast from those teachers. Right? Teachers. I weekly guide teachers for teaching the children Kriya. We must do Rabbanon and also teach other students that I teach Rabbanon. These are people who spend a lot of time with these children, and therefore they are exactly 15 minutes. So technical issue. But I guess that's more sense than if the Rebbe would have to tell me, technically speaking, that there would not be biblical liability since haven't spent that much time with them. It's just making changes in the perspective. How much time children spend with their once they reach this motif and the reference. Now, the Rebbe comes relationship is very much like the father son getting circumstances. Okay, and anyway, take away from this is you constantly put on and if I love myself, then I'm asking for that. Father to connect son, so we're not thinking of liability. Okay, let's go back to it. John Mishnah sets up, first it's already the next level of this Mishnah was if you steal, that's the other fancy component. What is a local? So again, I believe this is Chayib. That's how I said you were telling us you know. You don't reckon that about in Boshes. So this is similar to the I already see here. It says the Eved has no Boshes. So what does the Eved has no Boshes? Rashi says over here, about in Boshes. It's Mayish as a Eved, both after going on the Boshes. Also, we know that there is a compensation Moshes, humiliation, right? To embarrass someone. There is monetary compensation for that. That Yehuda says that Avod in Eved doesn't have Moshes, doesn't have humiliation. So if you believe Eved, ultimately again he's going to be whereas my cousin was a big guy from abroad, and he got hit by Moshe in the Ish the Avod. Ish the Avod, Yotza Eved. So Yehuda says because the Muslim comes to that Moshes, because that humiliation talks about the lotion of Kinosra and Lotion Yaakov Ish the Avod. So someone who has ethel, someone who has achva, familial relations, from people who get to achva, has a family, he has Moshes. Someone who does not have achva, ultimately again, he doesn't have Moshes. Therefore, Eved, and Eved Rashi says, where Eved doesn't have achva, the afidu with achva, the Ovid, the Sid, Amachomar, Imachomar, Imadom, and the Chomar, Eno Alikibay. From a logic perspective, and then it does not have familial relations. So because of that, they want a technicality case. That's why he's got to tell the Moshes. Rabbanon will say, Echad mitzvahs. Rabbanon say, no, it's not true. What does Echad do? Echad doesn't refer to someone who has familial relations. Rather, what does Echad refer to? Someone who is your brother in mitzvahs. Interestingly enough, Eved is your brother in mitzvahs. Why? Because the Eved, we're talking about Eved Canaan, right? Because it's less an Eved Ivri, Eved is a full-fledged Jew. But Eved Canaan, the Eved Canaan is still your brother. Outside, Eved Canaan is your brother. And any mitzvahs that are within this activity. So therefore, he's your economic mitzvahs. And if I want to say, that's not Moshes. So the Gemara says, the Alki, if you Darish, you'll be here in our context, in our subject, how we dash in the Yehuda Saba, may Echad. Rabbi Yehuda says, may Echad. So let's remember again, let's not say Ish, nor Nefesh, may Echad. The person that we found to be kidnapping another person, may Echad. So watch this. Yehuda Darshan, may Echad. But Fuke Echad. Echad comes to exclude Avodim, and Avodim are not kidnapping. And therefore, again, if somebody kidnaps Echad, ultimately, again, they're liable for it. So the person of Israel, and again, when it says Israel, that comes from school. Even if that's the evidence, that's the way forward. So the Gemara says, sorry. This is very interesting because he put this Russia. Watch this. So the Echad comes to exclude an Eved. Good. So Mibnei Yisrael comes to exclude Chassid Echad. And then again, Mibnei Yisrael is two exclusions of Chassid Echad. What is that? That's called a mute akar mute. So remember again, that's called exclusion after exclusion. Whenever you have a mute akar mute, tell the rabbis. A mute akar mute only comes to go ahead and put into the person as well. So that's why both sides that's what it holds. That if you kidnap a Chassid Echad, ultimately again, you are allowed to Okay, Moses, therefore again, ultimately again is exclusion after exclusion, and the halacha is that mute after mute comes to include. What does it come to include? Ultimately again it comes to include liability for kidnapping and Chassid. That's a new instruction. The Rabbanon, what would they say? The Rabbanon, they echav, not the echav. What much we know? The Rabbanon don't hold of that echav. Remember again, as we saw before, the Rabbanon use echav to teach me what? Use echav to teach me echav the mitzvahs. So therefore, we don't see echav as an exclusion for Rabbanon. The ha'achit ruba mitzvahs. Because ultimately, the evidence, my brother in mitzvahs, b'nei Yisrael, b'nei Yisrael. And again, when it says b'nei Yisrael, me b'nei Yisrael, chalami with the Eved, one is to exclude that. The chalami with the Chassid Echad, one is to exclude Chassid Echad. Okay, so I'll say, so ultimately, again, on the left of here, is a fundamental yes. If you kidnap a Chassid Echad, are you chayiv or not? Rabbi Yehuda says, yes, you are. Where does Rabbi Yehuda get it from? Essentially, it's a Yield from Acham Yield. Bnei Yisrael, Mibnei Yisrael, exclusion after exclusion, Yield Acham Yield. What does it come to? Ultimately, ultimately again reject that structure. Exclude the again, like that, and therefore, if one were to go ahead and one would be hunter. Okay, incredible. Now the ask an interesting question. I saw the point of the from where do you see, where's the lad? Where is the lad to go ahead and kidnap someone? Rabbi Yoshia Amar, we don't see those. Rabbi Yoshia says, we have to see those. Don't steal. Rabbi Yochanan Amar, we don't give good of the keres habit. Rabbi Yochanan says, we don't have to the house of Yishana, sell him like one would sell his slave. Okay, the Gemara says, fine. But luckily, and it should be very good. Marka Pasha Vlad to be done, and Marka Pasha Vlad to be done. So what's the space? What did we already establish in the Mishnah? Essentially, in order to be viable for difficult, you have to do 3 steps. Number one, you need to kidnap someone. Number 2, you need to bring them to your shows. And number 3, you need to sell them. Which is really 4. It's really 4 because those steps will do something in some way. It's really 4 steps for all, only for COVID. So the most interesting enough, that the Yoshua and Yochanan are not arguing. One is quoting the pasuk that says the law of kidnapping himself, and the other is quoting the law ultimately again that she can't sell. So they're not arguing. They're just giving different parts of the function of kidnapping. Terrible. So now goes back to so much good. But only the Farshas are constantly about that. So I was talking about kidnapping. So let's say so. We're going to about it. I talk about the Farshas. You tell me that little signal is talking about kidnapping. How do you know that? Well, in the element only talking. I don't know how do you know that. Maybe some of us still money. I know that's not just people. So Gemara says so. Ella sorry. Oh, in the element only apartment. Signal the knowledge. Shloshis for Shloshis for intention. This is mostly right. Let's analyze this concept using our exegetical principles. What's the exegetical principles? Dobra Alami Grammar. So sometimes the process is talking about is now the analyzation of the context in which the process is seen. That's what's called Dobra Alami Grammar. Something the process that understood from the context in which it was stated. So listen to this. The Mara Kosovo is the process that says Novo. What are you talking about? Okay, so the Gemara says, no, sorry, that was the wrong passage. That was the husband coming as don't commit adultery, don't steal, and don't swear. That's the text in which the signal is mentioned. So listen to this. So the Gemara says, not constantly that one. We're talking about over here. The Gemara says, we're not going to down in the fascists. Now, listen, look at the context. What's the context? Don't murder, don't commit adultery, and don't steal. So murder and adultery are both capital offenses. And most signal of don't steal is capital offenses. So therefore, you already see that the Torah is talking about capital offenses. So therefore, it makes sense to say that the name that we're talking about is also a capital offense. When you steal money from that's not a capital offense. So therefore, Allah I see most of talking about over here. Don't make the fascists, tangy, another by son, most noble, only problem. The positive says most nobles. This is the positive number 4. Most noble will also accomplish, most check, right? Don't lie. One but again, also don't deny, and don't lie one to his fellow. So the rest of the only problem that comes with that. That's talking about stealing money. How do you know that? So the verse I talk about the fascists. How do you know it's not stealing money? Maybe it's talking about stealing people, kidnapping, sale of right? Once again, this is a fascinating exegetical principle. So which principle? Understand what the talking about the context in which it was stated. What is it talking about over here? The mother. So whatsoever again, the rest of it was noble, was fashion, was shakish, was all talking about financial liability. Therefore, the name of this context must also be financial liability. In Melbourne, I've kind of, so let's It's talking about kidnapping. Don't kidnapping. How do we know that? Context. Since the other offenses mentioned over here, don't murder, don't commit adultery, are capital offenses. Therefore, Allah says, even mentioned over here is also a capital offense. When the Torah says, do not steal, that's talking about stealing money. How do I know that? Context. Because the other offenses over here, do not deny a claim. Do not lie about a claim. It's a monetary conflict. Incredible. It's my most interesting case over here. They did make a base of the Nefesh shows. So say, now watch this. This is the fascinating case. So now remember, we established again the local Muslim Bible for kidnapping. Bible said to kidnap people. You have to take them to your shows. You have to go ahead and utilize them. You have to sell them. So now this piece over here, just putting it up. Witnesses who come forward. First one set of witnesses comes along and says, we saw Reuben kidnap Shimon. Second set of witnesses say, we saw sell Shimon. I was like, under normal circumstances, how would you generate liability for kidnapping? How would you do it? One set of witnesses, right? One set of witnesses say, we saw Reuben kidnap and sell Shimon. In this case, we have two sets of witnesses. So now, interesting halakhic issues. That just shows it. The problem is both sets of witnesses related to each other. So again, another set of witnesses says, hey, first set, you could not have seen the debate sell Shimon because you were, steal Shimon, kidnap Shimon because you were with us that day. And they say to the second set, you couldn't accept the same set of witnesses, same set of witnesses, the mistake doesn't matter. And they say to the second set of witnesses, let's say you could sell Shimon, why? Because you were with us that day. So now, look at Rashi for just a moment. Shnei Kivei Eden. I thought said it's Rashi eating. Shnei Kivei Eden. I thought said so two sets of witnesses. Each one said testified that they kidnapped Shimon. One said testified that they sold Shimon. So the most says both men and Aiden sold. So remember, what's that about? How does Aiden sold? Right with witness, sold. What's the punishment? What's the punishment? So therefore, how should these witnesses be punished? How should they be punished? Remember again, if their testimony was accepted as a result of death, so we should put these witnesses to death. Here's the problem. What's the problem? Neither set of witnesses delivered a testimony which would have resulted in the death of Reuven, right? Because one set testified that Reuven kidnapped him. Well, that's not enough to put Reuven to death. The second set of witnesses testified that Reuven stole Shimon. That by itself is not enough to put them to death. So what's this? It's going to happen over here. So therefore, the Gemara says, what do you do with these witnesses? Rashi says over here, in there, first time also, Kiva Dino Lome Kakri Nami, what's the Lome Kota Abne Idos, Shatalakas, Lomishkachas, and the Makta Elevakat Akas. So the Gemara says, okay, so now let's see, that's the context. So essentially, neither set of witnesses is delivering a complete testimony which would have resulted in the death of the woman. Each delivering partial testimonies. What's the halacha? Now, when you read into even Torah, it says, you can't put witnesses to death. If Yochanan says, yes, you can. Yes, you can. What's the halacha? Yes, so we'll say, his kills a good it's not focused at Kiba and the Rabban, and Rashi points out over here. Is in a focus in Baba Basra, Cheska Sabat. They all put again, can you put even so, can you put death? Ultimately, again, if they're only delivering partial testimony, partial testimony, Rabbi Akiva says no. Rabbi Akiva says, Akishna even Yokum Davar. Davar means complete testimony. Therefore, witnesses only because the death is resulted if their testimony was complete. But if they only delivered partial testimony, you cannot execute them with Hazama based on that. Rabban saying, even if witnesses do not